The sales list is very thick. Not only the name, but also some key technical parameters of the product are listed in detail, and some are even equipped with pictures, which don't look so dry. The entire sales list is available in Chinese, Thai, and Burmese languages. Finding separately, choose whichever you understand. The sales list includes all the commodities that can be exported in the territory, covering a wide range of products ranging from light industry to heavy industry, from general napkins, lunchboxes, kitchen knives, to mobile phones, air conditioners, electric fans, and other household appliances. There are many categories. The eyes of the people present were a bit dizzy, and the businessman who came here for the first time couldn't help but believe it. The eyes are almost staring out. Nima. So many things. Many of them are not produced in the surrounding countries at all. How did they make it out? This is not scientific. The new businessman also discovered a feature. That is, these products are all sold as finished products, and they can be produced as agents. The meaning is very simple. Either you provide a design or request, I will help you provide a solution and industrialize production. It is also okay to put your brand on it, or buy our ready-made products, but do not sell any industrial parts and raw materials separately. To put it bluntly, if you want to buy a battery, it is impossible for territory to sell the electrolyte solution or carbon rods in it separately, and to buy electric fans, it is impossible to sell you only the fan blades or the AC motors inside. Only the final products are sold here, and the finished products can be sold in the past. This is the current business principle in the territory. If you want to buy a product, you must let us produce it. You don't need to worry about whether it can be produced, but we must control the profit of all links except terminal sales. Even Tang Qing looked surprised at these things. When he visited the factory before, many of them hadn't been built yet, but after a long time, they have been fully capable of mass production, and they seem to be of very good quality. Just then, a businessman stood up and said excitedly, "Zero boss, can you really provide everything on this?" "Yeah." Zero nodded. "Don't say much. Then can we take a look at the samples or visit the factory?" The person continued to ask another key question. Everyone in the room wanted to know. They didn't know what the samples looked like, what quality, or the price. They had no idea. Zero then said, "Please take a closer look, choose the project you need, and have a preliminary goal. Later, you will have 2 hours to understand the product. There is not much time, so it is best to take a targeted look at yourself. Required. After reading it later, we will adopt the auction model to sell sales qualifications. The purpose of this is to reduce your future competition and ensure the interests of the partners. The higher price will be awarded. Only the qualifications are successfully bid and submitted. Only with money can we visit our corresponding factories and the right to sell subsequent products." Territory did not adopt an order form for this sale. It is better to adopt the qualification access system, otherwise it will develop arbitrarily, and if anyone sells it, the market will definitely be chaotic and the management cost will increase, which is not as good as the factory. And there is no refund for the money purchased for this qualification. Since the money is taken from others, it is necessary to help others. No, it is not selling arms, delivering ammunition to both parties, sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. Tang Qing still does this behavior. Does not come out. The man got an answer. He sat down again, and the others were not calm at this time. It seemed that Zero was not joking. It was true, and they began to whisper to each other, expressing the surprise and shock in their hearts. Looked at a group of people as if they had never seen the world. The merchants in the territory are full of pride. For this business, they also don't want to make spare parts. After all, who doesn't want to make more money? It's okay. Except for the sales link, all other profits will remain in the territory. Given the advantages of raw materials, taxes, and equipment, the price advantage is too obvious. The benefits here are really too great. Some merchants have checked. A refrigerator of the same quality, if the ex-factory price in Thailand is $150, but the ex-factory price here is only $120. This is the price after adding own profit and territorial taxes. This profit is the rate is quite touching. And this, it is the only way for goods in the territory to go out, cost-effective, and of the same quality. No one has a lower cost than mine. I can quickly occupy the market and get more shares. What makes Keki more panic is that mobile phone products are not exclusively supplied to Keki. Except for the mobile phone that is on sale, Zero has even opened up the agency production service of mobile phones to the outside world. But Chi Xin felt a little bored. He wants to eat all the output and hopes that the territory can only help him produce cheap mobile phones, but it seems impossible now. If others bid for the quota, he must show some sincerity. Otherwise, if others quickly download after ordering, Zero will definitely be very nervous about his supply, or if it is a bit rigid and first come first, then it will be over. So Keki decided to quickly reach a new production order with Zero, and the delay will change. After a while, those who are willing are optimistic. The one who beat soy sauce just turned it over. Although there is a willingness, this is different from the previous factories and raw materials business. One is a visible and tangible factory, and the other is to make money for the territory. Everyone is very interested, but this time it is buying things for the territory. It makes many people feel a little disappointed. Okay, now everyone can enter the side hall and take a look at the product. Zero finished. Everyone hurriedly got up and walked to the back of the platform of Zero Station. Enter the side hall. The scene in front of me was extremely like grocery market. That's right. This is the grocery market. All products are placed together according to category. There are too many things: high-end, low-end, expensive, cheap, big, small, messy, and the exhibition area will be replanned when the entire venue is vacated in the future. Every factory will be here. Set up a display counter. You can handle ordering business. Buyers do not need to go to the factory. There are several people in front of each stall. The merchants filed in. The bosses of those territories' factories also spontaneously rushed to their small booth to introduce their products. However, people pay more attention to high-tech things than ordinary things. After all, the lower the technical content, the lower the added value, and the price is naturally not much different from the outside world. It is not higher than the price of raw materials. However, high-tech products are different. Each component has no additional components. Less profit. So to put it bluntly, this qualification sale is not too great for many companies, but it will not be lost. For example, the pots and cups produced by Weihao's plastic factory are low in cost and close to Chiang Mai. The government does not have the ability to produce these things. Well, basically, the merchants in Chiang Mai province will purchase more. No matter how far away, Weihao's cost advantage will be lost. Weihao's consideration has long been a brick factory and a plastic product factory. He also discovered the limitations of his product. The brick factory is no longer able to expand. This is definitely only a regional business. The long-distance transportation of bricks is not cost-effective at all, and no one will buy it. The plastic product factory is very good. It is not only daily necessities, but also pots and cups. Many other industries in the territory use a large number of plastic products: fans, refrigerators, and air conditioners. But these are all needs within the territory and outside the territory. Yes, isn't it that it can only be exported to pans and the like? To this end, today he won the qualification for the construction of a lighting factory. Last time, the lighting factory was actually in the catalog, but the former territory still relied on diesel for power generation. The businessmen didn't know when they would be able to supply electricity to their homes. Instead, it was left. Right now, the power plants around the towns have been built. With electricity, the lamps will naturally become sweet and delicious. But she did not pay attention to anything else. Instead, I quickly searched for the electronic product area to see if the mobile phone I was selling was also displayed on the stage. Come to the electronics exhibition area. One look, but Chi's mood sank to the bottom. He saw the phone he was selling on the stage. When I was a little at a loss, a voice ignited hope for him. Why is this restricting the circulation of commodities? This was said by a faster-going person. Restricted products? But after hearing this, I hurried forward and saw that the mobile phone I was selling read, "Restricted regional circulation of goods, not allowed to enter the Thai market." Mister, we already have a partner for this phone in Thailand. We have a rule that outside our territory, in the same country, there will only be one distributor for a mobile phone. A staff member said explained before. Heard this, but all let go of their hearts. But she really loves this system. For a mobile phone, there is only one distributor in a country. Think about it. Two mobile phones are exactly the same, and the purchase price is the same. Should the two distributors take out the price war? It's not a brain dead if you play this way. It's a pity, but who is the dealer? Do you have a partner before? It's not fair, right? The man frowned. She is not happy about this. Wood oil, I want it. How about it? It's already on the market now. Kuchi said proudly. He knew this guy, a family son who was almost as strong as his own, mainly in the steel business and the whole of Thailand. 30% of the steel supply is controlled by this family, and they also part-time mobile phone sales, but the share is not as large as 1/3 of their clay family. Muyu turned his head to see Kuchi, his brows loosened, and smiled. Kuchi, it's you? Wang Sa. Did you lead the head? After speaking, Wang Sa, who was next to Kuchi, said, See Wang Sa. Muyo understands that Wang Sa, as the first person to do business here, has a very good relationship with Zero. The steel that Wang Sa sold before was imported from him, which also made their family notice this. Sighed. Have to say, here gave him a lot of surprises. Muyo, there is no way, who told the Kalai family's mobile phone business to do a lot. Wang Sa shrugged. Muyu smiled. Well, since you have the right to sell this phone, don't shoot the two with me. Hear the words of Muyo. But she hurriedly looked at the two products he mentioned. One of them was still a mobile phone, but it was different from the style he was selling now. His one was a flip cover, and this one was a candy bar. Another, not a phone, because there are no buttons. Of course, there are more than a few mobile phones displayed here, otherwise it would be too ridiculous. Except for mobile phones, keyboards, mice, data cables, USB flash drives, earphones, etc., in addition to computers or their internal components. The electronic accessories here can be described as a lot. But even though Chi had a little guesswork in his heart, he still asked, Hello, what is this? Sir, this is our new MP4 video player. It has a metal body and a 5-inch color screen. It can support various formats of video and audio playback, as well as camera, recording, alarm clock, games, and other functions. You can try it out. The staff Barabara introduced it for a long time. But Kuchi got excited, almost as he guessed. I took the gray metal shell MP4 that the staff handed over and played with it. The weight is not light, and the hand feels great. But she also tried various small functions in it. He was full of love in his eyes. He was snatched by Muyo again. It's a new product again. It is a new product with high added value. MP4, which appeared in the first 2 years, is not surprising, but the price is a bit expensive and it has always been a high-end consumer product. Like mobile phones, Thailand does not have this kind of high-tech manufacturing capabilities and basically relies on imports or buying parts for assembly. So far, he has a preliminary understanding that it is absolutely very cheap to get the goods from here. How much does this MP4 cost? Kuchi asked hurriedly. Sir, our supply price for this MP4 is $70, excluding transportation. The staff reported the same price as that mobile phone. In fact, the real cost is much lower than that of the mobile phone, which is only $25. About $, more than double the profit. Tang Qing thinks it is about the same. $70. Hearing this quotation, Kuchi and Muyo were a little excited. This level of configuration is still full touchscreen. It is very clear to watch the video that comes with it. The resolution is high. It is sold for more than $100 in the market. There is no problem. Other MP4 video players such as Sony and Samsung with the same configuration, the market retail price is equivalent to about $130. In this case, the profit margin is amazing. It is impossible not to be excited. This represents one more high-profit product in the future. This MP4 is a preliminary test product for the tablet computer to be launched in the future. First, let the outside world have an acceptance process. Accept that the territory can produce the most advanced electronic products. When the time is right, the territory will launch tablets and notebooks that can really connect to the internet. Computers, smartphones, and other products. Start with a lower technological content. Otherwise, with the current technology in the territory, within a month, the world's leading advanced computers can be produced, and in less than 3 months, even the most advanced tablet solutions can be conquered in advance. It's just too early, and it's not suitable for launching. Before mature wireless network technology and equipment, tablets can only use computers to download good things, insert cards, or copy them to watch videos, which is not comparable to later generations. Perfect tablet computer. 2G era. It is not suitable for the survival of a tablet computer. The MP4 is, but the tablet computer is already in the list of scientific research projects in the experimental area. He will not officially launch the tablet computer project and Ultrabook until he raises the network speed in China and neighboring countries. Projects, smartphone projects, wearable smart device projects, etc. For G, it is the basic equipment suppliers from all over the world who jointly improve their own technology and propose solutions based on the 4G standard. But that is that they can only produce a certain product, so they need to work together to solve it. But it is different to Tang Qing, starting from the most basic from hardware research and development, software writing to wireless solutions of various standards. Those scientists can handle it, and I can develop communication protocols by myself. Even if it is different from all the communication protocols and technical standards in the world, it is nothing more than a conversion problem. If it is solved, I will take care of your technical standards and communication protocols. I can use all of them. Tang Qing can use this kind of rascal play, this ability to set up stalls, and this kind of stirring, stick method, and he dares to think about it. Being an enemy of the whole world, Tang Qing is irritating to think about it. In fact, with the communication server and quantum communication module, Tang Qing even has the ability to replace the world internet. In the face of the powerful function of the communication server, all the world's the terminal communication equipment can all disappear, and all the joint communication protocols can be crushed to death. What else is he afraid of? If it's not fun, don't find any excitement, don't do some subversive things, how can you be worthy of the naughty of this life? Making money is only one of Tang Qing's goals. He wants to do it, and has his own voice. Whether it is an industrial alliance, a black prison, the Bank of Myanmar, or even a territory, they are all competing against the world's mainstream, against the world's authority and vested interests. Now that they have accepted this setting, then let's play something more exciting. This life is not in vain. The other side. Wang Sa felt a little unnatural on his face when he heard the price. The ex-factory price of the phone is the same. Is your price random? In fact, he also wants to pump a little more oil and water, but now it seems that it is very difficult. He can really pump oil and water, and this phone is the only one that is nothing more than his hands, but it is not inoperable. It's very simple. All goods have to go through their own ports. Then, isn't tax just money? Thought of this. Wang Sa felt that he had seen another blue sky. He had no right to collect taxes on the territory, but it would be much easier to collect taxes on imported merchants. Moreover, this tax can be divided into light and dark. Even if your family power is strong, but it's not as big as the fact that this side is my territory. Okay, when Wang Sa was about to go back, he discussed with his father to improve the export tax rate. As for the import tax, Wang Sa had no idea for a while, because if it was collected, the cost of raw materials was inadvertently increased, and all the costs would be passed on to the merchants. In that case, you are equivalent to 2 hidden taxes from others. Although this is normal, it is also very offensive. If the geese have plucked their hair, it is good to come once, and it is not appropriate to come back twice. Kuchi looked at Muyo with glowing eyes and said, Muyo, we can actually work together on this. When it comes to money, the two of them are half a caddy, about the same. In order to avoid the fierce conflict between the two bidding later, it is better to remind. Muyo was taken aback. Cooperation? How is the cooperation method? Muyo asked curiously. Kuchi explained, there is only one distributor for a product of one style in a country. What about different styles of products? We can just ask them to design different products. Although we still have competition, don't forget that we also have overseas the market. That's the big head. That's right, Muyo said suddenly. Indeed, Thailand's market is so big, and the Kolai family still eats the biggest cakes. But at this moving price, there are also markets abroad, neighboring Burma, Vietnam, and South Asia to the south, especially the Muyo family. There are still many industries abroad, and he is very familiar with Indonesia and South Africa. These two places are both good places for dumping goods. South Africa, in particular, is rich, and Africans have super good consumption habits. They don't like saving money. After a few days of salary, they will be spent. As long as the goods are good and the quality is cheap, this thing is definitely easy to sell. The two reached an agreement. 2 hours later, the tour is over. Everyone has found a product that they want to bid for, usually related to their own business. They have not been involved at all, and have no capital to set foot in. They are not eligible to bid for the product. This is to avoid that you have to spend a lot of time to establish sales channels, but you can't build them. At that time, it was a bit long. Territory is not interested in waiting. Back to the main hall of the show. More than 200 people took their seats one after another. Looking at the merchants below whose eyes were completely different from the ones just now, Zero still looked like Gujing Wubwa and said, "Well, now that everyone has finished the tour, we will start bidding." Finished. Zero will go down first. He is the biggest boss here, and he can't do things about swinging the hammer. Instead, he is a small leader who has a better reputation in the territory and belongs to the sales department of the Bank of Myanmar. With excitement, the little leader stepped forward and said loudly, "Okay, the first one is the qualification of a hardware commodity wholesaler. There is a limited number of 3 people. The base price is $100,000. Each increase cannot be less than $10,000. Now the first qualification is sold. Please bid." Hear the words. One by one, interested businessmen began to quote. The product exhibition just now dispelled many of their worries. $100,000. $120,000. $140,000. In the end, the first hardware wholesale qualification was sold for $190,000. The second and third are $170,000 and $160,000 respectively. That is to say, for nothing, the territory earned $520,000, which is like a robbery, and Tang Qing's total qualification sales today is estimated to be no less than $20 million. However, it is only more than 1 billion yuan. Tang Qing is a little bit down on it. Even if the upper limit of the Asian dollar issuance can be raised, it will be limited. The real profit will be the future product sales. This time, none of the merchants in the territory participated in the bidding. It was very simple. First, they had no market share and experience. Second, they had no money. The previous factory and the factory this time basically paid for them. In my pocket, I owed a lot of money to the Bank of Myanmar. The seller qualification is actually purchased with real money. The money must be paid within 3 days, otherwise the qualification will be cancelled, and at the same time, it is very strict not to become a seller of the territory within 3 years. They should do the production honestly, so that they can watch the group of businessmen who are scratching their ears and annoying. You can look at the communication electronic product distributor qualifications on the list. There are also 3 places, each with a base price of $1 million, which will not be refunded. It is quite expensive, but compared to the 3-year supply qualification in the future, it is not unacceptable. This is also the territory strategy. After spending money to buy qualifications, that person will definitely purchase more goods during the contract period. Otherwise, they will not earn as much money as this qualification. No one will do such a foolish thing. Bids are open one by one for sales qualifications. Most of the qualifications were bought by the Chinese, and a small part of them were from Thailand. As for the 2 in Myanmar, they came with the task of spreading money. Compared with doing business, the Chinese have an advantage. The auction price is from low to high, fourth from last. Qualifications for small household appliances distributors. The total number of qualifications is 5. The total transaction price was $207, which was taken by 3 Chinese and 2 Thais. Third from the bottom. Qualifications for distributors of large household appliances, with a total of 5 qualifications. The total transaction price was $3.1 million, which was also won by 3 Chinese and 2 Thais. The second to last. Qualifications for sales of non-communications electronic products and parts. The total number of qualifications is 6. The total transaction price is $5.3 million, and the Thai and the Chinese account for half of them. Keki and Muyo are impressively listed. The last one is communication electronic products. Next is the last category, communication electronic product distributor qualifications. There are 3 qualifications. The base price is $1 million. Each increase shall not be less than $50,000. Please bid. The amateur auctioneer shouted. Dao, he who has never had experience before felt his voice go hoarse. $102 million. Muyo was the first to bid. The 2 of them have already discussed with the others. One of them won 1 qualification, and the other one, whatever. There are other Thai family members present. If one does not stay, it is very likely that one of them will not be able to get it, or be troubled by someone. The two are united. It was a bit useful, and finally reached an agreement with other people who could afford the price. As soon as Muyu yelled out, the others stopped speaking. $1 and $2 million at a time. $1 and $2 million twice. $102 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman, the auctioneer said in a trembling tone. Today's auction is really exciting for him. With so much money, he has never seen it in his life, but he doesn't like wood. Oil seal price. In fact, as long as it is similar to the reserve price, territory doesn't really care what money is made from this. Therefore, except for the auctioneer who has a broken thought in his heart, there is no price control behavior dissatisfied with Muyo. Subsequently, the second qualification auction has begun. There is no doubt that the second qualification was bought by Qi, and no one came to grab it. But the price is $1.3 million US. This is also why Qi felt that he was using his power to overwhelm others and made others earn a lot less, so he directly bid so high. If he dared to call a reserve price, he would really feel a little embarrassed. Finally won the qualification of a seller. Qi also breathed a sigh of relief fiercely. This is a 3-year supply qualification. $1,300,000 is not too expensive. He deliberately asked about the output when he learned about it before. What the staff told him was that the total output of mobile phones plus MP4 could reach about 10,000 units per day. It can be increased as needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel that the money is worth it. If the output is low, the profit won't even be earned back for the qualification fee. And it is precisely because of knowing the output that his heartbeat hasn't calmed down yet. 10,000 copies a day. If you look at the final $30 earned for each mobile phone or MP4, that would be equivalent to $300,000 a day, or about $9 million a month. After 1 year, the total profit is nearly $100 million. What kind of concept is this? It is the total profit of their family's industry for several years. To be able to get 1/3 of the output, it represents tens of millions of dollars in profits, which can directly account for half of their family's industry. Of course, it is impossible for him to actually ship millions of units, because Thailand can't eat it, and it takes time to open up other markets. Plus the messy things that may happen in the middle, he can make almost $8 million US in the first year. The first 2 qualifications were won by Keki and Muyo, and the third qualification became the focus of competition. $1.5 million. $107 million. $2 million. $2 and $3 million. In the end, the third qualification was won by a Chinese for $2.9 million US. It was quite a risk. Many people hesitated at this price. Because of Keki and wood oil, the Thai market basically does not think about it. And the overseas market is also but Qi and Muyo's future goals. They fought, and the future is unpredictable. But the Huaxiao people don't think so. The market in Thailand is too small, but what about Huaxiao's market? There are also Chinese markets all over the world. Such a big cake is difficult to operate even if the other party is a large family in Thailand. However, China has Chinese businessmen all over the world, and Thailand can't compare it. This is the advantage, an unparalleled advantage. The last qualification has been auctioned. The man walked off the stage. His legs softened, and he almost fell. 0 came up. There is no too much nonsense. The next step is to sell the qualifications of raw material suppliers, or to adopt the mode of hidden bidding. According to the strength in quotation, the supplier is finally determined. There are also restrictions, that is, which line of business you do or indicate that there is a channel. Otherwise, why do you provide the raw materials? After 1 hour. Finally, the raw material supplier was initially settled, but there were still many raw materials that were not claimed, and they were distributed in the form of tasks. I gave a reasonable price range. As long as you ship over and the quality is up to the standard, I can use the prices for you to make a deal. Of course, this is not the only supply channel for the territory. This raw material supply qualification is only a small cake to win over the surrounding forces. There are also larger-scale warrior-controlled raw material acquisition companies that have been established all over the world. These companies usually store supplies in a way that is not obvious. If the resources of the territory are cut off, these companies will jump out or supply directly through the transmission node. Well now, let's talk about stabilizing the relationship between neighbors first. These hidden purchasing companies will first be used as a trump card. Not urgent. Everyone, the first stage of this investment conference has been successfully concluded. Now, those who have obtained their qualifications can go to the other side of the hall to register, sign the contract, and receive the qualification for the visit. Later, someone will lead you to visit the factory and follow up. The distribution of supply. Remind everyone, within 3 days, please be sure to go to the main bank of the Bank of Myanmar to submit the qualification purchase fee. Otherwise, we will sell the qualification internally to all those who have paid, and at the same time, we will not be the upstream distributor of any of our products within 3 years. Goodbye, everyone, and wish you a prosperous business. Finished. Ling left with a group of soldiers. Very cold. No meals are invited. But now no one cares about this, and the qualified person who bought the supply and distribution immediately walked to the other side of the exhibition hall. There was already a row of tables, and there were people in Myanmar bank uniforms on the tables. Everyone who got the qualification first went to get a contract, looked at it carefully, after confirming that it was correct, signed the name, processed the bank card for settlement, and then received the qualification to visit, and then was elated by various business owners. Takeaway. Discuss their respective shares. Those who are not qualified can only watch from the sidelines. Some people regret, some sigh. Of course, there are many gloaters who feel that the situation in the territory is unknown, and they must be suppressed or blocked one day. These people's investment must have been in vain, and some of them are jealous. This time the qualification fee will be reaped. More than $20 million is simply too profitable. But it's just jealous. Jealous. What do you take to be jealous? There are people on zero, guns, and unknown, unfathomable, and mysterious backgrounds. At the level of the territory, in addition to large families like Wangsa, and even no one can move this land at the national level. No one can move. Especially now that there are so many vested interests around the territory, within the area, they have not recognized the idea of winning the territory. After obtaining the qualifications, Chi and Muyo went to discuss the production share of mobile phones and the specific matters concerning the production of goods agency. Later, they will be taken to the factory to visit, but mainly the assembly factory and the other core production factories. There is no right to go in, the soldiers holding hands 24 hours a day. There is no thief who can get in. Wangsa was also very leisurely. A phone call and a person in the family who specialize in business came to accept this matter. He was tired enough to manage the port and coordinate the goods, but he didn't want to make so many things. Sitting in the same place as Tang Kai, who was also leisurely. Ms. Tang, what will this place become in the future? Wangsa took a cigarette and said lightly, the change here is too fast. Looking at the busy and noisy vegetable market on the other side, Wangsa was a little confused. I don't know, but I know. I hope it gets better here. Tang Kai smiled. If this place is good, his business will be good. If it is gone, his jade and jewelry empire will not last long. Wangsa laughed and said, Yes, here is good. We only have business to do, but I always feel that I was kidnapped by the economy here. This is the truth in his heart. Money can move God. Now he feels that his own interests are closely related to the territory, and it is difficult to separate them. And Zero also did a very touching thing. That is, let him become the middleman of the mobile phone, not only in Thailand. As long as the mobile phone is out of the territory, it will pass his hand. What kidnap is not kidnapped. This is called mutual benefit. Tang Kai stunned and corrected. In fact, the term kidnapping is correct. Interest binding. Isn't it their current relationship model? Yes, mutual benefit. Everyone makes money together. Mr. Tang, go to my place for a drink at night? Wangsa invited. Okay, I want to drink that kind of fruit wine, half a bottle. Tang Kai agreed. You are blackmail. Wangsa shouted as if he had been stepped on his tail. I wanted to invite you to drink, but I came in a hurry every time I brought it. Tang Kai said with an expression of I wanted to pay the bill, but I didn't bring my wallet. Okay, next time I go to Bangkok, I want to drink 2 bottles. Wangsa reluctantly said, this wine, the more he drank, the better. The 2 boxes he brought back last time, 1 box was given to his father, and then there was no more. I tried my best to save 3 bottles. My baby didn't work. 1 small cup a day, and now there are more than 2 bottles left. In fact, he can afford to drink this wine. but Lingling has not yet started supplying it, and he has nowhere to buy it. He can only drink a little bit. If you want to have a good drink, it seems that you can only wait for the fruit wine to go on the market. Half a bottle. Wang Sa said. A bottle and a half. Tang Qing said. A bottle. Deal. Finally, Wang Sa replaced half a bottle for the next one. Tang Qing didn't really want to drink that much, just to liven up the atmosphere. There was also the last qualified Huaxiao Manzing Ming and the 3 entourage secretaries who followed the staff to the assembly factory. Along the way, listening to the roar of the factories along the way, watching the tall factories and the vehicles transporting raw materials or finished products, the 3 people who came here for the first time were all surprised. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe that in just a few months, the initial industrialization has been completed here, and people have come out of war and unrest, and have completed reunification, system, economy, with industry, with currency, with a sense of security, and more. Future. It was a miracle. Came to a semi-militarized management assembly factory. At this time, the assembly plant has not yet started because the equipment can only be debugged in 2 days. After the equipment and process are improved, the integration of many parts has been summarized, which has reduced a lot of operating errors and affected the accuracy, quality, and assembly speed of electronic products. The manual process has greatly improved the output of the entire assembly plant. If there are 3 shifts, the daily output can reach 15,000 mobile phones or MP4s, but the territory does not plan to do this, because the pre-orders will definitely not be so many, so the maximum number of shifts is 2. And there are many complicated things involved, such as patents. For some patents that cannot be circumvented in the past, there is no way, waiting for the future to either go to court or use the same technology to license the exchange. As for paying royalties, then it depends on whether you have the ability. For domestic patents, it is good to say that the patent fees are paid. As for foreign ones, it depends on the mood. If it is possible to bypass the patent, Tang Qing has asked the group of scientists to quickly develop and set up a company to register patents in various countries. After all, sooner or later, the territory will be legalized, professionalized, and formalized. There will definitely be conflicts with the interests of the major giants. What he can think of is that in the early stage, when the research and development conditions are lagged behind, the time is short, and the patents have not been applied for, he will play rogue with the major patent hooligans. This was actually a helpless move. It was not that Tang Qing really wanted to play the rogue, but because the contradictions could not be reconciled at all. He could produce others' most advanced things on his own. If he didn't buy it from others, it would be strange for others to go crazy without anger. Since they are all enemies, then there is nothing to say, and I won't pay you back. But in the end, it must grow into a technically towering tree. Only he can sue others, no one can sue him. This is the technological development plan within the territory. As for now, I can only do it. I can't control that much anymore. I love who I am. There is a way to see who hurts. After a while, my technical barrier will be established. I will specify the standard, which is the time to turn over. By the time, they have broken patents, save them for fun, and see if you are dumbfounded. Excuse me, when can work start here? Looking at the assembly factory with 2 or 3 kittens, they asked the staff who brought him together. This is a company absolutely controlled by the Bank of Myanmar, but there is no boss to receive it. They were accompanied by only 2 staff and 2 soldiers. Mr. Kuchi, work will start in 3 days at the slowest. During this time, the equipment is being adjusted. The staff replied, So, is the MP4 assembled here too? Kuchi asked again. The staff nodded and said, Yes, all the electronic equipment will be assembled here, and the accessories are in another factory. For some reason, the distributor of the mobile phone just shown in Thailand is Mr. Keki. So ask the other 2 not to sell such products in Thailand. And the products you design yourself are not subject to any restrictions. You can sell them where you want. At the same time, our output distribution is based on orders. Each person has 1/3 of the order share of the total output to ensure your supply. If the share is not submitted enough, the products of others will be produced in sequence. After listening to the introduction, several people nodded, expressing their understanding. Although the staff said it was a bit confusing, but it's easy to understand if you think about it. For example, if a mobile phone has a daily output of 10,000 units, 300,000 units per month, so each person has a monthly share of 100,000 units. This is the upper limit and can be guaranteed anyway, but if you don't use up this month, the share will be used by others for free, which is quite fair, which kind of urges you to place an order quickly. What kind of process is the agency production? Muyo then asked. The meaning of the staff's words just now was very clear, that is, to encourage your own design and you can sell it at will. If you want to produce as an agent, first of all, you have to submit your project plan, including product appearance, functional parameter requirements, etc., and submit it to our company's design department for review. If there are technical problems, we will contact you to communicate, and the time will not exceed 3 days. If there are no technical problems, we will ask you to discuss the supply price. At the same time, due to the modification of the production line, you will also need to provide costs ranging from $50 to $1 million for each new product. The staff member said, "So expensive," Muyo exclaimed, and those who have known the price for a long time laughed and said, "Wood oil? What is it expensive?" Others want to modify the production line and help you solve technical problems. You provide some parameter requirements and appearance, and the rest is nothing for you. It's really not expensive anymore. I'll just talk about it. Kuchi's potential meaning is, you turtle, this is already the price of cabbage. Okay, how can wood oil not be heard, and I must not admit it is expensive. Hello, I want to ask a question, your patented technology for these things. Zheng Ming asked another question. The design you provide, you register a patent yourself, and the technical solution we provide, we apply for a patent ourselves. The staff explained with a smile. In other words, can we only apply for patents such as appearance? Zheng Ming grasped the point. Strictly speaking, this is the case. Zheng Ming didn't ask any more. He didn't want to get technical patents anymore. It has nothing to do with them. Also, you didn't provide anything, just the appearance and performance parameters, not just register an appearance patent. Hearing the explanation from the staff, Kuchi and Muyo were also a little disappointed. Appearance patent. It's worth a few small bucks. Can I place an order now? Zheng Ming stopped struggling with details. Yes, please. Come to the meeting room of the factory. As soon as Zheng Ming sat down, he said, first, I don't want this mobile phone. I will go back and find someone to design a new one. I want to order 20,000 sets of this MP4, mainly for export to my country. Can it? Trading is not so easy, especially in China, where various permits can make people Unlike Keki, in Thailand, their family can settle all the formalities and documents, and they have given a month of sufficient time to prepare. Zheng Ming is no longer so hungry. He can only sell MP4s first, and then go back and operate them well, or find a few partners to operate together. He can't give up on the mobile phone market. The MP4 supervision is still a little looser, and then you can make a profit first. Anyway, the qualification is 3 years, and he is confident that he will pay back in the first year. The staff was quite excited about this first order. It was all performance. Although he didn't have a commission, it means that the factory is profitable and his work can be stable. He said happily, Yes, Mr. Zheng Ming, this is a contract. You need to pay a 10% advance payment first, and we are only responsible for sending out our site. Other transportation needs to be done by you. After you have paid the qualification fee, the payment will be completed. After the advance payment, this contract will take effect immediately, and we will also arrange production immediately. Zheng Ming took the contract and scanned it roughly. It was all Chinese characters, only 3 pages, and it seemed very fast. Great. After checking, Zheng Ming hurriedly signed the contract in duplicate. When can I get the goods? Zheng Ming asked, raising his head. After 10 days, you can get the goods you want. Do you have other requirements, such as company logo, packaging, etc.? The staff asked again. I'll let someone design it right away and give it to you within 2 days at the latest. Zheng Ming said, This thing is easy to handle, and other plans can be changed. This is why the design has the attribute of inheritance, and it always feels familiar to me. This is called imitation, not plagiarism. Okay, after discussing a business, Qi and Muyo couldn't help it. They began to place orders and negotiate details, and agree on the delivery time. Quickly, the contract is over. The 3 of them are not stingy evildoers. A few people hurriedly paid the corresponding fees. Of course, they all paid in Thai baht. Of course, they used transfers for such a large amount. After half an hour, a huge sum of money was remitted to the family in the account of the Bank of Thailand. This is one of the foreign currency settlement accounts in the territory, but it is not long before the money is covered. A considerable part of the purchase costs of raw materials has been paid. Many people who have obtained the qualification of raw material suppliers have completed the payment of the qualification purchase fee, and many have received more than the qualification fee in advance. It can be regarded as a reassurance for them to tell each other, and they are full of joy. Procurement in the territory is very fair, which is one of the reasons why raw material suppliers are so popular. Once qualified, they will immediately receive the first 10% advance payment of the total purchase price in 1 month. After the goods arrive and the quality is checked, the full payment for the goods before the 27th of the month will be directly received at the end of the month. This method is already very generous. If it is elsewhere, the long period of the account is not to be mentioned, and there is no advance payment at all. So, the merchants who got the money hurriedly went back to contact the goods and transportation. Others are so open, and you are slow, sorry. That's it. The second investment promotion conference was completed in the territory. A set of supply and marketing system has been initially established. Although it is still very immature, there are many shortcomings and even loopholes, but it is also a big step forward. But Chi and the others did not go back. Instead, they went to the station of the first team with Wang Sa. But they didn't go overnight, they just had a meal, because in this auction, some of them had the highest bids, so they were invited by Zero. Have dinner together. On the one hand, it can be considered to deepen the feelings, and on the other hand, it is to give some warnings. After leaving the assembly plant, several people got into a commercial vehicle. Wang Sa, how many soldiers do you think they have? Looking at the silent soldiers driving the car, they all asked Wang Sa in a low voice. Wang Sa shook his head lightly and said, I don't know, but it will definitely not be less. My father estimated that it will not be less than 5,000. They are all very combative soldiers, not a mob. 5,000 people. It was the lowest figure estimated by his father. Zero integrates the two sites of Mara and Chick, and the defense area is greatly enlarged. Naturally, more soldiers are needed. This is undoubtedly, but the soldiers in the territory are really too mysterious. All the camps are relatively hidden. In places, it may even be deep in the mountains and old forests. Moreover, the soldiers in the territory seldom contact the outside world, let alone them. Even the people in the territory don't even know how many people there are, and it is even possible that the soldiers themselves may not even know. It can be described as a mystery. There is currently no solution. In the end, Wang Sa didn't bother to think. Anyway, there is no need to fight with him. How many soldiers have anything to do with him? Even if there are 10,000 people, it is impossible to fight over, so the more is better, the stronger the better. Only in this way can I maintain my own interests. What kind of money will he make if the territory becomes chaotic? I heard the number as high as 5,000. All of you here are a little bit unbelievable. This is 5,000 people, 5,000 heavily armed soldiers. Nima, would you like to hang around like this? How about 1 division? It may even be 2 divisions. Are you sure? Kuchi exclaimed, his heart beating wildly. He thought that there were only 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers in the territory, which was more reasonable. Now Wang Sa tells him that there are 5,000. That's too much. Only high, not low, and there are many masters. Wang Sa smiled mysteriously. The last time he stayed in the territory for a night, he also offered to learn something, and then he didn't dare to mention it anymore. He felt that this would be a shadow he would linger in his entire life. That's right. He was killed in seconds. With 1 move. Just 1 move, he knelt thoroughly, kneeling convincingly. If it wasn't for the dignity of a Thai military officer, he would want to go to apprentice. Master, how powerful is it? Are our Muay Thai masters powerful? But Chi sneered, not because he was blindly confident, but Muay Thai was not inferior to any other fighting skills among the players of the same weight. Ruthless. Be cruel to the enemy. Be more cruel to yourself. Those who practice Muay Thai have been practicing since childhood. The tricks and moves are all techniques that can kill people. They are extremely fierce. This is a kind of boxing that takes life to practice. It is half practiced. Before killing the enemy, people will be disabled. There are countless, but she is really a little emboldened with the boxing skills that are exchanged for such a big price. Thai boxing. Wang Sa murmured. and turned his head to look at the young man beside Keki. He was in his 20s, his skin was a bit dark, his skin was very thin, his temperament was cold. He was silent, thinking he was just a bodyguard. So he didn't bother to ask. Now, if you look closely, Wang Sa seems to have a little impression of him. Suhu. This man once played an underground boxing match in Bangkok, and he seemed to be very good. Wang Sa thought about the name and looked up in surprise. Are you Fry? Wang Sa, you have a good memory. You even recognized Fry. Kuchi said triumphantly. Why would you be a bodyguard for Keki? Wang Sa asked Fry. Before Fry could explain it, Chi said beforehand. It's not that Bangkok is rectifying law and order. Frey's boss was arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment. The boxing match is the target of severe attacks, so Fry prepared. Leaving Bangkok and going to other places to fight, I saw him by accident and asked him to be my bodyguard. Did you let him punch? Wang Sa frowned. Speaking of this, Chi smiled and did not speak. Wang Sa understood it instantly. Usually, Fry is a bodyguard. When needed, he is still a boxer. Wang Sa was silent. Although he is also the power class in Thailand, he can't be used to this kind of behavior. Although this kind of behavior is a lot in Thailand, he is unwilling to do this. People are not goods after all. Perceiving the strangeness of Wang Sa, they all laughed together and said, Wang Sa, do you think I am inhumane and use Fry? No, Wang Sa denied. But can Chi believe it? Of course not. But Chi slowly said, Frey's sister is sick and needs huge medical expenses. I have already helped to pay for it. The operation was successful, and I am still undergoing nursing care. Although I am not a good person, I also believe in equivalent exchanges. There is a price to pay for everything. There is no pie in the sky. As long as he helps me make money back, Fry is still free. After all, this is just for fun, and I don't want to be found by the police. When Wang Sa heard it, that was the case. Although this story is very old-fashioned, but it is also a reasonable reason. In this world, there is indeed no aid for no reason, unless really don't care about money. So no more questions. After a while, the car came to the camp. Got out of the car, looking at the mighty soldiers around the camp. But she was full of curiosity. These soldiers felt very imposing. Fry, how effective are these soldiers? Kuchi asked curiously. Fry looked carefully at the soldiers around him, slowly frowned, and said, But Master Chi, I don't understand them. They seem to be strong, but they seem to be weak. I haven't beaten them, and I don't know their strength. What do you mean? Kuchi asked. They see that our eyes do not fluctuate at all. This is the calmness that the strong can only have, but their physique does not seem to be strong in combat. Fry said truthfully. Oh, but she didn't say anything, because other people were walking in. It was a bit impolite to comment on the force of others on their territory. At this time the sun has not yet set. Da-da-da. Bang bang. Several people from Tang Qing were shooting at the shooting range. Following the sound, a group of people walked over. Seeing a few people from Keki, Tang Qing, Wei Jun, and others hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. The forces behind these people added up enough to make Thailand shake a few times, and they couldn't help but deal with it accidentally. Next, but Chi and the two hit the target, and the curious Zhang Ming also went. In the past, in China, how could he have such a happy experience of playing with guns? He is also considered a half-gun fan, so he won't let go if he catches his favorite gun. Da-da-da. The ground shot up, and it was a great time to play. Wang Sa was chatting with Tang Qing and the others. After half an hour, everyone, supper is ready. Please come with me. A soldier walked over and said. Immediately, the crowd put down their guns and followed the soldiers to the dining table. 6 air conditioners were blowing together to dissipate the heat of summer. The table is already full of food. Compared with the last time, the food is not so full and the variety is not so rich. Last time it was Tang Qing, the big stomach king, and the supreme commander came personally. Naturally, we must prepare properly. Everything is the best. Yes, but only Tang Qing was there this time, and the command room was not so particular. Just got some game. The quality has not changed, but the quantity and type have changed. Even Wang Sa found the clue. It seemed that the treatment was not as good as before. But I didn't think there was anything. The glass of wine is full. Zero has spoken. Come on, I would like to toast everyone first. I hope that you will have a pleasant cooperation and get along well in the future. Thank you for your support today. In the future, not only will you become friends with me, but also hope that you will become friends. I don't want to see which day you for the sake of the benefits. We met each other and caused trouble. You must know that there is no end to the money in this world. And please remember that my decision will not be changed. After Zero finished speaking, he took a special look at Kuchi's direction, the chill in his eyes and the lingering aura gushing out, causing Kuchi's body to tremble, as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. The wine in his hand was almost spilled. Kuchi's eyes are tinged with fear and horror. Why does Zero look good? It is because the command room learned of the conversation between him and Wangsa last night. As an important person, the Wangsa camp and frequent activity areas have long been installed with wiretap and even monitoring equipment, which is very concealed, and their conversation is natural. I was heard word by word in the command room. Hearing news that might be unfavorable to Tang Qing's second uncle, he was immediately reported to Tang Qing. Tang Qing's reply was simple, a warning. After all, Kuchi hasn't done anything substantive, but he has this tendency and plan, and there is no need to talk in private. A look is enough. As for Kuchi, will he suspect that he was eavesdropped? Ha. Is the suspicion evidence? Does Zero say clearly? Is it good for you to understand it yourself? Seeing that the look in Ling's eyes was very wrong, plus what he said just now, Chi immediately seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Zero with a little horror. Could it be the content of the conversation between him and Wangsa last night? He had to think about it. This content really seemed to know the conversation last night. But it was impossible. Wangsa was with him at the time. Am I suspicious? But Chi fell into a daze. Wangsa didn't feel the pressure of aura at all, and naturally didn't think so much, because the aura of Zero was only aimed at Keki, and it was still instantaneous. Others only thought that Zero meant that they wanted them not to have infighting and disrupted the market, disrupted the order of production and affected the territory's business. Dry. Let's do it first. Others drank it in one fell swoop. But the astonishment in Chi-Chi's heart is getting thicker and stronger. Everything. I'm afraid of brain replenishment. That's it. But I ate the dinner tastelessly. Others are chatting lively and making friends. After all, they are not Xiaomen, and their social skills are not bad, which makes the dinner atmosphere very harmonious. Although they all discovered the strangeness of Keki, they only thought that Keki thought about it. What annoying thing or business problem is, this is common to them, so no one cares. After a meal of effort, after repeated struggles. But Chi, with the idea that he would rather be trusted, gave up the qualification to compete for the jade jewelry supplier from Tang Qing, so as not to be self-defeating. Although it may not be what Zero said, but at the table, 0 vaccinations are used. Now, if he dared to mess around, he would be a bit shameless. Facing the power of more than 5,000 mercenaries, he had to accept the rules set by others. Yes, their Clive family is very strong in Thailand, but that is political power. Even a military-strength family like Wangsa does not necessarily dare to scratch the beard of the leader of this power, because the army is national, not personal, and has private grievances, which can be resolved by themselves. No one will agree that their families use national force to resolve individuals. Gratitude, this is the principle. So, in the face of the leader of a force like Zero who has the complete right to declare war and wants to get whoever wants to do it, it's better to be a man with his tail sandwiched. Don't jump around. If there is a head-on conflict, no one in this room dare to think about it. Looking for uncomfortable, the injured in the end will definitely be themselves. It's during the meal. But Chi also learned that the fruit wine that was so delicious just now was produced in the territory, but when he wanted to buy it, he was told by Wangsa that the wine had been divided by them and the right to sell it for one person. Tang Qing acquired 2 major states in America, North America, and South America. Tang Liang is European. Wei Jun is from Asia. Wangsa is Thailand and Oceania. This is the result of their internal discussions. It seems rather crude and sloppy, but it contains deep meanings and games. Seeing that the power of agency has been divided up, Chi and the others are naturally a little disappointed. He wants to propose a point of his own division, but when he thinks of what Zero said just now, he can't help but die. Mu Yu and Zheng Ming are also out of ideas. Others, it's all over, you can ask for it again, it's not appropriate. Although I really want it. But I can only give up. The world's money is endless. At the same time, make up your mind to hug Zero's thighs in the future. Otherwise, even if you have a chance next time, it won't be their turn. They can also see a little way, who is close to zero, whoever benefits from zero. After the meal was over, Wang Sa, Keki, and the others said goodbye. Zero did not keep them. Tang Kai was the important person they really cared about. For the others, they could live if they wanted to live, and just don't care if they didn't want to live. Even Zero has promised that in the future, Tang Kai can live here, no matter if it is for fun or anything, and he will be accompanied by soldiers when he goes out. This shocked Tang Kai. He was very confused about how Zero was so enthusiastic, but he remembered the cooperation between the two. Relationship, Tang Kai can only be attributed to Zero cold outside and hot inside, and heavy friends. However, Zhang Ming and Tang Kai knew each other and didn't have a place to live, so they also lived here. Muyo, I am naturally embarrassed to stay, because all the people left are Chinese, and he is a Taiyan social. Wang Sa and a few people are on the way back. It was completely dark. Wang Sa, you kid, you are guilty of your crimes, and you don't want me to drink good wine. But Qi said angrily, knowing that no one has samples. But Qi stayed with Wang Sa for 2 days, but he didn't even have a bite. Drinking. Hearing this, Wang Sa had an expression of evasiveness, and hurriedly said, where is there? I only have half a bottle left. My father snatched the rest. Where can I drink enough? Wait until I get it. Goods, please drink when the time comes. You can drink to death. Is there really only half a bottle? Could she doubt it? Really, it's really true. Wang San nodded vigorously, for fear that he might be worried about his wine. When there is no large supply, he doesn't want to cry at the empty bottle. After being acknowledged, Qi didn't talk about this topic anymore. Turned to look at the scene outside the window. At this time, the night was thick, and the frogs in the field cried endlessly. Both sides of the road are like modern highways. The street lights illuminate the road dazzlingly. When he came at noon, he saw these street lights, especially when he knew that these street lights were powered by solar energy. His mood is broken. This Nima, have you used solar street lights? It seems that Thailand hasn't gotten this stuff yet. Originally, he thought it would be in the product catalog, but he didn't find it anyway, and he didn't know the reason. In fact, the reason is very simple, because large-scale solar power stations are also being built in the territory. Thermal power generation pollutes the air, and hydropower is still in the foreseeable future. The wind resources are basically, and nuclear power plants have no shadow. A large number of solar energy utilization technologies have been developed. Put on the agenda. These are the first batch of products. The output of solar panels in the next 6 months will be used for self-sufficiency in the territory, street lamps, household lighting, household appliances, etc., which can greatly reduce the laying of power grid lines and will not cause power outages. The street lights went out. Can imagine. At that time, the roofs of all towns are all solar panels, which can not only reduce the pollution caused by burning coal to generate electricity, but also enhance the image of the territory. Not the world's first comprehensive and universal solar power supply system solution. By the time, it can definitely sell for a good price. Now let's get your own site right. It can be predicted that in the future, residents will basically use solar energy. Of course, this does not mean that cables will not be laid. After all, if it is cloudy for more than 10 days, you don't have to kneel down and break away from civilized society. This is just a supplementary solution. Burmese. Yangon. It's still that big conference room. The big guys kept smoking cigarettes, and for a while, the smoke was sultry. This afternoon, Getting passed on the specific information of the territory's investment promotion conference. During this period of time, Gedin kept returning news, which gave them a preliminary understanding of the territory. They thought it was surprising enough to be able to produce light industrial products. I think that even high-tech things like mobile phones have begun to be reorganized. The first thing they think of is that this is an assembly machine, and the parts are from the port of Thailand. Because it is impossible for this group of people to produce all the parts and equipment by themselves, even if Godin said so, they would not believe it, because it is just like a fantasy. After learning about the entire process of the China Merchants Conference, they have been in meetings since the evening until now, discussing countermeasures. Now they also feel a little dilemma. That is to deepen the relationship with the territory, try to persuade Zero to work with them, open up the trade channel between them, and then find a way to control Zero and the industries he manages. But this idea has long been brought up, and Geddon is also lobbying and persuading him in various ways. But Zero is indifferent, and in the name of repairing his injuries, he rejected their repeated offensive proposals. But now things are getting more and more out of control. There are many mysteries, clouds and mountains, and if this continues, they don't know what the situation will develop. Retreat. That is to cancel the cooperation with Zero, turn it into an enemy, and demand that Thailand suspend trade with the territory and cut off its economy. But in this way, many participants in the investment conference will suffer losses. Not only that, but also they will turn their faces directly with Zero. Although they are not afraid, they are very unwilling to return to their previous confrontation. I think it's better to strengthen cooperation. It won't do us any good to take two shots. Deputy Chief Tang Qing insisted. You said that it is easy. They keep pushing 3 and blocking 4. They don't cooperate. Obviously, they don't intend to submit to us at all. Such a white-eyed wolf will grow bigger and bigger, the harder it will be to clean up. I still think we should ride on their wings. Wei Feng, cut off their economic and trade directly to show our strength. Otherwise, even if the negotiation is half a year later, there will be no progress. Another deputy chief is a resolute, do it if you don't agree faction, if it really pushes them back. Tang Qing has mentioned this issue several times today. This is the main reason why today's meeting has been held until now. If it is pushed back, all of them will have a faint feeling. Themselves there will be a lot of trouble. I feel that the source is unknown, but this kind of dark cloud is lingering. There was silence again below. This is a difficult choice, and it's hard to see the dawn of reunification. If it is so extinguished, everyone will feel a pity. The worst result is something that everyone here is unwilling to accept. No one dared to be openly responsible for this matter. Only the big boss in the first place can. Having been in charge of Burmese for many years, the spirit of the old man slowly became modest. He wanted to coordinate the interests of all parties, but it was a brain work. Seeing the following are waiting for his final verdict, he was also a little brainstormed, and he was not advancing either. Retreat is not the case. Do we still have to maintain the current situation? But he is not reconciled either. But things still need to be resolved, otherwise, today's will be undecided. The old man sighed. No matter, let's watch the changes first. That is our territory. This is internationally recognized. Although we don't have actual control rights, it will be ours sooner or later, and no one will be able to separate it. Therefore, they have developed well over there. From now on, it will be our achievements, but they are really a bit uncontrollable. In this way, we still maintain the original plan. No, speed up the action plan. It doesn't matter if they don't move. We can only forcefully open up the passage on our own. The preparation time is half a year to a year. We step up to penetrate there and give you plenty of time to prepare. This action must be successful and not allowed to fail. The principle is set. That is, hit. The last decision was to prepare with both hands. Prepare for the battle by yourself and persuade the territories to join together, but now it is only prepared with one hand, and they fight by themselves. Just after the big guys from Yangon finished their meeting, Tang Qing learned the news soon. What he got was the content of the conversation throughout the meeting, listening to the malicious and coveted people in the territory, as well as the YY disposal plan for Zero, as well as future economic planning. Tang Qing showed a sneer on his face. Nima, you guys really are prophets. I want to shoot when I see good things. I don't care about people's feelings. I'm really crazy, but it seems that Myanmar is really poor and crazy now, and the foreign exchange reserves are only about $1 billion. It even owes a lot of foreign debts. It can be said that it is indeed a bit poor. But what does this have to do with Tang Qing? It's not that he made Burmese poor, it's the poor ability of those who are in power. In a country with abundant resources and a large number of people, Nuada was made into this way. Even if there was little sense of existence for more than 10 years, Tang Qing didn't want to say anything anymore. After reading the information, Tang Qing entered the command room, directly ordered, Tang Yi, pay close attention to the developments in Burma. They have to find ways to stop any plans for the territory. If necessary, they can find some trouble and delay for a while, and think about it for half a year to a year. Ready? Haha, let them dream. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi replied. The order was issued immediately. It can be expected that any preparations made by Burmese will be very unsatisfactory. From the conversation just now, They know that their basic strategy is still so old-fashioned. They send a large number of people over to collect information, destroy them when necessary, and at the same time discuss or monitor the two forces between them. If you don't give up the money, then you can only fight. It's a pity that their plan is wonderful. For the general forces, this plan is absolutely useful, but for the territory, it is basically a clown acting, which can only make everyone happy. Tang Yi, how is the penetration of surrounding forces? Tang Qing asked again. Commander, the main task has been basically completed. Kai Su has completed the control, and the other two forces have also completed the layout. They can take these two places within 2 hours at any time. Tang Yi replied. Before, these two forces, Tang Qing, were originally prepared to let the fighters quickly replace the position of the leader, but after thinking about the short-term action should not be too large, he decided to change to deterrence. Let them wave for a while, and wait until, if necessary, replace them or merge into the territory. Kai Su had already been imprisoned by the soldiers, and he was entertained with delicious food and drink every day. He was in good spirits. He tried to escape several times and was easily caught back. Kai Su had no more interest. At the same time, in Kai Su's site, various minerals have already entered the development stage, and cement roads have been built. However, they are all developed by talents. Many interested people have noticed that only recently has rarely appeared on the site. Before the public, the orders were issued by the new deputy chief. Although many people have guessed, they dare not say anything, so as not to cause trouble. Even in order to look a little more normal, everyone is in a hostile relationship, and the junction of the two sites is still the same as before. They are heavily guarded, restricting the passage of everyone. However, it is not completely blocked, but a permit is required. Like visas from various countries, the territory must be approved before they can work in the territory and purchase goods. This time, many people are happy. At the beginning of this month, a large number of laborers in the Tsaisu territory began to register, apply for passes, and prepare to go there to make money. This is also the effect of the territory's propaganda, because the labor force in the territory is really a bit tight now. At present, although flowers are still being planted in Tsaisu's site, they have not sold any of those things because, due to improper operation, an accident occurred, which caused a refinery workshop to bang. It's gone. A lot of people were injured. I just looked at the melon-eating crowd who stayed aside, and all I thought was, will the refining of this thing explode? Who are you bluffing? And only one was blown up, and all production was stopped due to potential safety hazards. This reason. It's far-fetched. So far no one has come forward to explain. Anyway, territory strategy is, believe it or not, I believe it anyway attitude. Subsequently, what made them even more surprised happened, that is, the circulation of Asian dollars is allowed here. Asian dollar? What does this thing come in for? What is the use? Will it become waste paper someday? People have all kinds of worries, which also cause their exchange volume to be very small, and they haven't really accepted it. However, Tang Qing didn't expect to exchange how much. The next day, Tang Kai drove quickly to Bangkok in the car early in the morning, ignoring a drink with Wang Sa, because tomorrow Tang Qing will return to China. Of course he will go back to get together, and the business here is finished, and the factory business is not necessary. Tang Kai was worried, and naturally someone under his hand would do it. In the afternoon, Tang Kai hurried back to the villa. Walking into the living room and listening to the rapid piano sound on the second floor, Tang Kai knew that Tang Qing was playing the piano again. Since Tang Qing's musical talent was discovered, Tang Nyener has been pulling Tang Qing's learning from this and that all day long, and it is bound to give him all his skills before he leaves. Originally, Tang Qing only wanted to learn the piano, but when Tang Nyener saw such an excellent student, how could she let it go? In the end, Tang Qing couldn't resist the water spirit, with big eyes with a hint of resentment. Grind your teeth, FCK, learn. Brother learns fast anyway. As a result, under the gazes of Tang Nyener and the others watching the monster, Tang Qing's instrument skills soared, and soon caught up with Tang Nyener. He left her far behind. It is no exaggeration to say that the inhuman hand speed can dominate the piano industry without saying anything else. Tang Kai slowly walked upstairs. The piano sound is very pleasant, and even a layman like Tang Kai knows the name of this piano piece, to Alice, a piano piece composed by Beethoven, which has been widely spread. Brother, okay, I'm finished recording. Tang Nian's voice came from the music room. Really, just record a tape and listen to it. You can also record a video. Don't upload it to the internet, you know. Tang Qing got up and said, and Tang Nian pestered her to record a piano music video this afternoon. For 2 hours, from difficult to easy, they were all songs that Tang Nian particularly liked. A dozen of them were recorded, and they were said to be kept as a memorial, but Tang Qing did not refuse. He reminded Tang Nian not to post on the internet, not for fear of being known by others, but for fear of being known that his video cannot be posted, because without his permission, the longest existence of his videos and pictures or personal information. The time will not exceed 3 minutes. I know. I will just keep it for myself and study it. Tang Nian smiled and carefully put away the camera. At this moment, she looked up and found Tang Kai standing at the door, happily shouting, "Dad, you are back." Others also looked at the door. Among them are Feng's son and Li Kai, who have already had a face of no love in this life. They have to sigh again that compared to people, Nima, the gap is sometimes bigger than that of people and pigs. Well, just arrived, you bullied your brother again, right? Tang Kai walked in the door and smiled. Why? I just recorded a few videos. My temperament when playing the piano is better. It's almost as if I have integrated into the tune. It's just a pity. Only one song has reached that level. Dad, I will go back in the future. We want to watch it. It's great to be able to watch this when he is. Tang Nian shook the camera in his hand. Tang Kai thought so. He and Tang Qing can't see each other often. It's okay to take them out occasionally to see how good the children of the Tang family's generation are. Go out and sit. Tang is tired from playing. Great. Come to the living room. Second uncle, how are you doing this time? Tang Qing asked knowingly. Speaking of harvest, Tang Kai happily came, and the exhaustion after sitting in the car for a day seemed to disappear. He happily said, very well, this time I have gained a lot of knowledge. I didn't expect that Leader Zero would be able to produce high-tech mobile phones and the like products, but there are people doing this business, and I'm lack of skills, so I didn't fight for it. This time I invested almost $12 million and set up 3 factories. Basically, I only need to pay for production and market worry. Tang Kai kept introducing the experience of this investment promotion conference. Tang Qing is nothing. The money is drizzle, but Li Kai and Feng's son are scared by the large amount of money in that remote place. They smashed in $12 million, which is nearly 100 million yuan, is still a high-tech project. This courage is really not so big. That's good. I wish my second uncle a prosperous business and make a fortune. Tang Qing said, haha, it doesn't really matter whether the business over there makes money or not. To be honest, let's just say that the jewelry I bought these days makes more than 100 million yuan. The key is to make a good deal with that side. Relationships, there will be a steady stream of money in the future. Tang Kai laughed and said, this business is actually equivalent to not spending money. Can he be unhappy? Okay, don't talk about money or money. Tang, Joshua, think about what else you haven't bought yet. Yuman interrupted the chat that was full of copper smell. Hear the words. Tang Qing shook his head and said, no, I bought it all. Lin Joshua also shook her head gently. At night, it was another rich dinner. As a neighbor, even Tang Liang came to Tsingfan. Before he left, he gave Tang Qing and the others a small gift. Tang Liang could see that Tang Kai treated Tang Qing. The love of younger generations is naturally generous. A total of 100,000 renminbi worth of things are given away. What made Li Kai and Feng Sin fidget? These days, there are a lot of people visiting Tang Kai's house, friends, business partners, especially after Tang Kai has done a proxy sales business, especially Thai Chinese. I saw a few juniors, and I didn't have enough money to collect gifts. In the end, everyone received a lot of money, and the countless sums totaled tens of thousands. However, Li Kai and Feng's son only wanted things, and the money was given to Tang Nian. After dinner, Tang Kai asked Tang Qing to walk around the villa area and followed the 2 fighters dutifully. Since the 2 fighters showed amazing combat effectiveness, generally in the villa area, only these 2 fighters followed Tang Kai. At this time, like them, there are many people who come out for a walk after dinner, and they all say hello to each other. Tang, what are you going to do during college? Tang Kai asked suddenly when he walked to the square. University is of course going to school. Tang Qing said with a smile. I'm talking about business. Based on your learning ability, how difficult is it to go to those courses? I'm afraid that you won't finish all the courses in a few days. Tang Kai said in a bad mood. With this enchanting learning ability, Tang Kai didn't know what to say. In business, there are a few considerations. For example, I am planning to get involved in internet-related industries and movies. I don't have any clues about the others. Tang Qing thought for a while and replied. This is what he had long thought. Okay, during college, it's not fun to take classes honestly, so naturally I need to find something to do. However, he is not the main force of making money. The soldiers are the soldiers. Therefore, he can do what he likes and do some other business depending on the situation. He has no interest in the name of the world's richest man, anyway. It's where you want to do it. Movies? Entertainment circles? Tang Kai frowned. In his eyes, how could the entertainment industry be so messy? Second uncle, I just want to invest in science fiction and truly classic movies. I don't have the slightest interest in costumes, comedies, and children who are long in love with children. Sometimes I can run a trick or something. Isn't it very interesting? Tang Qing pretends to be, I don't know how to say. The entertainment industry is messy, don't mix with them. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing shrugged and said, I know, I just want to do something that I like. I am not interested in participating in the right and wrong, or being right and wrong. It is too difficult for China's movies to go abroad. I just want to try my best to make money. Still second, Tang Qing knows how chaotic the entertainment industry is. He has no interest in disturbing him. He has heard too much gossip from Li Kai in his previous life. Subverted Tang Qing's cognition. Since then, Tang Qing has always had an attitude towards celebrities. Never chasing stars, he can like the characters in the movie, can recognize the others' acting skills, but never want to understand and enter their lives, just work relations. That's good, you can hold it for yourself, the money is enough. Tang Kai asked instead. Enough? How could I be short of money? Tang Qing believes. Just scream. Hey, you probably owe a lot of money to your friend. If he wants it someday, my second uncle will give it to you. Tang Kai sighed. His nephew is talented, but he can also borrow money very well. But the ability to make money is seriously insufficient. Looking at the industries under his banner, he knows that basically he hasn't made any money yet, and many of them are waiting to be fed. He can only find a way to give Tianyin a little more consultation fees to relieve Tang Qing's financial pressure. Hearing this, Tang Qing was silent. I know. Tang Qing's heart was warm. This is a family. After that, the two walked 3 laps in the villa area and talked a lot. Most of it was Tang Kai talking about his life experience over the years, teaching business experience, and how to behave in the world. A lot of the experience at the bottom of the box is based on truth. In exchange for gold and silver. Tang Qing kept nodding to the side. With the system and warriors, although they can break through the sky with their strength, they can't always use the most extreme methods to solve problems. There are also business rules in business. Learn a lesson, you don't have to use it, but you have the right to do it. Self-defense. So late. They separated and went back separately. At night, Tang Qing practiced the 2 skills for another night. Although the progress was slow, he was improving every day. It was not boring. Now, his control ability was able to dive into the water. With the mind barrier and magnetic resonance, he can now move up and down in the water at will. To put it bluntly, it will be difficult to drown him in the future. It's just that the speed of movement is still very slow. After all, the resistance of water is not small. But if you want to fly to the sky, it is estimated that it will take a long time. July 11th, 7 in the morning, Bangkok Airport. Tang Qing and his group bid farewell to the second uncle's family. The emotional Lin Jiaxue and Tang Niner were both blushing. Yuman is no exception. She has no son. After this time of getting along, she has regarded Tang Qing as half a child. The more I like it, if it wasn't for Tang Qing to have Lin Jiaxue, it would definitely be all sorts of things for him to show his girlfriend. Brother, you are not allowed to bully Sister Jiaxue, otherwise I can't spare you. Tang Niner said to Tang Qing viciously. The reason why Tang Niner has so much resentment is because she found that Lin Jiaxue was so kind to Tang Qing. She was basically obedient, gentle, and virtuous, and she pitied a woman with a water-like personality. I know. I'll be fine with Jiaxue. It's getting late. We'll go in first, and I think I can video on the internet later. Tang Qing said. Hurry in. Remember to call when you get off the plane, Tang Kai said. Understood. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's hand and walked towards the airport with Feng Sun and Li Kai, who were carrying 2 large bags. After the consignment and security check, a few people drank some juice in the first-class lounge, and it was boarding time. They were naturally first class, and Tang Kai paid the bill. Get on the plane. Because I got up too early today, Li Kai and Feng Sun went back to sleep before they got on the plane. Fortunately, they both slept quietly and didn't snore. Otherwise, the flight attendants would come to influence people. Jiashue, are you sleepy, or do you also sleep for a while? Tang Qing said to Lin Jiashue on the right. Okay. Lin Jiashue was a bit airsick, but not too dizzy, but felt a little sleepy after the turbulence of takeoff accelerated. After speaking, she leaned on the soft chair and slowly closed her eyes. In summer, the temperature in the cabin was not low, and there was no need to cover it. Watching Lin Jiashue slowly fall asleep, Tang Qing also began to close his eyes and get calm. Of course he will not waste time sleeping, but is thinking about things, thinking about Chai Ren's purpose of looking for him, thinking about future development, thinking about the future of Myanmar Bank. Each one is not so easy to understand. More than 4 hours later, the plane landed at the Beijing airport. Looking at the fairly clear weather, Tang Qing couldn't help thinking of the smog in later generations. Not only the capital, but also major cities across the country have such troubles. Especially in winter, many cities frequently have severe weather pollution, threatening people's health. Tang Qing felt that this was a good business. Pollution control. It can make money and gain reputation, and the market prospects are broad. It is not only air pollution, water pollution, garbage pollution, etc., but also business. Now the country is still taking the road of pollution first, but wait until industrialization develops. In the later period, it will inevitably begin to pay attention to environmental protection, pay attention to health, and return to the green mountains and blue sky. Okay, this is a business that can be done. It's up to the gang of scientists to figure out a solution and come up with a complete set of pollution solutions, and then set up a company to do it, or find someone to do it in partnership. After all, the most important thing in this business is to win orders from governments and implement new ones. Pollutant emission standards. This is the fastest shortcut, so eating alone is a bit difficult, but you have to account for the bulk of the profits. It was such a happy decision. In the evening, we will exchange another group of scientists to tackle this project and strive to come up with a set of solutions and technologies that exceed the world's advanced level by the end of the year. By that time, he estimated that he had enough connections to handle this matter. Outside the airport, Chai Ren and his 2 bodyguards were standing there. Although he had a strong background, he was not as good as he could drive into the airport to pick up people. Fortunately for a private jet, he should wait honestly for a passenger plane. Boss, President Tang is here. One of the bodyguards pointed in one direction and said suddenly. Following what the bodyguard pointed at, Chai Ren saw 4 people approaching in the distance, and it was Tang Qing who was walking in front. Remember, don't call Mr. Tang these days, but Mr. Tang, Chai Ren urged. Now among the 4, Lin Jiashue still doesn't know about Tang Qing's property. It is inappropriate to call Mr. Tang. This is before Tang Qing. He said it. Tang Qing is going to the Shanghai stock market and then talk to Lin Jiashue about his industry. Understand. After the bodyguard finished speaking, Chai Ren greeted him with a big smile and shook his hand with Tang Qing. Brother Tang, it's been a long time since I saw you. This is my younger sibling. After finishing speaking, he looked at Lin Jiashue, who was being led by Tang Qing. What a woman with outstanding temperament, a young and old of his level. Looking at a woman is not looking at her face for a long time. Yeah, Master Chai, this is my girlfriend Lin Jiashue. This is a small landlord in the capital. He is a little capable. He was once a soldier. Just call him Brother Chai. Tang Qing introduced. Brother Chai. Lin Jiashue nodded and smiled. Chai Ren was very happy to be called. In the comm circle, there are countless women who call him his brother, but they are all because of his family, and they are not friends. But Lin Jiashue is different. It is like acknowledging a girl. It's just that Tang Qing's introduction made him smile. We are still a small landlord, and we have some ability. We are the direct line of the Chai family, so we can be regarded as a big landlord. Master Chai, These are my two best classmates, Li Kai and Feng Sun. You two will also call him Brother Chai. Tang Qing introduced again. Feng Sun and Li Kai called out quickly. Li Kai didn't think there was anything. After all, there were too many big bosses during this period. It's not like having a bodyguard, but Feng Sun is different. The one in front of you is Chai Run, the direct line of the Chai family. Children, even though Jiao's mother's natal family is a bit inferior. The first time I saw this second generation in Beijing, no, it was the third generation. He, the top second generation in Qingyan City, instantly withered. The last time I heard that Tang Qing knew Chai Run, when I saw it today, it was more than an acquaintance. Appears to be very familiar. Chai Da Xiao. Are these three words something ordinary people can call? It seems that Chai Run is still very happy, even a little bit. The meaning of flattering. But how could this be possible? Tang Qing had a little money at most, so how could it be compared with Quan? Feng Sun thought it was an illusion, so he quickly put this unreliable thought behind him. Brother Tang, the car outside is ready. I will take you to the hotel and have lunch together. I will take you around in the afternoon. Don't be polite to me in my sight. Chai Ren led the way after finishing talking. After getting in the car, a group of two Mercedes-Benz cars drove towards the city. It is now 2005. The traffic in the capital is far less urgency than later generations, but there are signs of congestion. There is no way. People are getting richer, cars are getting cheaper and cheaper, plus all over the country. The economic development of China is very uneven. Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are industrial clusters with advantages in scale. Many professions are basically useless if they leave these places. For example, shipbuilding has no other way but to go to the coast. Tang Qing also has no solution. This kind of centripetal force is basically unsolvable. Where there are many people, there are many opportunities. Where there are many resources, there are many people going. Capital, as the power center of the country, attracts people to go is an unstoppable trend. If at the beginning, it was possible to disperse various industries, engage in regional economy, plan what to do in this area, what to do there, and then build and develop based on it. Now, there is basically no solution, because the country has to concentrate resources. Only when the economic environment stabilizes and the export-oriented economy turns into a domestic demand-driven economy can this situation be truly broken. But that is 10 years later, and the time for large-scale inland relocation of industries is not yet ripe. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue sat in the back seat of Chai Ren's car, and Li Kai and Feng Sun sat in the back car. Chai Ren inherited the words of the people of Beijing, who can, especially the well-informed, well-founded, vivid, and unusual. It sounds like a joke, and it's quite interesting. Chai Ren also knows that Tang Qing speaks few words, and when he sees Lin Jiaxue, who is also less talkative, he will naturally shoulder the burden of adjusting the atmosphere. Fortunately, this is not the slightest difficulty for him, and it is not boring along the way. Nearly an hour later, a group of people came to a hotel on the edge of the second ring road. This hotel occupies a huge area and has a very special name. Autumn Palace. Tang Qing murmured. He had never heard of this hotel brand in his previous life. He thought that Chai Ren would take him to some international hotel, but he didn't expect it to be here. There must be something extraordinary about it. Seeing Tang Qing's expression, Chai Ren explained. Brother Tang, this is opened by a good friend of mine. This is the only one, and the consumption is not low, so it is not very famous, but the facilities inside are very good, and there is everything to eat, drink, and play. That's it. Tang Qing nodded. Subsequently, a group of people walked into the hotel, and the beautiful welcoming guests on both sides of the door respectfully shouted welcome. Tang Qing is nothing. Feng Sun had also seen the world, but Li Kai was so uncomfortable being shouted. Come to the front desk. Open the two best suites for me. Chai Ren said directly. As a frequent visitor, the waiter certainly knows Chai Ren and respectfully said, Okay, Chai shall wait a moment. She didn't say how much money, and the billing method here can be settled monthly, especially Chai Ren, who is impossible to repay the bill. All consumption is a matter of one sentence. Talk about how vulgar money is. After signing the order, Chai Ren handed over the two-room cards. Tang Qing looked at the words Tianzi Fangchun on the card. It was quite retro. Tang Qing laughed. This hotel is quite particular. No presidential suite came out. Are there land-type houses and herringbone houses? Brother Tang, you go and put your luggage first. I'll go order food, and we'll have a good drink later. Chiron interrupted Tang Qing's thoughts. Okay. After speaking, a few people went to the 8th floor, and under the guidance of a beautiful waiter, they came to the so-called Tianzifang. How many Tianzi rooms do you have? Tang Qing asked curiously. Hello, there are a total of 12 celestial rooms in our hotel, Autumn Palace, corresponding to the 12 earthly branches. You live in Xian, and the 2 guests live in Shan. The waiter warmly introduced. Tang Qing nodded. It's quite interesting. To spend 12 places, either the owner of the hotel is arty, or he is really knowledgeable, or he is still a literary youth. Sir, your room is here. When he came to a room, the waiter made a gesture of asking. Hearing this, Tang Qing looked up and saw the big gilt word Qin written on the concierge. The font reveals a touch of domineering. After Tang Qing clicked on it, this stroke has a good background, and he thought it was from the master hand. You follow the waiter to put things in your room. Tang Qing turned to Li Kai and said to them, watching the waiter continue to walk forward with the 2. Tang Qing took out the card and swiped it, only to hear a beep, and the door opened. Walk into. What you see is a huge living room with large floor-to-ceiling windows. Like Xingtang's office, the one-way coated glass can not only see the inside out, but also weaken the dazzling sunlight, which is very practical. After that, putting down his luggage, Tang Qing turned around. The master bedroom and the second bedroom have 2 rooms, each with its own bathroom, and a recreation room where you can play cards, play billiards, sing, and be luxurious. This is probably the equivalent of a presidential suite. Watching Lin Jiaxue walk towards one of the rooms, Tang Qing hurriedly followed with his luggage. What are you doing? Lin Jiaxue was taken aback by Tang Qing's behavior. Living together, Tang Qing said with a smile. You didn't mean college talent. Lin Jiaxue blushed and couldn't say anything. Yeah, but I don't do anything. I just want to hug you to sleep. Tang Qing said with a serious face. He was telling the truth, nothing crooked, but suddenly remembered that this is the same as the future. Look, it's the same as just rubbing. It always feels weird. Speechless. Strange thinking jump. Really? Lin Jiaxue asked. Tang Qing patted his chest and said with an awe-inspiring righteousness. Of course, believe me, we have been here for so many years, just over a month for me. What am I going to do? Walk around, pack up, and eat. Okay then. Lin Jiaxue hesitated for a while before agreeing. To be honest, this should be the first time they slept in a room after middle school. They used to be neighbors in the village. They were close to home. They often huddled together. Thought of this. Tang Qing felt funny. When I slept with Lin Jiaxue when I was young, Lin Jiaxue got up first, and then used various methods to pull up Tang Qing, who was lying in bed. Thinking about this, it was childhood. After speaking, the 2 entered the master bedroom. Tang Qing took a look. Good guys. This bed is so big. I completely lost the word proportion. It was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. When I slept on it, I couldn't turn to the side no matter how I turned over. And, your sister, where did I want to go? Get rid of certain dirty thoughts. Be serious. Subsequently, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue began to pack their luggage and took out personal belongings. But after Lin Jiaxue was busy, Tang Qing was checking each room for eavesdropping or monitoring devices. Defenses cannot do without. During this period of time, he knew how effective the spy equipment of the mall was, but he didn't want to be treated like that by others. If he capsized the ship here, Nemo would be too embarrassed. Tang Qing kicked his hand into his pocket. Next moment, an iron square the size of a mobile phone appeared in his hand, with only a button on it, and it was not light in weight. Tang Qing immediately pressed that button. This was modified by the group of scientists based on the anti-spyware equipment that appeared in the mall last time. It can detect the position of all electronic components 50 meters around. Even if the electronic components are not working, they can perceive it. Black technology. After pressing, nothing happened. The small box and the Autobot were not deformed, but the miniature device inside was activated and started to work. 5 seconds later, only a click of a mechanical turning sound from the iron block was heard. It was extremely small, and most people could only hold it. I can hear you. Tang Qing knew that this was the result of the test. Immediately, this thing was thrown into the warehouse of the mall by him. Because all the products designed by the scientists submit drawings and specific parameters to the system, the mall can produce and sell them. As the products produced by the mall, it naturally also provides storage services. In fact, if the mobile phone and MP4 in the territory are put in the mall, their output will not be online. Isn't it possible to get rid of the factory restrictions? How could Tang Qing not expect such a big function? It's just because, if you do that, it's really unclear now the production equipment of the core components of the mobile phone and the technology are not clear if you can't even say the source of the mobile phone. It's cleared, you don't have a factory, or a small factory produces tens of millions of electronic devices every year. Isn't it troublesome? Do you really think of everyone's IQ as the brain-disabled level? Therefore, the factory, it is necessary, because it also involves the later technical provision. Tang Qing did not choose to produce by the mall, only as an emergency measure, and the mall only provides industrial products with technical content and cannot sell raw materials. Therefore, Tang Qing can only rely on the procurement company to do it. Mall is the last resort, specially used to set the universe, usually will not be used indiscriminately. Just then, a text message appeared in his mobile phone. Boss, there is no monitoring and eavesdropping equipment in this room. The command room received the information sent back by the small box, then immediately analyzed it, and finally sent the result to Tang Qing. Seeing that there was no problem on the text message, Tang Qing immediately deleted the message. No problem. If there is a problem, he will make the other party unable to eat, no matter what kind of monster you are, and if you dare to make an idea, be prepared to pay the price. The two finished packing. After receiving a call from Chai Ren, Tang Qing called Li Kai and Feng's son to the big box on the second floor. The box's name was also a bit interesting. The name of the box was Suyu. In Chinese, Suyu means a moment and a short time. Is it a reminder to cherish life? You can't just ask people to eat quickly. There is no such thing as rushing customers. At this time, Chai Ren and his two bodyguards have already ordered the dishes and waited. There is an elegant piano sound in the box, and the decoration style is full of Chinese classical charm, which has a unique sense of beauty. Seeing Tang Qing, Chai Ren quickly got up, but he now looks at Tang Qing differently. As a friend of his mysterious partner, Tang Qing's weight has become heavier with the passage of time. Compared with that cold-hearted and almost inhuman partner, Tang Qing obviously it is much easier to get along with. Although they have been working together for so long, the relationship has not progressed much. Except for the last time he saw him, he has never seen that agent since then. It's not good to be cold, seeing that Tang Qing and Ji Qing has such a big family home. Tang Qing and his friend must have a very good relationship. Think of the content of cooperation during this time. Chai Ren sweats a little forehead. In his opinion, the behavior of this partner is too cruel to Nima. It's just a matter of disagreement. The minerals that he assigned to the African Union Mining Group are all problematic minerals. He has the right to develop, but he can't mine at all. The local forces either open their mouths or prevent him from mining at all, and in some places they are even in war. He originally thought that the behavior of this black prison in the Gangwa coal mine last time was just to show off his strength. It must have been a waste of energy, but the next cooperation refreshed his three views. It also allowed him to see how black the black prison is. Every time, after the minerals are assigned to the African Union Mining Group, within a week, things will be fundamentally changed, and local obstructive forces will either obediently agree to mining or change a leader to agree to mining, either was annihilated by the side forces, and then agree to mine. Such simple and rude behavior. It really scared Chai Ren to pee. Such a harsh and unscrupulous behavior made him worry for a long time, for fear that something would be caused by the black prison and be reported by those forces and cause international disputes. However, just as the black prison promised at the beginning, in exchange for 49% of the shares of the Africa Union Mining Group, the black prison is responsible for clearing up all the troubles caused by it. Just at the end of last month, one of the cooperative mines is located in Tanzania. He heard from the Chinese person in charge of the mines at the time that a local counselor came up to threaten to ask for money after learning about it. Otherwise, he was also urgently informed about the incident because of the media leaks. Then, there's no after that. The local counselor was arrested for corruption and bribery 2 days later. This is not an isolated case. All the people or forces who coveted the group's minerals somehow died, were injured, or were taken care of by their insiders, and then returned to calm again. As if nothing happened. All this shows the power of this black prison. Those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. It is more than domineering. This incident was immediately reported to his father by him, but he was shocked by his father, so there was today's meeting. The main purpose was to deepen the relationship with Tang Qing. This is important for their family's business in Africa. Even the country's industry is very good, but now his father has not reported. These are still confidential. Need to investigate for a while. Brother Tang, come sit down, how about it? The Tianzifang here is not bad, right? Chai Ren took the initiative to help Tang Qing pour tea, nicknamed a friend from afar, happy. This made Tang Qing feel a little uncomfortable, so attentive. She wanted a lot. Yes, the decoration is very good, but I'm not used to staying in hotels. Tang Qing said bluntly. He is also a bed lover, and he has a bit of a personality that doesn't know whether it is a cleanliness. That is, he doesn't like staying in hotels. It feels that those beds have been slept by many people, and he feels weird, not sleeping securely. No matter how small the nest is, as long as it belongs to him, there is a sense of belonging. And love the bed. Chai Ren teased. He doesn't feel this way, as long as he is clean. A little bit. Tang Qing said. Then Chai Ren immediately ordered the waiter to serve the dishes. After sitting down, Chai Ren opened the mouth and said, Brother Tang, why don't you come to the capital to go to school? This is pretty good in every aspect, so you have to go to the Shanghai stock market. I think the Shanghai stock market is pretty good. The most important thing is that our family Joshua wants to go, and I will follow her. It was time to spread dog food again, and Tang Qing looked at Lin Joshua next to her. Brother Tang is really a lover, younger brother and sister. You have to be optimistic about him. Chai Ren sighed. Yeah, Lin Joshua said softly. She couldn't help feeling a little happy when she heard the word siblings. Tang Qing quit, pretending to be dissatisfied. Master Chai, what do you say? Am I that kind of person? Chai Ren haha said. Yes, I was wrong. My mouth is stupid this way. I will find myself 3 glasses later. How about drinks? I know you don't like to drink. Hee. Komori, you're going to be in Mizuki, didn't you go to college? Looks like you have a good grade. After playing the chicken thieves, Chai Ren turned his head and said to Feng San, chatting. Naturally, he wanted to bring everyone in. There is some relationship at home. Feng San's face was a little embarrassed. Facing Chai Ren, he could only tell the truth. Oh, whose relationship? Chai Ren curiously asked. It is no ordinary relationship to arrange a foreigner with insufficient grades into Shuemu University in the capital, at least at the provincial level. Well, my brother-in-law serves as a director of the Ministry of Education. Feng San said honestly. What's the last name? Chai Ren asked again. There are many directors in the capital, very many, but when he grows up, he has dealt with a lot and listened to a lot of gossip. At least 1/5 of the directors remember the last name. His last name is Do, Feng San said carefully. Chai Ren remembered this person's message within 3 seconds after hearing it. People from the Chui family? Chai Ren said. Yes. Feng San exclaimed in his heart when he didn't expect Chai Ren to be able to judge who's the person. It turns out that there is still this level of relationship. Yes, you can be regarded as a half-circle insider, if you have something to say in the future. Chai Ren smiled. As long as it is not an opponent, then it is not a big problem. Thank you, Brother Chai. Feng San said excitedly. He is a person who wants to be in politics, and he attaches great importance to the network. With Chai Ren's words, many things will be extremely easy to handle in the future, especially for the ministries and commissions entering the capital. It is not difficult to operate from both parties. Too high. Li Kai heard the conversation between Feng San and Chai Ren truly. He was shocked when he knew Feng San's father was a senior official of the Qingyan municipal law. At this time, another minister appeared to be a half-level higher than his father. Uncle. Li Kai looked at Tang Qing again, and then looked at it as if it had a very good relationship. Chai Ren, who didn't even care about a director, felt a little dizzy. Xiaomori is polite. We will all be friends from now on. Before he finished speaking, Chai Ren's phone rang. Wait a minute. When he took out his cell phone, Chai Ren's expression changed instantly. He immediately pressed the answer button and smiled bitterly. My dear, what's the matter? Obviously, this was the call from her daughter-in-law. Where are you? There was a cold female voice on the phone that other people couldn't hear, but for Tang Qing, it was just like holding a phone and listening. I'm inviting a friend to dinner. Chiron kept smiling and couldn't persuade him. Which friend? Asked the other side. You don't know. Chiron replied, facing Cha Gang. He was helpless. Okay, I don't care about your friends. I just finished an operation, and I am going to eat soon after starving to death. In the afternoon, a classmate of mine came to Beijing. I want to accompany her to play, and she also wants to see you. This you will arrange things. A long list of borrow across. This? Okay, I just happen to take these friends to play together. Chiron hesitated and agreed to. One is his fiancée, and the other is that he wants to deepen the relationship. Tang Qing, why not be together? Anyway, we will meet sooner or later. Great. After speaking, with a beep, the other side hung up the phone. Chiron's face was embarrassed, and the vigorous mood just now was shot apart in an instant. Sister-in-law's phone number? Tang Qing asked with a smile. He had known from Chiron's investigation report that Chiron had a fiancée. He didn't conduct a thorough investigation of what he called. It was just that Mu Jian's wife said Xiaoxi at the time. Thinking of Mu Jian, Tang Qing felt so funny, a very funny person, hoping that he would not spoil the red wine. Well, she is going to take her classmates to play in the capital in the afternoon. It just happened to be a coincidence to go together in the afternoon. Chiron nodded. Are you and your sister-in-law getting married? Tang Qing asked knowingly. Yes, on September 17th, we will have a wedding. You and your younger siblings can have a drink when you get it. Chiron Xiang said with a smile. Although his wife is pretty, her personality is a bit cold. He can only pray that his married life can change her. Okay, you reimburse the ticket anyway. Tang Qing joked. Haha, no problem, you just need to come. Chiron laughed. After a while, the dishes were ready. Everyone started eating. Tang Qing didn't expect Chiron to order a lot of seafood like Lu Gan last time. However, it has been more than half a month since the last time he ate the seafood he brought out, and the feeling of strong contrast has faded. Therefore, everyone is eating with relish. This meal, it is estimated that tens of thousands of dollars are gone. The host and the guest had a great time. After a meal, each went back to the room to clean up. Chiron took a group of people to meet with his fiancée. Along the way, Chiron briefly introduced his fiancée, named Zhan Shi, Ph.D., who worked at the 301 hospital in Beijing after studying abroad. This hospital has another name, General Hospital of the People's Liberation Army. Like Chiron, they both belonged to people who didn't want to be restrained by marriage so early. They dragged and dragged them. In the end, they looked like the bosses were not too young. Chiron was 27 and Zhan, she was 28, so the two were made up. I have known love for more than a year, and finally come to the palace of marriage. Their meeting place is the entrance of the Forbidden City. On the way, Chiron kept receiving phone calls from Zhan Shi, because Zhan Shi and her classmates had arrived early, so they waited for them. Facing the urging of their fiancé, Chiron showed strict wife control and kept coaxing Zhan Shi. Entrance of the Forbidden City Meridian Gate. Two beautiful women stood there, holding umbrellas and wearing sunglasses, chatting. In the summer, wearing very cool, denim shorts not knee-high, but attracted the attention of passers-by. But here is the capital, at the feet of the emperor. Naturally, no hooligans or rich people came up to harass the two of them, so as not to get into trouble for no reason. Cici, don't hurry, he must be on his way, said one of the women. The one called Shi is of course Zhan Shi. I know, I just don't like him and throw us here for friends. Anyway, there are not many good people among his friends. Maybe it's a good friend this time. Miao Ru, a classmate of Zhan Shi, smiled. Then bet, if it's Hupengo friends, please invite you for dinner. It's not just me. Zhan Shi played a game that the two often played in high school, betting, but it used to be a bet on things like scraping noses and rubbing faces. No problem, anyway, it is not allowed to exceed 1,000 yuan, otherwise my little purse can't stand it. Miao Ru hugged her bag and said stingy. Okay, as long as there is free food. Zhan Shi smiled. You don't necessarily win yet. Miao Ru said in an angry manner. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Zhan Shi believes, Chiron's friends, there are few serious friends. It is not that he is unwilling to make serious friends, but the influence of the circle. When people have many resources, how many one can control without crossing the boundary? Fortunately, Chiren's style is not bad. He used to be a soldier, and he was self-disciplined and motivated. Otherwise, Jianxi would not agree to this marriage. Looking for a second-generation dude, she is unwilling to die. If you win, I should be worried. Don't worry. Miaoru caught Jianxi's speech ill. Don't care about these details, it's stingy. Jianxi waved his hand. Yes, Miaoru was speechless. Just as Jianxi's voice just fell. I saw Chai Ren leading Tang Qing through Tiananmen Square and to Wumen, which was the entrance of the Palace Museum. See Jianxi, Chai Ren said. I'll go there first, and then quickly trot over, and the two bodyguards immediately followed. Tang Qing, who watched this scene, laughed, but still gave a thumbs up. Is a man. If it were him, Lin Jiaxue would be far away, and he would rush over in a hurry. This is love. Seeing Chai Ren, who was sweating profusely, Jianxi said angrily, Why did you come here? What kind of fox friends are you accompanying? For dinner. Yu Guang looked at the students of Tang Qing and his group in the distance. The childishness is still not removed. Jianxi really can't say the remaining two words. Chai Ren was taken aback and quickly explained, My dear, don't talk nonsense. This time they are really serious friends. They are from other places. I specially invited them to Beijing to play. Don't neglect others. His friends are here. The person who saved my life this time. Wolves and kidnapping. This kind of thing is not easy for him to talk about, but he can still talk with his fiancée, but he didn't elaborate, just said that he was in danger and was rescued. Hear what Chiren said. Jianxi quickly put away the dissatisfaction on his face. Chiren didn't elaborate on the process, but it was a fact that he was saved, and it seemed that Tang Qing didn't look like a serious person. Otherwise, his two friends would not follow behind alone, at least one person. A companion who looked around as if he had never seen the world before. Well, let me believe you this time. Jianxi believed in his heart. Cici, you have to pay this time, haha. Don't tell me about this soon. Miaoru won, very happy. Jianxi quickly introduced. My fiancé, Chai Run, is doing a mess of business. This is my high school classmate, Miaoru, now teaching at Fudan University in Shanghai Stock Exchange. Hello. The two nodded in greeting. It was also the first time that Chiren saw Miaoru. He had never heard of it before, but Miaoru often heard about Chiren from Jianxi, a mess of small business. Miaoru smiled bitterly. If Chiren was in a mess of small businesses, there would be few people doing big business. Tang Qing and his party came over. Chiren quickly introduced them one by one. It's just that Chiren didn't introduce his profession, just his name. Then, Tang Qing had two more shouting elder sisters. Looking at Tang Qing, who was so handsome that Chiren was jealous, the two women liked them so much that they immediately confirmed their status as sister. Tang Qing could only shout twice with a wry smile. No way. Who told him he was young? He was still 10 years younger. Wouldn't he call his aunt if he didn't call his sister? Knowing that several people have just finished the college entrance examination, Jianxi's grievances have been completely calmed down. They are all children. What can she be angry with? And also learned that Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue are going to study in Fudan, Shanghai. Miao Ru is even more affectionate. Dezong. Even Jianxi put aside and started her performance. Anyway, it was all kinds of introductions and talks about finding her when she started school. Then, soon, Lin Jiaxue was dragged over. There were a bunch of 3 women. Seeing Lin Jiaxue was not talking, the two of them walked fast, whispering, and looked back at them from time to time. Tang Qing and Chiren followed. As a local snake in the capital, Chiren is quite familiar with the Forbidden City. As a tour guide, I will introduce what I see with unique characteristics, interspersed with my own opinions from time to time. You too, go shopping by yourself. Seeing Li Kai and Feng's son about to move, Tang Qing said, Okay, let's go there to take pictures. Tang Qing and Chai Ren are with 3 women and are not interested in going around, but the two of them are different. The first time you come here, you have to take a look freely. Well, if you have something to call, if we get lost, we will meet at Shenwoman. Tang Qing said. The Shenwu Gate is at the back of the Forbidden City, enters at the Meridian Gate, and exits from the Shenwu Gate. You can't lose it, you can't lose it. After speaking, the two left without a word, and to be honest, following Chai Run, they were really a little stressed. That's why Tang Qingning and Chai Ren were talking and laughing. The two of them really didn't dare to speak loudly. I couldn't help admiring Tang Qing's courage. Tang Qing distracted Li Kai, and also meant to chat with Chai Ren alone. Chai Ren was not stupid and knew immediately. Brother Tang, can you ask your friend out for a meal if you have the opportunity? Thank you for what happened last time. Afterwards, our cooperation was very pleasant. It made me a lot of money, but I never had the opportunity to thank him in person. Chai Ren stated one of the purposes, and it was his father who asked him to do it. Of course, neither of them reported any hope, but just wanted to inquire more about it. Tang Qing thought to himself, it really is. He shook his head lightly and said, it won't work in a short time. He has a lot of things to be busy. Africa is only part of his business. I think you know a little, even more than I know. Anyway, he is not so good. Tell me about work. Chai Ren was not surprised, it made sense. Well, it seems that I can't get out of this meal for a short time, haha. Chai Ren smiled. It's okay, he will be busy for this period of time, and maybe have time next year. Tang Qing gave Chai Ren a hope, and it is indeed not suitable to contact Chai Ren Duo now, because the power of the Black Prison is not strong enough, and he needs to maintain a sense of mystery. How can you say that you can meet if you want? Really? Chai Ren was delighted when he heard that there was a play, and he had an answer, especially if Tang Qing said it. He would not care about the word maybe in the words. Tang Qing said that at least 90% probability. Well, how is Brother Tang's business recently? Chai Ren changed the subject. It's okay. Thank Chai Xiao for getting me the CCTV advertising space. Now, I can finally make some money, but all the money I earned is invested in the new store. I want to make money. It's early. Tang Qing said nothing. You're welcome, it's just a little busy. By the way, the Tang brothers are not interested in investing in profitable businesses. Of course, Chai Ren knew that Tang Qing's companies had not made much money so far, and they were still investing heavily. He wanted after making good contact with Tang Qing. It is natural to help solve the urgent need. Sending some money is a good choice. But how to send them is very particular, and doing business in partnership is a shortcut. With the help of Tang Qing's friend, he can earn an extra 12 billion renminbi this year. This huge sum of money surprised his father. Strictly speaking, the dividends of the Africa Mining Group this year can be accounted for. After half of their family's business income this year, can they not take it seriously? Only then did they find a way to deepen the connection. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. The meat show is here. It seems. The Black Prison shocked Chai Ren too much. Oh, what business? Tang Qing asked. Real estate in Beijing. A few words popped out of Chai Ren's mouth. Tang Qing was shocked when he heard that the real estate in the capital is not shallow, and the benefits are huge. Everyone knows how expensive the real estate in the capital will be in the future. Chai Ren can play with him, but it is a good way to make money, and it pays back quickly. Tang Qing thought about it and agreed. This is a good business, but I don't know how much it will cost. Tang Qing asked curiously. He didn't have much money in his pocket now. How much money do you have? Chai Ren asked. Tang Qing smiled bitterly when he heard it. The last time he asked himself this question, he had already doubted his life countless times. Tang Qing muttered his personal information silently. Name, Tang Qing. Level 5. Experience, 1197/1600. Loan amount this month, 8/800 million. Personal quota this month, 1.6/1.6 million. Withdrawable assets, 104.49 million. Spirit, 509. Physique, 509. Origin value, 0. Add up to 1 billion yuan. And after deducting exchange rate arbitrage, only more than 4 billion yuan can be used, which is really not much compared to own assets. It is a pity that the Asian dollar cannot be exchanged for other currencies. Otherwise, his money will exceed tens of billions in minutes. However, even if it can be exchanged, Tang Qing will not exchange it, because then it will not be counted in the amount of currency issuance, and it is completely wasted. Looking at the billions of funds, Tang Qing feels like it is going to bottom out again. Looking at Chai Ren's curious face, Tang Qing smiled bitterly. I'm a bit poor recently, just over 4 billion yuan, or RMB. This is really not a pretense. For billion yuan, he really doesn't think it's too much. How many are there? Hear Tang Qing's answer. Chai Ren stopped, turned his head abruptly to look at Tang Qing, opened his mouth, a little dumbfounded. This sentence pierced his chest like a sharp sword, making him feel so frustrated. He wanted to say, "It's heartbreaking, old iron. Just over 4 billion. More than 4 billion. More than 1 billion. Multi-billion. Billion." This sentence kept echoing in Chai Ren's mind, and the word just was too special. He felt a little bit earthy. He thought that Tang Qing in front of him would only have tens of millions of dollars in his pocket. Not bad, because Shengtang Group recently took out a loan, and Tianyin took over the task again. All show that Tang Qing is a little short of money. However, this abruptly doubled dozens of times more than he estimated. "Are you sure it's not here to hit me? Brother Tang, where did you get the money?" Chai Ren asked stupidly. With such a large sum of money, he was not curious. Although he was a little bit suspicious of people's privacy, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Tang Qing said, "Of course it is earned. My friend is also proficient in financial management. He plays gold, oil, agricultural product futures, exchange rates, etc. Before borrowing some money from me, I will let him help make money." "Then you still have some money with him?" Chai Ren was even more surprised. "It's kind of not too much," Tang Qing said vaguely. In order to explain the future money, he had to tell a lie. Otherwise, there are no friends who always give money in the world. It's really stupid. "Then why don't you invest the 400 million yuan in it?" Chai Ren wondered again. He didn't make money and put it in the bank. He couldn't understand it all at once. "No, this is a qualification access system, and there is a capital operation limit. You can't invest too much. You can pay dividends once a month. Of course, you will only pay dividends if you make a profit. If you lose, you need to make up." Tang Qing continued to lie, perfected the logic a bit. Hear the words. Chai Ren stopped talking. He thought that Tang Qing had little money, but he didn't expect that he was even more tyrant than him. Chai Ren's money was basically replaced by an industry, as well as operating funds. Although the cash was more than Tang Qing, it could not be used indiscriminately. And Tang Qing's funds can obviously do whatever he wants. He will also send money to the card every period of time. He also wants to participate in this business. He is simply lying down and making money. It's a pity that he is not qualified now. If you can have a good relationship with Tang Qing, I will see if there is a chance to participate later. "Brother Tang, I thought you were short of money. I didn't expect to be so rich." Chai Ren smiled bitterly and didn't struggle anymore. Otherwise, his mind would definitely be unbalanced. Thinking about how tired he is to make money, buying mines all over the world, negotiating everywhere, and sometimes risking risks, he is often tired. But Tang Qing goes to school all day, accompanies his lover, wanders around, and can make money while lying down. He somewhat doubted whether he was the second generation or Tang Qing was the second generation. This is the winner in life. "You have no money without Chai," Tang Qing said modestly. "Haha. Okay. I happen to partner with 2 friends to develop real estate in the capital city. I asked them to discuss the details in the evening. You can just invest money and collect money in the future. It's the same as your friend." "No problem. 400 million is enough." Tang Qing stabbed again. "Enough, it should be enough." Chai Ren was speechless, feeling this guy can mobilize more funds. But think about it. Just her mysterious and powerful friend. Money, what a thing. "That's good. Let's go. They have gone far." After Tang Qing finished speaking, Chai Ren quickly walked towards the position of the third daughter. "Front. Sister Jiaxue, how long have you known Tang Qing?" Zhan, she said curiously, holding Lin Jiaxue's hand. "We have known each other since we were young, and we are neighbors in the village." Lin Jiaxue said honestly. "Envy you. Why don't I have a childhood sweetheart prince? I can only marry my husband now." Miao Ru muttered, but the color of happiness in his eyes showed that his marriage was quite happy. "Sister Miao is already married?" Lin Jiaxue asked. "Yeah, my eldest is not young. I got married 2 years ago. My husband is a classmate of my university. I plan to have a baby this year." Miao Ru said that his face was full of excitement. "I just got married 2 years ago, and I was tired and crooked, but I was not in a hurry to have children. Now that I am older, I am starting to be anxious again." "Really good," Lin Jiaxue said. "How can you be so good? When will you get married with such a good boyfriend?" Miaoru didn't have the consciousness of being a teacher at all. He was in college. What happened to falling in love? He said he got married after college. Lin Jiaxue whispered, "Well, don't you go to graduate school?" "No, you can go to graduate school even if you are married." What does Sister Joshua's family do? Miaoru asked casually. Do a little business. Lin Joshua also learned to be humble. The few people talked very happily. Lin Joshua took the initiative to say a few words from time to time. During this period of time, she saw many people Tang Qing had contact with, and she also found that her too introverted personality was really bad. Tang Qing's future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. As a wife, she naturally has to attend many occasions. If this is always the case, Tang Qing will definitely be ashamed. Therefore, she is also slowly trying to change, not to be a silly talker, just to go out and not to shame Tang Qing. Tang Qing likes what she has, but this is not the reason for her stagnation. After chatting and inquiring all the way, Zhanxi and Miao Ru have completely accepted Tang Qing and others as future neighbors or even their own students. The relationship between Miao Ru and Lin Joshua is progressing rapidly. More than 3 hours later, under the leadership of Zhanxi, I walked and stopped and basically visited the main attractions of the Forbidden City. To be honest, all the attractions in Tang Qingjua's country are the same. After seeing it again, the freshness decreases linearly, and the beautiful scenery in the promotion screen. It's the same when it comes to the scene. Sometimes, tourism, it's better to look at the picture. Leave the picturesque scenery in your imagination instead of destroying it on the spot. Came to Shenwoman. I saw that Li Kai and Feng Sun had been waiting there for a long time. In the Forbidden City, there are countless stories mixed in. There are no tour guides. This is just a matter of a few houses. It is really nothing to look at. Tang Qing smiled. The two people are considered white, and a few people walked up. You too. Next time you come to play and ask a tour guide to introduce it, it's boring to see it dryly. Tang Qing looked at the two and smiled. We just rubbed a team's tour guide, but we were kicked out. Li Kai smiled bitterly. It's fun to think of it. Just now, a tour group of a 7-person team. They went to the auditorium, and they were scared away by the look of the tour guide before they went far. You won't find one by yourself. Tang Qingbai gave him a glance. If that's the case, I might decide when to go shopping. Li Kai whispered. With this group of strangers there, the two of them discussed it and decided to come out early, so as not to go shopping inside, but also to wait for Chai Ren and a few girls. They didn't have the guts. When Tang Qing listened, she understood. Okay, let's go. Master Chai, where is it going? Chai Ren pointed in one direction and said, Over there, my people parked the car there. I will wait for a few ladies to get a car, and a few of us. I will drive, otherwise I can't sit down. Chai Ren said, Great. Afterwards, Chai Ren drove ahead, and the group came to the Quanjude store in Wangfujing. This is not far, just a few abductions. Good guys. It's this afternoon, there are just so many people. They originally bought them and took them away, but Chai Ren said directly that they would take them after eating. Fortunately, I booked a seat. Otherwise I have to line up, or I can only pack. Chai Ren said. Following the instructions of the waiter, several people came to a table. Tang Qing has never been here in his previous life, but the sense of anticipation in this life is really not strong. It is better than delicious, and there is no delicious food produced in the training area. This is to eat a name, eat something fresh. Really, the dishes are here. Under Tang Qing's almost abnormal taste buds, he quickly analyzed the ingredients inside. In this regard, he can only say, haha. He hastily shut down most of the sense of taste and kept it like an ordinary person. Okay, this frequency is okay. Old Tang, delicious, eat more quickly. Li Kai was unceremonious and started to eat. I won't eat anymore. Tang Qing grabbed the rolled up and ate it one bite at a time. It was just that the waiter who rolled it was too slow and not enough to eat. Forget it, let the soldiers learn how to do it. It's really bad to eat like this. What were you talking about just now? Zhanxi asked curiously. Seeing Tang Qing ate her mouthfuls, her appetite was surprisingly good, and her mouth was full of greasy bites. It's nothing. I'll be a tour guide, introducing the history of the Forbidden City. Chai Ren said, the cooperation thing is not suitable for talking with Zhanxi now. Really? Zhanxi questioned. She is not that easy to fool. It's true. Chai Ren had no choice but to raise his hand and send a 4. I believe you, Sister Joshua. You have to go back in a few days and let Chai Ren take you to play for a few more days. Zhanxi turned his head and said to Lin Joshua. I. Lin Joshua hesitated. Then she looked at Tang Qing and waited for his decision. She listened to Tang Qing. The two women Zhan Shi and Miao Ru also looked at Tang Qing swiftly, and their eyes were full of meanings. You don't agree to try. This, Brother Chai is so busy. How can he have so much time? Tang Qing wanted to go shopping on his own, and it was always bad to trouble others. Chai Ren has time, isn't it? Zhan Shi said as he looked at Chai Ren. Yes, I'm free. Chai Ren nodded hurriedly. Well, then I will bother you. Tang Qing had no choice but to promise. This family is so enthusiastic. Excuse me, if it wasn't for Chai Ren's newly bought villa that was still being renovated, I would take you to my house. By the way, where do they live? Zhan Shi asked again. Autumn Palace. It turned out to be Wansan. Okay. I won't have surgery the day after tomorrow. I'll go play together again. Zhan Shi said happily, and rest assured, Autumn Palace is not a mess. 1 hour later, this snacks was over, and I went out. At this time, the capital was not dark in the summer, and the sun was still hanging at 20 degrees. A few people went shopping in Wangfujing and bought some gadgets. They separated. At night, Miaoru lived in the house rented by Zhan Shi, but there were no less than 3 people living there. This is just right. If Lin Jiaxue was called away, Tang Qing wouldn't be dumbfounded. He finally made some progress. He could sleep with Lin Jiaxue. He didn't want to be ruined. After watching Zhan Shi and Miaoru go by subway, Chai Ren heaved a sigh of relief. Why didn't they take Chai Ren's car? It's just because they were too slow. Zhan Shi lived near the subway. Why did they take the car? Therefore, Chai Ren's the car was abandoned. Young Master Chai. Yes, he is a man. Tang Qing gave a thumbs up. Chai Ren smiled bitterly. You don't know what man is not a man. I'm really tired to deal with it. It's more tired than talking about 100 million yuan business. You have a backache when you stand and talk. Oh no, it's happiness, younger brother and sister. Don't let Zhan Shi know. Chai Ren immediately realized that Lin Jiaxue was also on the side, and quickly stopped talking. Lin Jiaxue covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue's hand and smiled. Haha, let's go, Mr. Chai. Let's go back to the hotel and have tea to relieve our greasiness. TSK. I just ate 7 or 8 pieces, which is a bit greasy. After finishing talking, I touched my stomach. Hearing this, Chai Ren looked at Tang Qing's slightly bulging belly, recalling the scene of his wolf devouring just now, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Tang Qing is simply too edible. It's just a snack in the afternoon. You can taste it. Fortunately, Tang Qing felt that he just came to eat. It's time to get tired of eating so much. Great. After that, several people returned to the Autumn Palace in the car. At this time, the sky was not dark, but I just ate some snacks, so the dinner was postponed. Chai Ren also quickly contacted his 2 friends and asked them to push back the dinner party after dinner tonight and come here quickly. He has to get things done quickly, and Tang Qing doesn't have much time here. Come to the lounge on the 3rd floor. Seeing that there are free computers to play, Li Kai and Feng Sun hurried over, partly because they wanted to play games and partly because they were very cautious with Chai Ren. This is often the case. The gap in status is one for most people. Can't step through the heart. Lin Jiaxue didn't think there was anything. She was there where Tang Qing was. With Tang Qing there was nothing terrifying. Tang Qing and Chai Ren were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lin Jiaxue is here, it is of course not talking about business matters, but Chai Ren is talking about his military career, talking about training, difficulties, and interesting things at that time. It sounds quite interesting. Okay. It's worthy of being a joke player, a bit of strength. If Chai Ren knew that Tang Qing's evaluation of him was a jump man, he didn't know how he would think about it. Seeing the curiosity in Tang Qing's eyes, Chai Ren spoke more and more vigorously. Unconsciously, 1 hour passed. At this time, it was already dark, and Chai Ren stopped. It's getting late. Let's go to eat first. What do you want to eat? There are Chinese, Western, Korean, Japanese, and Thai cuisines here. Chai Ren looked at his watch and stood up and said, I want to eat beef noodles, do you? Tang Qing thought for a while and said, I ate enough Thai food a few days ago, but Korean and Japanese foods are nothing to eat. It's better to have snacks. He wanted to talk about noodles, but don't embarrass the chef here. Beef noodles? Chai Ren was surprised. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Yes, it's good to eat something light these days. Tang Qing never admits that there was an ox-carrying cart that drove from the roadside in front of the Autumn Palace, just now. and it was not cheap and affordable. Well, let's eat beef noodles tonight. I haven't eaten this for a long time. Chiron also came in interest. Stop talking. Immediately order the waiter to serve beef noodles. Wait, one of the bowls uses a large bowl, such as a fish bowl. If it is too small, it will be troublesome for you to carry it around. Tang Qing stopped the waiter. Okay, sir, the waitress hurriedly said. After half an hour, looking at the big bowl of ramen in front of Tang Qing's eyes, with a thick layer of beef and various side dishes, everyone was shocked again. You are sure that you can finish it? You have just eaten snacks not long ago. Eat quickly. Tang Qing picked up the chopsticks and picked up the noodles. With a scream, his mouth was filled with noodles. Ramen is the best way to eat like this. Seeing Tang Qing eating deliciously. Although other people weren't very hungry, they felt that the ramen in front of them was delicious and started moving. So, the style of painting in this box instantly turned into a street restaurant, and all of them were eaten with relish. Old Tang, how come your appetite is so big? I'm growing up. Nonsense, you haven't grown taller. But I'm handsome. You are all friends. After a meal, seeing that Lin Jiaxue was a little tired, Tang Qing sent her back to the room. Li Kai and Feng Sun also went back to the room. The boat and the car were tired all day. It was dark. People would instinctively want to rest. But Chiron didn't leave. He still had to wait for the two friends. Go back to the room. Jiaxue, you go take a shower first. I'll watch TV for a while. Great. After finishing speaking, Lin Jiaxue turned and went back to the room, wondering if she was afraid of Tang Qing rushing in, and incidentally locked the door of the master bedroom. Seeing this, Tang Qing smiled bitterly. Am I that bad? Just then, Tang Qing's phone rang, and a text message, second floor for a while. Chiron sent it. Obviously, two of his friends arrived. Tang Qing walked to the door of the master bedroom. Boom, boom, boom. He knocked hard, lest Lin Jiaxue could not hear her. Tang Tang, what's the matter? The sound of the water stopped, and Lin Jiaxue's weak voice came from inside. Tang Qing said loudly, Jia. Shui, I'll go down here. Chiron has something to do with me. Then you go. Remember to close the door. Lin Jiaxue replied. I know. Finished. Tang Qing walked to the second floor, coming to the sudden moment. As soon as he walked in, besides Chiron, Tang Qing saw two people. One was the same age as Chiron, and the other seemed to be a little older than Chiron. Think about it. Even the second generation of Beijing can do this kind of business. Maybe it's a hairy boy in his early 20s. Those guys are still busy at school. However, Tang Qing is an exception. He does not participate in operations and does not need to be involved as long as he pays for it. Looking at Tang Qing, the two people who already knew his age were also surprised because Chiron didn't tell them that Tang Qing was so handsome. If Tang Qing were a star, they could be sure that just this face would be able to win fans. Countless. However, Tang Qing's temperament is not like the butter niche, but a mature and stable that is not weaker than them. Can't help but nod secretly. It deserves to be the partner that Chiron brought in temporarily. It's a bit extraordinary. Chiron didn't talk to them about Africa, but only talked about the name of the Sheng Tang group and Tang Qing's second uncle. After learning about Tang Qing's background, they also think that Tang Qing is qualified to participate in their business, money, and gathering people. This is the thinking of the upper class, rather than trying to get money in their pockets, which is only a secondary purpose. Take Tang Qing in, for example. Next time, if you want to buy top-quality jade jewelry, you can just find Tang Qing directly. If you want to invest in Thailand, Tang Kai, the richest Chinese man over there, can also play a lot of role. This is the main purpose of a circle cooperation. Brother Tang, let me introduce to you. This younger one is called Bao Kaiyu, and the older one is called Zhai Jihua. They are all insiders, and this is Tang Qing. Chiron introduced each other without any nonsense to introduce the background. Big brother Bao, brother Zhai, lucky to meet. Tang Qing and the two shook hands separately and smiled. Brother Tang, TSK, great. When I was your age, I was still fighting and playing sideways. Your brother bullied female classmates every day, and the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves forward. We are old, Zhai Jihua said with emotion. Time is not forgiving, especially when he sees young people getting more and more extraordinary. He has to sigh at the age of 30. Well, I'm just lucky, it's nothing. Tang Qing didn't want to be entangled with this issue, and entanglement would be a blow to others. Okay, sit down. You two go out first. Don't let people disturb us. Then, Chiron sent 2 bodyguards out. Some of his business can let them know the details. You can't. Yes. 2 bodyguards went out and guarded at the door. There are only 4 of them left in the room. Sat down, Chiron said. Okay, everyone is here. Let me just say, Brother Tang, before I discussed with the 2 of them that each person would invest 200 million yuan to set up a large real estate development company. I will come to a low price. To get the land, Brother Bao is responsible for the approval, Brother Zhai is responsible for the bank loan, and the shares are equally divided. Later I thought of letting you join in, but you are in addition to money. Speaking of this, Chiron paused. Of course, Tang Qing knows what it means, and immediately said, I am very grateful that big brothers can take me to play with me. I don't want to force the shares, but I can give them as much as I want. Tang Qing really didn't care. It's only a few 100 million yuan, and it doesn't feel much to him to throw it away. Not to mention that Chiron will definitely not let him lose if he is replaced with shares in a real estate company. Chiron was satisfied with Tang Qing's attitude. Knowing advances and retreats, okay. In this way, the 3 of us will still pay 200 million yuan each, accounting for 25% of the shares. How much can you pay, Brother Tang? Chiron suddenly remembered. What I asked today was how much money Tang Qing has, not how much money he can give. At most, for 100 million renminbi is not enough. If you are not in a hurry, there will still be 300 million in a week. Tang Qing said strangely, without realizing Chiron's thinking point. 700 million, the qualification to buy a capital real estate is a bit expensive, but it is not unacceptable. Then, the 3 were shocked again. Especially Chiron, almost jumped up in shock. A week later, there was 300 million. This is obviously a dividend from that friend, but it's so special. What business in the world can earn 300 million yuan in dividends a month? You can grab a bank. Let's grab dozens of them. Is it so profitable to play futures and exchange rates? Tang Qing also immediately realized that there was business in Chiron's words. Hastily clutched his forehead. Bye. Misunderstood. Well, looking at the 3 faces in front of him, Tang Qing still feels quite refreshed. Well, brothers, I thought 400 million was not enough. Then 400 million. How about it? Tang Qing said quickly. He really wanted to say that 700 million would be 700 million, but it hurts to think about 300 million spent in vain. Ahem. Chiron came back to his senses, looked at the 2 people around him, and said, I think it's okay. 400 million yuan accounts for 25% of the shares. What do you think of the 2? Bao Kaiyu and Zhai Jihua also calmed down, and after thinking about it, they agreed. This is equivalent to saying that they have earned more than 60 million out of thin air. In this era, it is a super large sum of money. In an instant, the 2 eyes looked at Tang Qing differently. Local tycoon. The moat is inhumane. This is their only evaluation of Tang Qing now. Seeing that Bao Kaiyu and Zhai Jihua agreed, Chiron was really relieved and finally pulled Tang Qing into his own interest circle instead of just the previous fate of several sides. As long as he has a good relationship with Tang Qing, he believes that he will benefit greatly in the future. Chiron happily said, well, since everyone has no problem with the equity distribution and the capital contribution ratio, then we will operate this matter as soon as possible. You should also know that there are a lot of real estate people in Beijing, and the background is very complicated. Although our respective families are very powerful, it is not too easy to bite a piece of meat inside. However, at least our starting point is high. Now the capital city is expanding outwards. Soon, the suburbs will definitely to become a city. These meets have already been topped by countless people, but I believe that with our joint efforts, everything is not a problem. After a pause, Chiron's nonsense was of course not addressed to Bao Kaiyu and Zhai Jihua, but to Tang Qing, mainly to explain to him how deep the real estate industry in the capital is and how difficult it is to participate. Don't have too much resentment for the extra 200 million yuan. Although Chiron felt that Tang Qing was very sensible and should understand, he had to talk about it. Seeing Tang Qing nodding his head in agreement, Chiron was also relieved, not making up this nonsense. Chiron went on to say, we have started to set up the company these few days. The company procedures are handed over to me, and we will settle it in 3 days. However, Your money does not need to be received within 3 days. It will be fine at the end of this month. There are still more than 20 days left. It should be enough for you to make preparations. After all, you don't need it now. I have also matched 3 pieces of land, all of which are old factories in Beijing, occupying a large area. I am responsible for contacting and purchasing to ensure that I get it. As for the conversion of industrial land to commercial housing land, as well as construction and sales approval, it includes brother, you do it. As for brother Zhai, don't worry about the loan. I'll talk about it when we take down these plots. Then I will find a new land to purchase with a loan. This billion RMB should be able to take down these 3 plots and then mortgage the loan. Buy new land. After listening to Chai Ren's words, everyone nodded and agreed. Next, several people discussed the name of the company again, and one person chose one. After voting, Chai Ren's Jingqing Huatian Real Estate received the highest number of votes and was unanimously approved. Subsequently, they discussed the details of the company, who will manage it, how to supervise it, dividend rules, and so on. Finally, at Chai Ren's suggestion, Tang Qing asked Tianyan to join him as a third-party finance company. The operating supervision company is responsible to the 4 shareholders of Jingqing Jinghua Real Estate within the scope of their cooperation, and the real estate company pays corresponding remuneration to Sky Eye. Yes, Tianyan has to recruit people again, and Tang Qing guesses that Do Jiao will call and talk about him again. See things finished. Seeing that it was late, Bao Kaiyu and Zhai Zhihua left in a hurry, because they were both family members. Unlike Chai Run, he will have a family in 2 months, so the two rarely stay away overnight. To be honest, when the two of them were young, what tricks and ways did they not play? Now they are all people in their late 30s, not hormonal eruptions in their early 20s, so they don't have much interest in going around looking for excitement. At this time, although there is still a bit of playfulness, but think about the homework of the children at home. The lovely daughter is arguing to see her father. They incarnate into the role of father in 2 moments. Master Chai, come on, this time next year, I can be ready to come and eat the full moon wine. Chai Ren will go home tonight, and will not live here. Tang Qing followed him to the car. I can't guarantee this. It's impossible to have children without getting married. Chai Ren didn't have a good heir, and he was pregnant in October with the full moon, 11 months. That is, 1 month before marriage. He had to make Zhanshi pregnant. Chai Ren didn't dare to think about the difficulty of this level, because he hadn't had anything to do with Zhanshi. Thinking about it, I felt awkward, but there was no way. On the one hand, he was busy all day as a dog, and he was responsible for the family. Mission, running around, thinking about a lot of things, not many empty space to think about men and women. Secondly, it is not in a hurry, and it is not that I have never touched a woman. I am in a hurry. Nothing is impossible, plan it out. Tang Qing said with a smile. Let's try our best. How many red envelopes are you going to pack? Chai Ren asked proudly about the red envelope instead. What is our relationship? How vulgar to talk about money. Tang Qing joked. Are you not talking about money? Are you going to come here again? Chai Ren was very cooperative. Angry said. Yeah, they are all fathers. I can't bear a meal after such a happy day. Tang Qing said naturally. Go. Make friends carelessly. You go back quickly and pay attention to safety. Otherwise, whoever's baby will be born first. When he walked to his car, Chai Ren made a final counterattack. However, Chai Ren was struck by this counterattack. Friends, goodbye. Finished. Tang Qing turned and left. Sighed. Ugh. Why hurt each other? Ha ha ha. See you tomorrow. Chai Ren laughed and pulled back around in a good mood. He really likes the atmosphere of chatting with Tang Qing. Followed by Tang Qing and disappeared at the entrance of the Autumn Palace. Chai Ren took the car and went home. After 1 hour, Chai Ren returned home. This is a heavily guarded compound. There are extremely strict security measures inside and outside. Monitoring, patrols, and police dogs are uninterrupted 24 hours a day. Obviously, they are all important tasks for living inside. Seeing the light on his father's study, Chai Ren knew that his father Chai Guoqiang was waiting for him. Come in. Walked into the study and sat on the chair opposite Chai Guoqiang. Is it done? Chai Guoqiang asked casually, not looking up. It's done. Tang Qing injected 400 million yuan in capital, accounting for 25% of the shares in the real estate company. Chiron replied. 400 million? He has so much spare money. Chai Guoqiang raised his head in surprise. Chiron nodded and said, yes. He said that his friend helped him invest in futures, gold, exchange rates, etc., and he would get dividends every month, so he could make a lot of money. He even said that there will be 3 more in a week. Billion. Want to come? This is what his friend helped him invest and earn. 300 million dividends a month. What do you think? Chai Guoqiang asked. I feel a lot better. Chai Ren smiled bitterly. 300 million yuan. Although not necessarily every month, but 1 year later, 1,800,000,000 yuan should not be a big problem. Otherwise, Tang Qing won't have so many. Money runs various companies. Chai Guoqiang's face turned black. Who asks you that there is not much money, but whether the business is legal and how it is made? Do you really believe that it is made from futures and gold? Chai Guoqiang glared at Chai Ren and said, I'm a little skeptical, but there is no trace showing the source of Tang Qing's money. Chai Ren had already checked Tang Qing's bank account, but found that there were only a few 100,000 yuan in the bank account under Tang Qing's name. Sheng Tang, there are hundreds of millions of yuan in the accounts of various subsidiaries, but that is the operating capital, and Tang Qing can really use only about 10 million yuan. As for the 4 billion yuan promised by Tang Qing, he has no clue at all. I want to hide it. Strange people, strange things. Chai Guoqiang bowed his head and muttered. Chai Ren said in a hurry, yes, I feel that both Tang Qing's friends and Tang Qing are a bit mysterious, and Tang Qing doesn't seem like a high school student, but sometimes she is silly and cute. Tang Qing. He must know something. Chai Guoqiang took off his reading glasses and tapped the tabletop lightly, making a sound of dong-dong. Know what? Chai Ren asked curiously. His friend's affairs, and the black prison in Africa, and even the unknown website Tongtian. Chai Guoqiang raised his head and listened to Chai Ren's eyes. Tongtian, what's wrong with this website? Chai Ren questioned. He remembered that he had logged in before, but it didn't seem to be a problem, so he hadn't taken care of it for a long time. So he was very confused when Chai Guoqiang mentioned it. Chai Guoqiang shook his head and sighed. You really don't pay attention to your partners. Didn't I ask you for the account of Tongtian last time? Do you remember the business inside? I remember. It seems to be currency exchange and information consultation and the task release of these 3. What's wrong? It's still very useful, but I don't need anything. Chai Ren thought for a while and said. Chai Guoqiang chuckled and said, hee. You, too. Your intelligence source is still too narrow. In your opinion, it is of little use, but you don't know what it has done in this period of time. Oh, what did you do? Chai Ren was very cooperative. Chai Guoqiang slowly said, I don't know about currency exchange. I haven't tried it. I tried it for information consultation. Generally, it's less important information, but it's useful for ordinary people. But the 3rd item of the task is released. Provoked a lot of things. Did you know that during this period of time, Tongtian has taken on a large number of debt collection tasks? Although not all of them are under the banner of Tongtian, but the behavior is the same, that is, to force people to pay back quickly and never fail. Debt collection agency? Chai Ren said in surprise, how can I still play the task release? It can also be said that the remuneration they collect for debt collection is 50% of the debt. As far as I know, their income will not be less than 1 billion yuan in the last month, and it may be far more than that. Chai Guoqiang added, so much. How do they collect debts? Threaten? Chai Ren exclaimed. Smart. Chai Guoqiang said the same as his son was white, but he was actually saying, you are not talking nonsense. If you honestly say with the debtor, who will pay the money? Isn't this just grabbing? Chai Ren grasped the key point a little vaguely. When Chai Guoqiang heard this, he shook his head and said, no, I admire them, because their debt collection tasks are not everything, and they are very principled. For example, if unjust don't accept it, it's like usury, not under 10 million yuan furthermore. Even if the debtor owes more than the total debt collection, they will leave a certain amount of living expenses for the debtor. This is what an old friend of mine in Australia told me. Just to collect his friend's debt with another person, Tongtian can get a commission close to 300 million yuan, but they do not publish tasks through the website, but it is because there are agents in the local area. They get in touch with the bosses, and they can find them if they need them. To put it bluntly, what I know now is probably the tip of the iceberg of Tongtian. I don't know what is the relationship between Tang Tian and Black Prison, and I don't know whether there are other types of missions for Tang Tian. But Tang Qing, a high school student, can treat rights as equals and has no fear of you at all. So 3 things can be certain. First, Tang Qing knows many things, but he didn't tell the truth to us. Second, his friend's power is so strong that he doesn't fear our family at all. Third, he has a very good relationship with his friend, so good that he can shoot any of us at any cost. These 3 points may be the source of Tang Qing's confidence. After listening to his father's words, Chai Run was shocked. Father, how is this possible? I mean, in China, we are not soft persimmons. Chai Run stammered. Tang Qing doesn't matter at all when it is mature. It doesn't matter at all if it is steady. It doesn't matter if he doesn't become a fan. But the reason is that he is not afraid of their Chai family. How much confidence is this? It's a bit big on each side. Chai Guoqiang chuckled and reminded. Son, it is impossible to believe that nothing is impossible. Think about what happened in Africa and what happened in the United States last time. Do you think they are soft persimmons? Hear the words. Chiron thought about it carefully. Cannot help swallowing. No. Chiron had to accept the fact that the other party's execution power and those inexplicable God transitions, as well as the scope of activities all over the world, are all obvious. Their confidence and fearlessness, who dare to offend. That's it. I told you so much to make you pay more attention to this partner's affairs in the future. Tang Qing is a breakthrough point. What can be best, but don't offend or control it. This kind of execution can be called a perverted force. Our Chai family is not afraid, but we can't fight it. If other families, it is impossible to use this kind of extreme method to injure 1,000 enemies and self-defeating 10,000. Anyone who does not abide by the rules will definitely end up being wiped out by the Union, but these people are true desperados. Need to provoke for no reason. Chai Guoqiang said. I see, father. Chiron nodded and agreed. Well, first have a good relationship with Tang Qing. Also, I heard that the Africa Mining Group is making good progress. Then you can increase the scope of cooperation to let them leak more troubles and let this fish slowly when it surfaced. I was very curious about how big and strong this fish is and whether this pool is really unfathomable. Chai Guoqiang said with interest. Then what should I do? Chiron asked curiously. Chai Guoqiang took a sip of tea and said, many companies in our country have minerals in Africa, whether they are state-owned or private. They have a large number of high-quality minerals in their hands, but they cannot be mined due to various reasons. I wonder if these bait to be able to show them. Chai Guoqiang's strategy is very simple. If he does more, he has more chances of making mistakes, more characters on the stage, and more information nodes. In this way, he can better mark the body map of this fish. Father, wise, I will do it now. Not only can I make money, but I can also see the real body of this fish. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chiron said with excitement for a while. Sincerely don't deceive him. Well, it's okay, just go and rest first. Chai Guoqiang said. Okay, I'll go back to the room first. Chiron finished speaking and returned to his room. After Chiron left, Chai Guoqiang walked to the window, looked at the quiet night, and muttered, if what you want is true, is there a black prison on the side of Myanmar? Otherwise, how can Tang Kai benefit so much? Yes, no, puzzled. After thinking for a while, Chai Guoqiang didn't dare to make any assertions, so he went back to his room to rest. This night, Chiron slept very late. Lying in bed, tossing about can't fall asleep, because he suddenly discovered that he still knew very little about Tang Qing and his friends. It was not that he didn't know, but the more he knew, the more he didn't know. The other side, Tang Qing returned to the Tianzifang suite, but Lin Jiaxue was not asleep yet, watching TV in the living room. Seeing Tang Qing coming back, Lin Jiaxue in pink pajamas smiled openly and said, Tang, you are back. What is Chiron asking you for? Tang Qing walked to Lin Jiaxue and sat down. It's nothing, just to inquire about my second uncle. A friend of his wants to do a jewelry business and wants me to match up, but I don't have a big deal. I just said to go back and ask and give him a reply in a few days. Tang Qing, he put his arms around Lin Jiaxue's waist and said. Lin Jiaxue didn't doubt that it had it, and nodded. Yes, it's best not to agree to this kind of thing for your second uncle. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you can't do it, and both sides will be embarrassed. Okay, I know. After speaking, Tang Qing kissed Lin Jiashue's forehead, then leaned on the sofa and embraced the red-faced beautiful lady in his arms. Just then, Tang Qing found out that the TV Lin Jiashue watched was also related to him. What is broadcast inside is exactly the news about the China Little Angel Charity Foundation. On the TV, a reporter is in a ward. Behind him is a little boy wearing a patient's costume with a shiny hair, holding a toy and playing with a middle-aged man. As you can see, this child had an intracranial tumor, which is commonly known as a brain tumor. There was no money to treat in the orphanage. The child was in danger. Later, with the help of the China Little Angel Charity Foundation, he paid for all the treatment for the child. Expenses, rehabilitation, nutrition, and other expenses, as well as the later inspection expenses, are also paid by the foundation. And this is not an exception. I believe anyone who has read the news recently knows that there have been more than 20,000 cases across the country for children like him who have been helped by the China Little Angel Charity Foundation, and the total medical expenses paid exceeded 4 billion renminbi. Under the foundation's financial transparency, as well as the supervision of the media and everyone, I believe everyone no longer doubts the whereabouts of the money. There is love in the world, and those who are interested may have seen it. According to the foundation's website, although there are still 3 billion renminbi in the account, most of these are used to pay the hospital in installments, and the real free funds are already insufficient. It's 800 million yuan. Here, on behalf of a journalist, I hope you will actively donate to help these children without parents. Thank you. This news has come to an end. When the female reporter finished speaking, she bowed to the camera with red eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing also praised the reporter's words. Whether she was reading the manuscript or for the effect of the program, as long as the children could be really helped in the end, Tang Qing would support it. Right now, the fund's surplus funds are really not much, and donations from all walks of life are needed. There is still some time before the next Pishio project. During this period, the foundation's money is sufficient. By then, it will be nearly 200. The protection fee of 100 million renminbi hopes to be Tang Qing's last allocation after national cooperation. Now, the reputation of the China Little Angel Charity Foundation has spread. By the end of this year, he will spend tens of billions of yuan for real money. If all sectors of society are still waiting for others in the country to help this weak person, he with this kindness, but the bottom of my heart is also uncomfortable. What he wants to see is the progress of social civilization, the purification of social ethos, and the return of social morality, rather than cultivating behaviors that make them sit on the sidelines and wait for him and the country to pay for it. Fortunately, public opinion is now applauded. Many people have begun to donate a lot. The foundation is also planning overseas donations. Everything is going in a good direction. Tang Qing is very pleased. Tang, those children are so pitiful. Do we want to donate a little? I still have 20,000 yuan from my second uncle. Lin Jiashue raised her head and said. Tang Qing smiled and said, Okay, but you don't care about it. I will donate it for you. You can save the money to buy clothes. Lin Jiashue shook her head. No, I have enough clothes. I can't finish them. And I heard that many children in the mountains are poor at home and their clothes are in tatters. Can we help them too? Lin Jiashue said kindly. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, Yes, but now we have no channels. Even if we donate money and donations, we may not get the hands of those children in the end. After I first investigate which ones are really doing good deeds. How about we donate again? Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Jiashue smiled and put her head in Tang Qing's arms again after she finished speaking. Holding Lin Jiashue, Tang Qing was thinking about what Lin Jiashue said just now. It's okay not to mention it, but when he mentions it, he has to sick. Sympathy is overflowing. To be honest, he was only planning to set up the Sunqin.com and the charity foundation before, and the main thing to solve was the problem of emergency. Now that Lin Jiashue said that, Tang Qing is also considering whether to nosy anymore. Money matters are easy to handle. It's a rare process to do this. The business content of previous charity foundations was basically brand new. No charitable foundation would do this for children so selflessly, but now it's about money and material and education. Then there will be conflicts. Don't do it? Of course not. Tang Qing is really worried about getting involved in deep and shallow issues and letting others do it. With his kindness, he doesn't want to be his car or house. Therefore, this matter must be done by himself, cannot be hidden. There is also much fanfare. After thinking about it, Tang Qing made the decision, that is, let Shengtang Group take a ride, as the main donation, directly donate to the local area, mainly to build a Hope Primary School, and secondly to deliver supplies. Hemp egg. I always feel that I am getting more and more nosy, and this is true. At this time, his thinking is so wrong that he wants to get a scholarship or something. Shook his head. Quickly forget about it. Jia Shui, I'm going to take a shower first. Okay. After finishing talking, Tang Qing took a cold bath with great beauty. It was refreshing in the summer, even though he was not invaded by the heat or cold. Hurry up and finish washing. Out of the bathroom, Lin Jiaxue was still watching TV, her eyes a little dodging from Tang Qing, who had just got out of the bath. Tang Qing smiled when she saw it. Jia Shui, I'm not going to come in and go to bed soon. I have to go shopping around tomorrow and get some more sleep. Oh. Lin Jiaxue slowly walked towards Tang Qing step by step. Tang Qing was anxious. She stepped forward and pulled Lin Jiaxue into the bedroom, closed the door, and turned on the air conditioner. Go up. You. Don't mess up. Don't worry, it won't. This night, Tang Qing didn't do anything, just holding Lin Jiaxue. He could feel Lin Jiaxue's flustered heartbeat and ups and downs. This feeling was really exciting. In the end, Lin Jiaxue fell asleep late due to tension. As for Tang Qing, where can I sleep? Although she can't practice neurological skills, she can still fall asleep while she is in her arms and secretly do something bad. Tang Qing felt the excitement she had been missing for a long time this night. The next day, early in the morning, due to the sound insulation of the suite, there is no sound of cars or birds coming into the bedroom. Except for the sound of breathing, it is quite quiet inside. However, Tang Qing finds it very beautiful with the sound of a lover's breathing nearby. If you are fine, it is sunny. In the master bedroom, Tang Qing, who hadn't slept all night, lowered his head and stared at Lin Jiaxue's still beautiful sleeping face. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, with a thick smile on her face. There was a lot of sunshine, and his heart was at peace. This feels. He had never had it in a previous life. In this life, he hopes to last until the end of life, but not forever. To be honest, Tang Qing doesn't really expect to live forever, because in his opinion, immortality is exactly the greatest curse. Watching the death of his relatives and the changes in the world, all familiar people and things are like a passing cloud. In the long river of life, there was a wave of starting points, and then it was submerged in time. The years are merciless. Although no one can really experience this kind of pain, it does not hinder people's imagination. Life, quality life, is what should be pursued. It would be best if it could be extended, but not indefinitely. Tang Qing didn't ask for much. It should be almost enough to live for tens of thousands of years. If someone knows what Tang Qing thinks at the moment, he will definitely send a sentence. You are so pretending to be so afraid of going out and being beaten to death? Mindful of this, Tang Qing said silently to the system. System, how many years do you think I can live now? I haven't found the system for a long time, and there is still a bit of resentment. No, it is missing. He has been separated from the level of ordinary human beings. If the lifespan has not increased, it will not be cheating. Host, your current natural lifespan is 189 years. The system immediately returned. 189 years? It doesn't seem to be too much. Then how many years can I live at most? Tang Qing asked curiously. The system said, this question cannot be answered by the system. As the number of unlocking genetic locks increases, your lifespan will become longer and longer. The system cannot predict your future. Please provide the exact question. Rigid system. Tang Qing groaned, and then asked, then how long can I live if I unlock the highest level gene lock? Host, if you unlock the 98th level genetic lock, your basic lifespan will exceed 12,000 years. The system replied, hear the number 10,000 years. Tang Qing almost jumped up in shock. I'm a big boy, for more than 10,000 years. Are you sure that I am a human being and not the bastard? Wrong. Ba ba ba. Brain Watts. I didn't scold myself like that. What does the basic life expectancy mean? Tang Qing noticed a key word. With a foundation, there will be an increase. Host. Yes. The awakening of each level of ability will strengthen its own genes. These are uncertain, so they are not converted into basic lifespan data. The system said, if my level ability is awakened every time, how many years can I live? Tang Qing asked curiously. Sorry, there is no such data in the database. The system chose a dog belt. Goodbye. Tang Qing didn't bother to ask. It only increased his troubles, so he slowly leveled up. Suddenly, Tang Qing discovered that Lin Jiashue's breathing rate had changed. When a person sleeps, his breathing has a natural frequency. You don't know it. Only others can feel it unless you record it. Therefore, a person who often sleeps together can easily know if the person next to him is pretending to be asleep. Obviously, Lin Jiashue is already awake. Tang Qing smiled, did not open it directly, but his hands began to be dishonest. Last night, Tang Qing didn't do anything. I'm so sorry for this hard-won opportunity. No matter how slow he moves, he can still get a little bit cheaper, but he's his own wife. It doesn't matter whether he takes it. Take advantage of. Can you say that you steal something from your family? Just hands on. Don't move. Lin Jiashue tightly grasped Tang Qing's dishonest claws, opened her eyes, and looked at Tang Qing angrily. But this expression is simply a huge temptation. Fortunately, Tang Qing had a strong determination, and he didn't make any progress. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Jiashue's forehead lightly, and said with a smile, Well, daughter-in-law, let's get up, otherwise Master Chai will call to remind you later. It's more than an hour before the agreed time. Lin Jiashue looked at the watch and said, That's the meeting time, plus we wash and eat breakfast, and the remaining time is not too much. Tang Qing scraped Lin Jiashue's little nose and said indulgently, Okay, I'll get up right away, you go out first, and I will change my clothes. Lin Jiashue loosened her hand, holding Tang Qing. Okay, I'll go out. I'll take a shower in the second bedroom. You are here. Great. After speaking, Tang Qing took his clothes and went to the second bedroom. Lin Jiashue watched Tang Qing go out and hurriedly locked the door behind her. At the same time, her face was red like an apple. When she woke up, she found that the situation was wrong. Tang Qing put her hand in a dishonest place, remembering that she slept to death due to exhaustion last night. Who knew Tang Qing did it? What happened? Thinking of this, Lin Jiashue's face grew redder. He succeeded again. Lin Jiashue murmured. After speaking, she went to take a bath. Ambiguous. It is a poison to the relationship between lovers, which makes people want to stop and can quickly deepen the relationship between the two. Therefore, Lin Jiashue did not feel a loss, but instead, with a touch of expectation. Out of the master bedroom, Tang Qing called Li Kai and asked them to get up. In other places, it is better not to wait for them, but Li Kai got up earlier than them. After receiving Tang Qing's call, he couldn't help but ridicule. Click him. Tang Qing retreated. My heart is proud. At least it took advantage of it last night. Take a hot shower. Tang Qing tidy up. Before Lin Jiashue came out, she watched TV in the living room. 30 minutes later, Lin Jiashue packed up and went out, and asked Li Kai and Feng Sun to go downstairs for breakfast. When the appointed time was up, Chai Ren appeared at the door of the hotel. Although Chai Ren slept late last night, his young body had good recovery ability and did not feel sleepy. After receiving Tang Qing and his party in the Autumn Palace, he ran to the place where Zhanshi lived and picked up Miao Ru. Zhanshi had to go to work today, so Chai Ren had to run around. Next, throughout the day, Chai Ren took a group of people to stroll around the Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and Shuemu University, acting as an enthusiastic tour guide, as he always did. In the afternoon, Miaoru did not return to Zhanshi's residence. After learning that there was a second bedroom in the house where Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue lived, he decided to go to them at night. Tang Qing looked at Miaoru with his vigilant eyes and smiled bitterly. It is estimated that Miaoru was afraid that he could not hold it at night, and the secretion of hormones caused Lin Jiashue's Chinese cabbage to misfortune. God, at night, I can only go to the training area to practice. Fortunately, such exercises are not boring. At night, surrounding box, Tang Qing ate and ate. A young man knocked on the door and walked in. He looked ordinary, but had a good temperament and dressed decently. He said he was a young man, but he was also the same age as Chai Ren. He saw the situation in the box, especially Chai Ren. That person's face became more respectful in an instant. Xiao Chai, hello. The young man walked to the side of Chai Ren and said, looking at the other people around the table, he also nodded his head in a hurry to express friendship, as if, I am a newcomer to the pier. When Chai Ren saw the person, he got up and introduced. Everyone, his name is Shun Yi, my friend. His father is the executive deputy mayor of the Shanghai stock market. Brother Tang, you will go to school in the Shanghai stock market in the future. I am far away, or often when going abroad. Something may not be taken care of in time. So I asked Shin Yi to introduce you to me. In the future, if you have something in the Shanghai stock market, you should be right to find Shin Yi. Shin Yi, these are my good friends. This is Miao Ru, my wife's best friend, teaching in Fudan, and this is Tang Qing, a very good friend of mine. September is a freshman at Fudan University. If he has something to do with you in the future, he must do it beautifully, you know? Hearing that Chai Ren said that Tang Qing was very better, Shun Yi knew how to do it. Although he didn't know what Tang Qing was, it was obvious that the energy was not small, otherwise Chai Ren would not look good. Brother Tang, thank you for meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Shun Yi stepped forward and smiled with a friendly hand. I should say this, Brother Shun. You will be covered by you in the Shanghai stock market, haha. Tang Qing laughed. As a municipality directly under the central government, Shun Yi's father's position must not be unimportant. At least the number 1 or 2 in other provinces. Brother Tang is polite. Shun Yi waved his hand quickly. After that, Shun Yi greeted others again, and seeing that there was another second generation, still the second generation of the Shanghai stock market, Li Kai felt that his circle level was constantly sublimating. Who would have thought? TangQingFriendship.com can be so large that the provinces are extraordinary and the background is strong. Although Shun Yi doesn't know the background of other people, it doesn't prevent him from understanding Chai Ren's meaning. That is, you also do things, don't put on airs. Xiao Chai, you guys, when we meet for the first time, I will do it first. Talking. Shun Yi ate a cup of woolyanya. Tang Qing couldn't bear these troublesome red tapes. Seeing Shun Yi still wanting to toast one by one, Tang Qing said quickly, Big brother Shin, 1 cup is enough. I don't like drinking. Just drink something interesting. Sit down. Eat some food. It's hard to rush over in such a hurry. Tang Qing felt that his words to crow in the hearts of the people were getting more and more slippery. Shun Yi is almost 10 years older than him. Of course, he still has to be called brother. This is no way. Sometimes age is really an obstacle. Everyone has to be called brother. However, it feels good to be covered by someone. Don't suffer. Many people want to call others and ignore it. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Shun Yi naturally looked at Chai Ren. He was Chai Ren's younger brother. Although Tang Qing's words were grateful, he couldn't directly follow them. Seeing Shun Yi's gaze, Chai Ren shook his head and smiled. Shun Yi, don't drink. Brother Tang is a man of good temperament and doesn't like this boring way of drinking. Shun Yi was taken aback and hurriedly sat down and said, Brother Tang is refreshed. If I can use someone in the Shanghai stock market in the future, let me say that you can do it well. Thank you then, Tang Qing said with a smile. With the local snake, he will have a good time in the future. At the same time, he also remembered the good friend Pan you mentioned. Isn't he the son of the deputy mayor of Shanghai Stock Exchange? I think it should be the same person. It hasn't been long since we separated from Pan Yu last time. I want to come to the position of executive deputy mayor of Shanghai Stock Exchange, and I won't change people so quickly. Brother Shun, do you know Pan Yu? Tang Qing said bluntly. Shun Yi was taken aback, thinking of Pan Yu, and nodding in surprise. Yes, he is my faculty and classmate. The relationship has always been good. I drank together earlier this month. Why do you know him too? Tang Qing nodded and replied. Of course, we all know Pan Yu. By all accounts, Pan Yu is still Feng Sen's cousin husband, and his cousin is my godsister again. We are really destined. Hear the words. Shun Yi was overjoyed. It would be easy to handle all acquaintances. The degree of affection for Tang Qing and others has greatly increased. Pan Yu is his childhood friend, and he is definitely one of the few sincere friends. Now that he knows that Pan Yu is the cousin of several people, Shin Yi also has a kind of look at the younger generation, and his eyes are gentle. Of course, he also knew Do Jiao, and could be related to the Dou family and Chiren. Shun Yi was a little curious about Tang Qing's identity, but Chiren didn't know how many people still had this relationship, and he was surprised. Brother Tang, you still have this relationship. That's great. You will be your own in the future. Come and have another drink. Chiren finished. Everyone drank another drink for this. Anyway, not drinking white wine, just drink it casually. The next meal began to be harmonious. Since everyone has a close person in common, it is their own person. If they are ordinary people, the relationship of this kind of close person is very unstable. But for the upper level, this relationship represents resources because everyone is on the same level. People of different levels, even relatives, are not able to communicate on an equal footing. After dinner, everyone got acquainted with each other. The older brother and the younger sister made a short conversation. Shun Yi was called by Chai Ren from the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Although he was a bit resentful before, he didn't dare to say anything. When Chai Ren said he wanted to introduce a friend, he naturally be careful to accompany. Now that he is still his own, Shin Yi's unhappiness has all disappeared. After a meal, Miao Ru took Lin Jiaxue upstairs. Although the men's topics were not nasty, they were boring and tight. Feng Sun and Li Kai also followed. It was Chai Ren's suggestion. They both knew immediately. Chai Ren was sure. I have something to say to Tang. After the four left, there are only 3 people left here. Chai Ren suddenly looked straight and said to Shun Yi, Shin Yi, there were a lot of people just now, so I can't introduce you. Now we are the 3 of us. I will give you a formal introduction. Brother Tang is not an ordinary freshman. He has assets. Nearly 1 billion yuan. He is a small local tyrant. Brother Tang, in the future, in the Shanghai stock market, if you have anything to find him, Shun Yi is not bad. He is not a dude, and he is very measured. Do you know what he is doing now? Finally, Chai Ren asked a question, ignoring Shin Yi, who has grown into a big mouth. Tang Qing was very cooperative and curious. What kind of job? Politics or business? Chai Ren smiled and shook his head. Neither. He works as a department manager in a private company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. No, he is a deputy manager. No one in the company knows his identity. Now Tang Qing is really different. This unscientific. You have an old deputy mayor's father. You don't go into politics, don't do business on your own, don't go to large state-owned enterprises to make easy money, and go to private enterprises to jump around. Does your father agree? Big brother Shin, what do you think? Tang Qing turned his head and said to Shun Yi, who had recovered. Of course, it is not the first time that Shun Yi was asked this question. He smiled bitterly and said, when I graduated from graduate school, I had to prove myself with my family, and then I have been working in my current company for several years. To be honest, I am really tired. No, the body is tired, but the heart is tired. If I lose my job someday, I have to ask Chai Xiao and Brother Tang to enjoy a meal. Tang Qing certainly didn't believe what Shin Yi said. Will the son of a deputy ministerial officer be short of food? Do not make jokes. What does Brother Shin's company do now? Tang Qing asked. Shun Yi shook his head and said, Hey, it's a film production company, a Chinese film and television production company. I don't know if you have ever heard of it. I'm working as a deputy manager of the planning department in it. How could a deputy manager prove himself to him? Now he was embarrassed to go back to his father's side, and after a while, his father started the turning over old accounts mode, saying that he quickly retreated again in a desperate way. With such a stubborn father, Shun Yi was also extremely distressed. It seems to be a very big movie company. Tang Qing nodded thoughtfully. It's not small, but I have been working in it for so long. Although I know that the entertainment industry is a bit messy, but I didn't expect it to be so messy. I heard and saw it. It felt so boring. No wonder my father often runs on me. I decided to go. I quit my job within a few months to find a specific job. This job is boring. Shun Yi said with emotion. Hearing that Shun Yi was about to quit, Tang Qing's eyes lit up and said, Big brother Shun, do you like movies? Shun Yi was taken aback, nodded and said, I like it. If it wasn't for my professionalism, I would definitely go to make a movie. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't submit a resume to Tang TV. Then Big brother Shin, are you interested in working for me? Tang Qing smiled, showing a foxtail. His movie plan had already existed. He was planning to set up a movie company in the Shanghai stock market, and within this year, it was just hard to find. But looking at the 2 people in front of him, Tang Qing had an idea. A movie has to go through a lot of steps from beginning to end, and it has to go through 5 stages and cut 6 generals to win the right to broadcast. This is not simple. After all, there are so many screens in China, and the projection resources are limited. A good time and a good schedule. How can you be worthy of your own money? This is a resource. And Shen Yi and Chai Ren are the ones who can obtain resources and can save themselves too much. Brother Tang is going to invest in making a movie? Chai Ren was surprised. His mind was a little bit unable to keep up. How can you think of it? You just got a real estate company, and you want to get a movie company. You have so much money. Oh, Walter FCK, Tang Qing really has so much money. Nima, if a monthly dividend of 300 million yuan is distributed, Tang Qing will make more than the total box office of last year's national movies. Are you sure you are not here to lose money? To make money, you can make money in a national movie box office market while lying down. Tang Qing nodded and said, yes, I have this plan. Brother Tang, do you want to think about it carefully? The money made by domestic movies is really not much now, and your investment is very risky. Chai Ren reminded that investing in domestic movies at present is really a risk. Shen Yi also quite agrees with Chai Ren's words, risk and opportunity. This is a word that can be exchanged at any time. For Tang Qing, a super-local tyrant with assets of nearly 1 billion yuan, investing in movies to make money is definitely a failure. With this strength, there are more places to make money. Why are you going to this muddy water? Tang Qing waved his hand and said, it's okay. Besides, who said I want to make a movie that can only be shown in China? If that's the case, I wouldn't invest any money at all. What I really want to make is a movie that can enter the international film market. This is my goal. The domestic movie pool is too small to withstand the toss. Hearing Tang Qing's ambition, Chai Ren was at a loss for words. Tang Qing's meaning is clear. Tang Qing does not make films that he has no interest in investing in films that are specifically made for domestic use and cannot go abroad. Brother Tang, this is a bit difficult for you. What are your plans? Chai Ren thought it would be better to ask clearly first. That's what I think. I am planning to set up a film company to specialize in making films that can have an international market, starting from science fiction films, slowly getting involved in other themes. The main purpose is to let the world see our Chinese culture and our philosophy. And our technology is absolutely top in the world. No matter how foreign films can run into us to collect money, we have to counterattack and return. Tang Qing said impassionedly. Of course, the two people in front of them weren't teenage children. They had been rushing around in 2 years, so how could they be fooled by Tang Qing? Chai Ren said earnestly. Brother Tang, I know you are passionate, and I agree with your point of view, but there are a few practical issues before you. First, money. The money for science fiction movies is not a low-cost movie in our country. That's true. It's burning money. Second, it's special effects. As you know, domestic special effects are not up to standard at all. If you use foreign ones, then it's not a purely domestic technology. In that case, it's equivalent to saying in the promotion of foreign special effects technology. Third, the story script, what type of science fiction movie you make. If it is individual heroism, it may not be a good thing in China. The country emphasizes unity and pays attention to the overall situation. Some lines seem to be absent, but they are real. After that, Chai Ren looked at Tang Qing. As he said, these 3 problems can only be regarded as propagating Chinese culture and technology if they are all resolved. Otherwise, there will be flaws. He didn't talk about the issue of the issuance market, because these 3 are a divine moat. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Of course, Tang Qing has considered these issues. The answer is completely fine. In fact, after solving the special effects and the money, the script is already a trivial matter. There are countless outstanding sci-fi works in China, and there are also many outstanding sci-fi writers. But the domestic sci-fi culture has not been activated yet, and many works are buried in dust and see the sky. What Tang Qing needs to do next is to let them come out to see this day. 2 big brothers. I can guarantee that the money problem does not exist. The second point of special effects problem, I can also guarantee it is definitely not the special effects team and technology used in Europe and the United States, but our own, the third script problem. Haha. As long as the script requirements are published, there are awards for essays. I believe a lot of outstanding works will emerge. Don't underestimate the imagination of our Chinese people. Tang Qing said confidently. The meaning is obvious. The problem you think is just a trivial hurdle for me. Looking at Tang Qing's confident face, it is not like joking or talking big. Chai Run and Shun Yi were shocked by the lingering aura in his tone. What has been troubled by the Chinese people for so many years? You just said lightly that it has been solved. Are you kidding us? Chai Run and Shun Yi glanced at each other, and the doubt in their eyes was indelible. Brother Tang, are you sure there is no problem with special effects? Chai Run asked carefully. He didn't care about money. He didn't care about script problems. Science fiction is a wild imagination, and the world really doesn't lack such people. What he really cares about is the implementation method. Special effects. Of course, I don't know if the two are willing to join. Tang Qing nodded confidently. Hear the words. Chai Run and Shun Yi looked at each other again. Chai Run had already believed more than half at this time. Tang Qing didn't need to tell this lie. After thinking about it for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "Well, Brother Tang, I believe you. I will invest 100 million yuan. Renminbi." If only yesterday, Chai Ren would not use money as money squandering, but after his father's instruction last night, he had to make this bet. He believed that his father, Chai Guiqiang, would not say anything. Tang Qing smiled at this, admiring Chai Ren's grandeur. But he felt that Chai Ren's picture is not small. There is no such a straightforward friend in the world. Of course, besides him, but Chai Ren, the point of the picture is nothing more than to deepen the connection with the Black Prison. Even if he wants something, it is just a small matter for him, and he doesn't care. Immediately Tang Qing turned his head to invite Shun Yi and said, "Big brother Shin, would you like to come to my company to work?" Gao dare not say, at least the position above the manager. He dared not hand over the company to Shun Yi, because Shun Yi did not like this. The management experience can be given to a manager or even a vice president at most. In the Shanghai stock market, with Shun Yi, I feel that the company's compulsive standards can be improved a lot. Who dare to shut down and put Shun Yi? As for Chai Run, it is the second method. I'm willing. Xiao Chai supports this. What else do I have to worry about? I'm afraid that bad management will shame you. Shun Yi promised without hesitation. Chai Run has joined the group, so how can he dare to say half of it? No word. Work for Chai Run and see what his father said, not promising. Thinking of this, Shun Yi was overjoyed and couldn't wait to see the surprised look of his father. Okay, then I wish us success and cooperation. To be honest, I don't know much about movies, and I don't even know about Sean, but we don't need to be proficient. The director knows it, haha. Tang Qing laughed. Tao paused, and then said, "Then it is so decided." The location of the film company's establishment is also in the Shanghai stock market. While the iron is hot, my company will start its establishment a week later, on July 20th. When the approval is reached, Big Brother Shun will help to follow up. I plan to invest 400 million yuan in the company and 500 million yuan plus Chai Da Xiao. Let's talk about other operations at that time. How about it? It's not the time to discuss the details. The company hasn't been set up yet. Talking too much is nonsense. Chai Ren nodded and agreed. No problem. If you need the money, just tell me 3 days in advance. By the way, Brother Tang, don't know if you need other investors? Oh, what's the matter? Tang Qing asked in surprise. He would not think that Chai Ren's friends wanted to take a ride, and it was not the capital real estate that was determined to make money. Although Chai Ren believed him now, the 100 million yuan is obviously not Chai Ren who thought the film company could make it back. That may be other reasons. Chai Ren immediately explained. Brother Tang, this is the case. If you are in the entertainment industry, if you want to do well in China, in addition to money and technology, the relationship between policy and superiors is also indispensable. So this partner I recommend is a good choice. The elders of his family are one of the leaders in the management of propaganda outlets across the country. They also have a lot of say in the radio and television. Most people can't ask for it. The domestic entertainment industry companies want to cling to them, but they don't like to intervene in the entertainment industry. Simple, not good. However, I know that he particularly likes science fiction. He always likes to watch the stars and study astrophysics. He also writes science fiction, but it is only used for self-entertainment and has not been published. If your plan can impress him, I think in the future everything about our film company in the country will be unimpeded. Speaking of this, Chai Ren paused. And he also has an identity. That is, the owner of Autumn Palace. Tang Qing agreed before he could listen to it, and another trouble solver joined him, and he couldn't ask for it. The owner of Autumn Palace. Interesting. The plan to impress the other party? Haha, it's just a trivial matter. It seems that it is time to perform real technology. Master Chai, I have no problem. It is also a good thing to let him join in. You can ask him when he has time. We can meet and talk, but it's best to hurry up. If I go back, I can only talk over the phone. Tang Qing nodded. He didn't say anything. If there is no time in the past few days, if he flies to the capital next time, although his time is a bit idle, he is not the kind of person who kneels to give benefits to others. The market he wants to do is the world. Yes, win by quality. It is good to have this layer of skin. Nothing is impossible. The most important thing is to go home with your family, even watching from the sidelines. It's also more interesting than earning him hundreds of millions. Okay, I'll call and ask first. Chiron noticed the key points in Tang Qing's tone. If there is no time in the past few days, then talk on the phone. If you feel that I am not respectful enough, then treat it as if you haven't made the call. This confidence. Chiron took it. It's not like a family of common people and wealthy businessmen. It feels second generation than these second generations. Subsequently, Chiron called his friend and got into the subject after a few words of greeting. After a few words, Chiron hung up the phone and said happily, Brother Tang, I have good luck today. He is now in the Autumn Palace. The room receives guests and will be down immediately. That's great. What's the situation of this friend? Please introduce me so that I don't get confused after a while. Tang Qing said happily. Chiron sorted his thoughts and said, This person's name is Zheng Lin. He is the fifth of the 3 generations of his family. He is 31 years old and has a PhD in history from Mizuki University. He is a literary and artistic youth. He is good at writing, but he prefers science fiction. But these are all personal hobbies. Now, in addition to operating Autumn Palace, he is also the owner of a large auction company. He also runs an antiques business and loves collecting, but he is a bit difficult to get along with. But he is definitely a very good person to people who look right. Friend. Tang Qing kept nodding. He is indeed a strange person. The 2 hobbies of history and the future are combined together, which is a bit contradictory, but the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds, let alone the country, which is not too out of the ordinary. Then you are considered good friends. Tang Qing asked suddenly. Chiron was taken aback. Although he didn't understand what he meant, he still said, Of course I count. Otherwise I won't introduce him. Could you let him come? Show me your face? I'm not that stupid yet. That's good. If Zheng Lin is not a good friend of Chai Da Xiao, I am not interested in cooperating with him. As soon as Tang Qing said this, Chiron immediately felt a warm current rising from his heart. Haha, Brother Tang, I didn't think you were wrong. Come, let's make a toast for our friendship. Chiron laughed, very happy. Okay, Brother Shun, together. Tang Qing said with a toast. FCK. Shun Yi didn't catch the atmosphere and gave Tang Qing a big compliment. This kind of remark, after learning about Zheng Lin's background, can say so. It is indeed very loyal to do it with such a person. Friends, peace of mind. Finish a cup. Just then. Crack. The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 30s came in, dressed extraordinary, with a touch of seriousness and indifference on his face, and the 2 bodyguards he had brought back also stood at the door under his sign. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chiron. His face immediately smiled, and said, Chiron, you stinky boy. Call me in such a hurry and say he wants to surprise me. If it is a surprise not big enough, see if I won't spank you. Chiron's face was full of embarrassment at this time. Brother Zheng, don't say this in front of others. Please save me some face. Zheng Lin is a few years older than him, and he often followed Zheng Lin's when he was a child. Running is more than familiarity. Zheng Lin laughed and said, Haha, let's not talk about you stinky boy. Let's talk about it. What are you looking for today? These few people are very face-to-face. What do they ask of you? Said after that. I looked at the 2 raw faces of Tang Qing and Shun Yi. He could recognize all the young and old in the capital, and the 2 in front of him were obviously not in a position where he was afraid or able to sit on an equal footing, so he didn't have that worry about speaking. He could see Shun Yi's attitude, and the cautious expression on his face showed that this was someone he didn't need to care about. However, Tang Qing's faint smile made him a little bit unable to understand. Knowing his identity, he was still so indifferent, either with a strong mentality, noble, or with a strong background and fearless. Chai Ren hurriedly said, "It's not that they have something to ask you, but there is a business that you are sure to be interested in. If you want to see if you have the intention to invest, I have invested 100 million people in it." Hearing that Chai Ren had invested 100 million yuan in it, Zheng Lin was intrigued. "What business is it related to my current business?" Chai Ren stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Brother Zheng, it's like this, my friend. He wants to invest in a film company." Hear this. Zheng Lin felt a little unhappy in his heart. Since he was not asking him to do errands, he must have come to give money. He would refuse dozens of such people a year. Those people have no new ideas. They give them away under the guise of cooperation. Gonggu wants to make money from their family's name. This kind of money is said to be a good thing, but he has no interest at all, because there is no shortage of those little things in the family. Mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. Looking at Zheng Lin's face is different. Chai Ren immediately speeded up the progress and said, "My friend's film company mainly invests in sci-fi movies and only shoots movies that can go abroad and promote Chinese culture and technology. The money is not a big problem, and the problem of special effects is my friend. In other words, it can be solved. It is definitely the special effects technology of our own country." Chai Ren finished in one breath. Zheng Lin's face was completely different from just now. What did he hear? A movie going abroad? Movies that promote Chinese culture. The special effects technology is still domestic. Zheng Lin felt a little unreliable no matter what he thought, frowning, and said, "What you said is true. Can solve the problem of special effects. Or is it our country's special effects technology? This is not a joke. If you use foreign special effects technology, that doesn't make any sense at all." Of course, Zheng Lin has a deep understanding of the special effects technology in China, but after reading it, his heart is cold. These 5-cent special effects can also be used to fool people who are not demanding in this country. It is also a kind of culture, such as sword spirit, internal strength. But for other countries, the fighting scenes are also worth seeing. Sci-fi movies, it is no exaggeration to say that they are the forbidden zone of domestic movies. With the current technology, making one, disgusting one, not only ruined the reputation, and ruined those excellent scripts. Chai Ren nodded immediately and said, "Yes, my friend will not lie to me. That is meaningless. This is the friend I said, Tang Qing, a very capable high school student." High school student? Zheng Lin asked in surprise. When did Chai Ren cooperate with a high school student? When they reach their level, the cooperative circle is basically the same age or up to 30, because people in their 20s are still in the growth stage regardless of their background or ability, and their minds are immature. Except for individual evildoers, they seldom look for 20s. Cooperation under 5 years old, let alone under 20 years old. High school. Chai Ren, are you joking? Zheng Lin looked at Chai Ren. Yes, but don't underestimate Tang Qing. I won't introduce an unreliable collaborator to you. Chai Ren assured. Hear the words. Zheng Lin turned his head to look at Tang Qing, who was still looking at him with a smile. "Big brother Zheng, hello." Tang Qing smiled lightly. "Hello. What do you use to persuade me to invest?" Zheng Lin frowned. Tang Qing shook his head and said faintly, "Brother Zheng, you may have misunderstood. I am not short of money or lack of technology. I just want to meet Brother Zheng. If I have the opportunity to cooperate, I welcome it." Tang Qing feels that he is a bit fatter today, but he has no interest in asking someone to send money. But Zheng Lin was stunned by Tang Qing's words. "Getting acquainted? Don't you know my background? Don't you really come to ask for your own cooperation? Are you sure that our cooperation is dispensable?" Zheng Lin said with a smile. But Tang Qing's powerful senses told him that Zheng Lin was not angry, and then smiled. "Of course, I don't lack money or technology, and the distribution market is mainly abroad. If you don't think Chai Dashao's friends are pretty reliable. Yes, and I think your hobby is somewhat related to my film company, so I want to see it, otherwise." Tang Qing didn't continue to say, and everyone would understand if he didn't face it. Chai Ren squeezed a cold sweat for Tang Qing. The Zheng Lin family is not much worse than their Chai family. Tang Qing said that. It is really a bit axis, but this is also in line with the performance of contact with Tang Qing during this period of time, neither humble nor overbearing, calm and calm. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Zhonglin looked at Tang Qing still unchanging calmly. The smile on his face grew thicker and finally turned into a laugh. Ha! Okay. Chiron, your friend is interesting. It's very interesting. Let me introduce it formally. My name is Zhonglin. Zhonglin stretched out his hand for the first time. Tang Qing smiled and stretched out his hand. The two shook hands together. Tang Qing. Two words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. 3 seconds later, their hands hadn't separated. Tang Qing wanted to take it back, but Zhonglin grabbed his hand. Tang Qing couldn't use force. Feeling the increasing force in his hand, Tang Qing looked surprised. Looking at Chai Run, the meaning is obvious. Is this guy a violent man? So naive, he even tried to shake hands. Chiron also noticed the strangeness between the two of them, and his heart rushed to be strange. He didn't expect that Zhonglin was actually competing with Tang Qing. This is rare, not very happy in his heart. Zhonglin doesn't play with people like this, just generally. So far, it won't hurt people. Seeing Tang Qing's face unchanged, and feeling the skin that was even smoother than a woman's, Zhonglin's heart was extremely weird for a while. Nima, at least give you some expressions. Tang Qing looked at Zhonglin and wanted to defeat him, but how could this be possible? Thinking that the strong would always receive preferential treatment. So Tang Qing's hands also increased their strength. Slowly, Zhonglin's face changed and began to turn red. The strength in this hand is from the young man in front of him? This is unscientific. This is a hand that can't be lifted with both hands. But who can tell him what's going on with Julie? Tang Qing knew that Zhonglin hadn't reached the limit, so he increased his strength. He was not afraid to pinch Zhonglin's hand with excessive force and fractured him. Now that he unlocked the 5th level genetic lock, he had almost complete control over the 1st level ability. In other words, the strength in his hand is like a hydraulic press, but it is a hydraulic press that can be adjusted and stopped at any time. Even if the pressed object is taken away instantly, it will not be squeezed off due to inertia. Stop at any time. Looking at Zhonglin, whose face had turned red in sauce, Tang Qing directly let go of all his strength and let go of his hand. Big brother Zheng has a good skill, admire it. Tang Qing clasped his fists and smiled. At this moment, Zhonglin's expression has not yet eased. Looking at the green and handsome, harmless faces in front of him, Zhonglin stared at him for a while, sighed and said, "The back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves. I lost. I didn't expect to be kidding. Lu, I actually lost to a person I couldn't think of, Brother Tang. Good. I recognize you, friend. Haha. Okay, everyone is happy. Sit down quickly and have a drink together." Chiron hurried up and said, at the same time looking at Tang Qing with more solemn eyes. Tang Qing, a thin and weak person, could have defeated Zhonglin. There was no suspense in defeat, but he didn't feel the same at all. He couldn't help but think of the last time the Yuan brothers' personal combat power could be called against the sky. Did Tang Qing also practice it? Probably. Thinking of this, he was a little eager to try. Shin Yi also looked enviously at Tang Qing and became friends with Zhonglin in a few moments. But he also knew that he could not learn. If he was allowed to come, he knew that he could not do it at all. Just ignore and indifferent before, he has no confidence. There was the other handshake. He asked himself that he had to kneel. Tang Qing became more and more mysterious. Okay, I'll sit down. Let's have a good chat. Zhonglin smiled. A few people were seated, and Zhonglin sat next to Chiron. Brother Tang, I don't doubt your strength, but the technology is different. I'm not afraid of losing money, but I'm just afraid of ruining good literary works. You also know that if the filming is not good, this script is a waste. Zhonglin went straight to the subject. Tang Qing explained, "This is a small thing, so let's show you a little gadget. This is made by my friend's hand, and we can maintain this quality with the special effects technology in the future." Finished. Tang Qing took out his mobile phone, and after a few touchscreen operations, he opened a video and placed it on the table. The three rushed up to take a look at the work. There is no other way, and there is no computer, so I can only do it. The three of them sat together, but Tang Qing did not join in the fun, drinking tea in his place, preparing to watch the show. In the past, when he was bored, he asked Xiao Air to make many sci-fi short films based on the existing movies, some of which were original, and the other was to remake the special effects of the existing movies. What Chai Ren and the others saw was an original short film, which lasted for more than 10 minutes. More than just serious films. Even Tang Qing asked Xiao Air to make a love action movie in a wicked way. That really is. It can be called perfect, the perfect face, perfect figure, perfect scene, perfect details, and perfect plot of the combination of Chinese and Western female pig's feet. As soon as this film is released, it will definitely be immediately ascended to the altar and become a masterpiece that cannot be surpassed by humans in 100 years or even longer. From now on, people will only watch this film because the gadget lasts for 24 hours and basically incorporates all the elements and plots of the action movie, satisfying all the fantasies of men. However, Tang Qing will not release this kind of magic film. Just keep it for himself. Otherwise, the world's action film industry will shrink by more than half. Definitely can reach the point of this film is released, Wuxia spot. Few people will be interested in other films. The few sci-fi movies made by Shower were mainly on alien planets and interstellar wars. What Chai Ren and the others saw was one of the episodes of the Interstellar War series, which was also the most intense episode. In the high-definition screen of the phone, a fleet of hundreds of ships swiftly travels through the universe. The surface of each shuttle-shaped warship is protected by a silver net-like protective cover. It runs rampant. If it is not a planet, even if it is an asteroid belt, they all directly slam into it. Without the slightest slowdown, there is no damage to himself. Everything in the picture. On a green planet in the distance, a huge creature is devouring the planet's core magma. The cities on the planet are all turned into ruins. No one will be seen again. The entire planet is igniting a raging fire, but the dilapidated urban buildings indicate that this place was once there as civilization. After the fleet arrived, they directly launched a crazy attack on the monsters, but with little effect. The cubs on the monsters spit out a beam of light from their mouths, destroying the battleship. Soon, this batch of battleships lost more than half. At the same time, 10 times more battles came one after another, launching a saturation attack on the monsters. No one appeared. There is no sound. Only fight, fight, and fight. 10 minutes later, a giant steel planet capable of space jumping became the ultimate winner with an overwhelming advantage. That giant monster became a corpse, with flesh and blood scattered in the space of the universe. The warships began to clean up and hunt down the cubs again. The picture goes black. Finish. At this time, the three had no idea what to say. This is definitely not an adaptation of an existing Star Wars movie, because they have never seen it in any domestic and foreign movie works. Even there are no similar ones. Compared with foreign Star Wars movies, if you compare it with special effects, it's not an exaggeration to say that it is rubbish, and it is embarrassing to watch. The exquisite detailed design of weapons in the video, the rendering of the monster body, the full-textured space war, the steel planet that can jump in space, the giant monster that feeds on the planet, these things only exist in the novel, that's it. He suddenly appeared in front of them, without a trace of mental preparation, far beyond their expectations. Although there is no line in it, this magnificent battle scene can completely replace any language. Looking at this little thing, Zheng Lin was just about to take a look at any other short films, so Tang Qing picked it up and put it into the pocket. Several people looked at Tang Qing with a grimace. "How many do you think?" Tang Qing said with a smile. "Okay, very good, very good. Isn't this really American film technology?" Zheng Lin quickly confirmed. "If not, it really means that domestic science fiction movies can go to the world." Tang Qing nodded and said, "Of course, you think that if their technology is used, this kind of thing will appear on the market not long ago." Zheng Lin nodded. "This lie was meaningless. Where is this special effects team?" Zheng Lin asked. "Sorry, this is a secret of the company now. The time is right in the future. They will appear in front of us. You can go and see them do a special effect yourself." Tang Qing said. He wants to get a special effects team, otherwise it will be difficult to explain in the future. You can't just throw all the movies to the second person. That's impossible. A layer of transitional information transmitters is needed in the middle. As a bridge of communication, this is the person who does special effects. This special effects team is all composed of intelligence analysts, and then through an open interface, using shower simulation capabilities to produce special effects. Of course, what Zhenglin can see is for outsiders. It is a fake style. The real core is in the second place. Zhenglin is not upset either. Why should someone else's secrets tell you now? And immediately said, okay, Brother Tang, I agree to be a shareholder. Chai Rin said that he invested 100 million, so I also voted for 100 million. By the way, Brother Tang, is the special effects team under our company's name, or? Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. The special effects company is under the name of my friend. If the special effects company comes in, it is estimated that your shareholding of 100 million yuan will not exceed 5%. You should understand that this level of special effects team and the value of technology, but our company's special effects production costs will be very low, so low that the price of such quality special effects will not exceed 50% of the United States. Hearing this, Chai Rin and Zhenglin were excited again. No more than 50%, which represents a huge profit margin. A science fiction movie, the cost of special effects production accounted for more than half of the cost, is not an exaggeration. It is obligatory. Zhenglin kept nodding his head and said, yes, yes, how much did you invest, Brother Tang? I invested 400 million. According to the investment ratio, you each account for 16%, I account for 66%, and what about the remaining 2% for future management? Tang Qing suggested. No problem, I agree. But Brother Tang, you are so rich. I still have to ask my second brother for my 100 million funds. Zhenglin agreed. At this time, you can't show the surprised expression of the turtle, because I have seen the look of Chai Rin preparing to watch a joke. Hee, you're going to be disappointed. Haha. Okay, let's not talk about the money. Common. The establishment of the company will be a week later. I have a company that will handle everything. Then I will find an expert to manage it, and we will discuss the future development of the company by the end of this month. Tang Qing laughed and said, happy for the success of the cooperation. Well, before the 20th, 100 million yuan will be credited. Zhenglin agreed. Happy cooperation. Tang Qing toasted. Cheers. Another glass of wine. When will Brother Tang go home? Zhenglin asked. Tang Qing said, after 3 or 4 days. I will go home to accompany my family, clean up, and then go to university in Shanghai. Yes, Brother Tang is really filial. I think my age always feels that the world is so big. I want to look around all the time. I think my parents' thinking is very rigid. I always want to escape the shackles and let freedom. But now he is a father. I hope that my children will be by my side in the future. If I don't see it a few times a year, it would be too sad to feel that way. Zhenglin said with emotion. Oh, how old are Brother Zheng's children? Tang Qing asked curiously. The elder is 4 years old. She is a daughter who sticks to me all day. And there is a son who is only 1 year old now, who is naughty all day, haha. Chai Rin, you have to hurry up. Hurry up and give birth to Sister Zhan Xie's son was a little brother for our baby. At this, Zhenglin showed a faint happy smile on his face. Go. Maybe who can be the elder brother in the future? Let's wait and see. Chai Rin said irritably. And Zhenglin had reserved the position of the younger brother by Zhenglin before his baby was born. How could this be agreed? Haha. Okay, I'm waiting for your baby to counterattack. By the way, you know that the China Little Angel Charity Foundation does not. Zhenglin said after turning the topic. Shun Yi nodded quickly. Tang Qing was taken aback and then smiled. Unexpectedly, this would become a topic for the second generation. Of course, I know that the charity company with a mysterious background. I also looked into it curiously at the time, but I didn't have a clue and asked my dad again. But my dad was tight-lipped to me and asked me not to ask more or interfere. Don't offend. What makes me wonder is that other donations and the country's 5 billion loans are fine, but the subsequent severely ill loans are a bit susceptible. They appeared without warning, and there was no rumors. The Health and Family Planning Commission and the Ministry of Health did not have this at all. Item proposal. Hey, this charity fund is a bit of a big show. I really don't know who has the ability to handle such a big thing. I think it's very likely that it's a joint effort from the above. Maybe something unexpected happened to have this product. Chai Rin guessed that people who knew something they didn't even know about their channels were tight-lipped. So the curiosity in the heart couldn't be restrained at all, but no one could understand. Me too. My family didn't disclose half a word to me, saying it was a state secret. So do you plan to donate a sum of money? Zheng Lin has also investigated the charity foundation of Little Angel. It should be said that the second generation of Beijing has investigated because the cake is really too big, or that Little Angel has created a new profit model. Even if various foundations ask the state for loans, they can still ask for so much money. Think about it last year. This 5 billion yuan was much more than the charitable donations received by all foundations across the country last year. One can imagine how many people are jealous. Those foundations thought that it was spring, and they all typed up the report one by one. But they were all scolded by the heads, and those who wanted to transfer to the Little Angel were no exception. They were all warned. Therefore, it has been spread in circles now that the background of this foundation is so great, and it has also eliminated many people's bad ideas. When did you become a donor? You never gave donations to those who would do it before. Chiron teased. Speaking of this, Zheng Lin looked angry. Huh. You and I know most of the foundation's virtues. How can I donate to them? I think I have too much money. But this foundation is different. Finance and management are very transparent. Even if the salary details of each foundation employee are clearly announced, the national media has been supervised for so long, and there is no squandering of money, of course, except for more and more. The higher the employee's salary is outside. Do they raise their wages internally? Chiron asked in surprise. Yes, at the beginning of this month, it has directly increased by 30%, and various benefits have also increased, but it did not cause any major discussions, because my uncle received an order from above that the report on this foundation must be positive. The controversial control is within a certain range, plus those people are doing charity, so no one said anything. Zheng Lin nodded. It would be strange if other charitable foundations increased their salaries by such a large scale and were not criticized severely, but regarding the Little Angel Foundation, such accusations were basically submerged in condemnation. It is only natural for others to do good things and get paid. The reason for the increase in wages is clearly written on the foundation's website, which is to encourage the charity industry, help others, and form a good social atmosphere. The reason can be said to be nonsense. But most people buy it, just like corruption. In fact, no one cares about you. As long as you do practical things for the people and a little money, the people can still accept it, Zheng Lin said with emotion. To be honest, since becoming a father and having children, you can't understand the feeling of licking the calf. Looking at so many poor children, my daughter-in-law has cried many times. No, she donated all her private money, and even tricked me to donate. So I was going to donate some. Before, I didn't feel relieved, but now I'm relieved. Then count me. Chiron continued. Shun Yi is a poor man, with no industry and only a job. He can't afford to buy a house in the Shanghai stock market. It can be said that he is a very poor and principled second generation. He smiled bitterly. Both Chai Xiao and Zheng Xiao have money, man. I can only donate 1 month's salary. Haha, it doesn't matter much. It's just a kind of heart. Zheng Lin laughed loudly, and his impression of Shun Yi, the second-generation salaryman, was better. There are principles, and no matter how reliable it is. Where to go? Tang Qing thought for a while. He didn't donate at first. There is no need to touch this hot spot. And just silently. Brothers, my company is going to build schools in mountainous areas and donate clothing and supplies to mountainous areas. As for the foundation of this foundation donation, my friend and I have already discussed it. Then he will donate for me and count my dividend for next month. Your friend? He also intends to donate. Chiron was surprised. This is an important message. Yes, but he is in the process of making preparations. He is going to collect enough 1 billion renminbi to call directly. You can help keep it secret at the end of next month at the latest. Tang Qing nodded and laughed. He didn't dare to say that next month. At least 24 billion yuan or more of funds should be paid in. That would be too much, let alone a little bit. When the time comes, they will come in batches, and the ghost will know who donated it. But that's it. Both of them were shocked again. 1 billion renminbi is just donated. Are you sure we are talking about the same currency? Your friend, really rich. Chiron took a deep breath and said, he does not doubt Tang Qing's words, nor does he doubt the strength of his friends. A master who can catch and beat anyone in the vast land of Africa will be short of money? Ha ha. Yes, it's mainly because he has a lot of recent investment projects, and there are still a lot of funds backlogged in the capital market, and many of them are physical assets, so there are so many funds that can be thrown out at will. Tang Qing pretend one at a time. Throw it out? Good Nemo wayward guy. The word just. Another example is a sword. For a time, both Chai Ren and Zheng Lin felt a bit internally injured. Holding their chests, the two relaxed for a while. At this moment, Chai Ren once again wondered if he was considered a rich person. He was always beaten. Zheng Lin had a new understanding of Tang Qing. He wanted to throw 1 billion yuan away. Ask the local tyrants if they need pendants. Haha, no problem. I must keep it secret for you before this. By the way, what is Brother Tang's company? Zheng Lin laughed. Today he has a full harvest. A movie company share, a wayward rich and rich. Friends of, the depression just now swept away. Xingtang Group. I don't know if Brother Zheng has heard of it. Tang Qing said. Hearing this, Zheng Lin thought about it carefully. It sounds familiar. It seems that there are advertisements on TV, and I have heard people talk about it. By the way, it is the rapid rise of the Xingtang Group, which is headquartered in a small city in the interior. Zheng Lin finally remembered. I heard people talk about this company before, but I am not familiar with it. I can remember this because the two words Xingtang have a special meaning in the ears of a person who studies history. Is a brilliant era of Chinese civilization. Yes, Tang Qing admitted. Zheng Lin praised. Yes, a national brand. If there is a need for corporate publicity in the future, I dare not say that it is a bit difficult and requires a little time to plan. However, I still use the next-level media channels. Operable. Thank you, Brother Zheng, and toast you a glass. Tang Qing raised his glass again. He had nothing to expect on the news network. It was almost enough to get a good advertising space. If he really has a tiger skin, he will have nothing to expect. It's good. Come on, do it. Great. The two had a drink. Shen Yi was not surprised that Tang Qing had other companies. It would be strange if he did not. Xingtang Group. Of course he had heard that as an entertainment company, clothing sponsorship was commonplace. As the deputy manager of the planning department, having worked in an entertainment company for so long, I also know a lot about clothing brands. Brother Tang, have you studied martial arts? Zheng Lin remembered the scene just now. Tang Qing nodded. Yes, I learned it for a while, and I learned it from a special soldier in our city. To have such strength at this age, it must have been very hard work at the time. Zheng Lin admired. Tang Qing couldn't stop laughing, working hard, but a bit hard. Every time he unlocked the gene lock, it hurts to death. It's nothing, a man. How can you do something if you're afraid of hardship? Tang Qing said awe-inspiringly. Well, if it weren't for being afraid of bullying the small with the big, I would like to fight with you. Zheng Lin said with some interest. I'm not good at learning art. How can I compare with Zheng Big Brother? Tang Qing said modestly. He didn't want to compete with Zheng Lin, so as not to hit people. Now, except for fighters, no one can be his opponent. You kid, have another glass, haha. Zheng Lin thought that Tang Qing was just getting fit. After exercising, he didn't learn any fighting skills. Next, a few people drank wine and chatted. After getting familiar with them, Zheng Lin felt that Tang Qing's thoughts were more and more consistent with him, especially when it came to film companies. He wants to counterattack the world market like him. After 1 hour, it's getting late. Zheng Lin and Chai Ren were also going home, especially Zheng Lin. The daughter-in-law came to urge them several times, so they had to coax her to sleep on the phone. In the end, Zheng Lin directly waived Tang Qing's housing expenses and fought with Chai Ren a few times. Naturally, Zheng Lin, the brother, won, and Chai Ren had to give up. The entrance of Autumn Palace. Everyone said goodbye to separation. Shen Yi stayed in the hotel tonight, watching Chai Ren and Zheng Lin's car disappear. Brother Shen, go back and rest. Tang Qing asked Shen Yi beside him. Okay, I am a little tired after running for a day today. Shen Yi said. Tomorrow we will follow Chai Daxiao around. When we arrive at the Shanghai stock market, it will be your sight, but I don't recognize the way. Tang Qing joked. Shen Yi laughed and said, haha, what can Brother Tang say? When you arrive at the Shanghai stock market, I will arrange everything. You can do it. No, you should be called Mr. Tang from now on. Tang Qing will be his boss in a week. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, fortunately, the company is still a week away. It's good to call me Brother Tang now. It won't be too late to change my tongue. You know, my girlfriend still doesn't know about me. Look at my brain, I understand, and I will never show my stuff. Shun Yi suddenly remembered that Tang Qing had reminded him at the dinner table just now. Great. Then Tang Qing and Shun Yi went upstairs. Shun Yi lived in a deluxe single room. It was not on the same floor as the Tianzi room on the 7th floor. After saying goodbye to each other, they went back to their rooms. The other side. After the separation, Zheng Lin recalled what happened just now according to his habit. He has maintained this habit for more than 10 years. Every important meeting, he will completely recall the process afterwards, including the expression when he saw it and when he heard it. If there are problems and mistakes, the guesses that come to mind will slowly show up. Tang Qing. He can't understand it a bit. Zheng Lin's face was serious, and he didn't want to think about it, so he dialed Chai Ren's phone directly. Haha, brother Zheng. I knew you would make this call. Chai Ren said loudly on the phone. What is the origin of this Tang Qing? Zheng Lin said straightforwardly. Chai Ren said the prepared words. This is a long story. I also met through a friend. It is not convenient to tell you some things, but you only need to know that this person is not an enemy. There are many things that can't be said, so it might as well be a little mysterious. Don't be the enemy? Zheng Lin frowned. He didn't expect that Chai Ren's answer would be only these 4 words, but it was an answer. It meant nothing. Yes, what my father said, other things. It's a big deal. I can only be tight-lipped. Chai Ren moved out of his father, so he was more credible. Really, Zheng Lin has no problems. Naturally, Chai Guoqiang's comments will not be messed up. There must be some unknown reason. He can only bury this question in his heart. As long as Chai Ren doesn't want it, he wants to talk from Chai Ren's mouth. Basically, it is impossible. I understand. I won't ask more. Anyway, it's just a good relationship with Tang Qing. Zheng Lin concluded. Yes, make a good relationship. Maybe there will be surprises in the future, but not now. Chai Ren began to pretend to be mysterious again. Zheng Lin was not fooled at all. Understood. Goodbye. After speaking, he hung up the phone, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He could imagine the face of Chai Ren on the opposite side, and he must have a turtle-eating expression on his face, and the truth is the same. The most interesting thing is to sell Guanzi, Chai Ren. Those who are still waiting to send the 2 words, you guess. Now it seems that there is no chance. Hey, you should leave him some hope. Chai Ren remorsefully said. The 2 have a deep relationship and often play like this. Tang Qing returned to the room. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door sounded, because the door card is no longer here. Just finished typing. There was only a rush of slippery slippers. Crack. The door was opened. Lin Jiaxue stood in front of Tang Qing's eyes in her pajamas. Tang Qing stepped forward and gave Lin Jiaxue a big hug. She shut it down, knowing that she heard the door closing. Lin Jiaxue only after coming back. She was taken advantage of again. Tang. All right, Sister Miao is still next to her. Lin Jiaxue pushed Tang Qing away, shyly said. Tang Qing put his arms around Lin Jiaxue's waist and turned his head to look. Sure enough, Miaoru was glaring at him. Tang Qing shrank her head quickly. This girl is so temperamental that she can't afford to provoke her. Let go of Lin Jiaxue and then drag her to the living room. Sister Miao haven't slept yet. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he felt that this problem was so mentally retarded. As expected, don't despise his IQ in an instant. If we fall asleep, who will open the door for you? Today, Sister Jiaxue and I sleep in the master bedroom, and you sleep in the second bedroom. Miao Ru, the eldest sister, is full of grandeur. Tang Qing could only bow his head to proclaim his courtiers. No question, I can sleep on the sofa. Why did you talk to Chai Ren and the others for so long? What are you talking about? Miaoru asked curiously. After whispering with Lin Jiaxue just now, he was a little curious about Tang Qing. An ordinary high school student suddenly had a few shots, jumped to the seat of the first grade. Not only knew the local giant businessman, but also knew Chai Ren, let Chai Ren greet him personally, and even put down his figure to accompany as a tour guide. The woman's 6th sense told her. Tang Qing is far less simple than it seems now. Therefore, Miaoru is a little worried about Lin Jiaxue. Such a woman is indeed a man's dream, but because she is too reluctant and does not like to manage people, she will definitely be the one who will suffer in the future. Looking at me, Lin Jiaxue is pitiful. Miao Ru felt that Lin Jiaxue must be taught at night to teach the imperial husband. It's nothing, that is to talk about his experience, the past, the future, and the future. Don't tell me. Master Chai really should learn cross-talk. Tang Qing said with amusement. Miao Ru laughed out loud. Learn cross-talk. Just him, but it's interesting to think about it. If there is a cross-talk at his wedding, it will definitely be interesting. I'll discuss it with Zhan Shi. Miao Ru's eyes lighted. Tang Qing can only pray for Chai Ren. Perform cross-talk at the wedding. What kind of custom is this? Don't change the setting randomly. But, looks pretty cool, isn't it? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Jiaxue was pulled over by Miao Ru. Tang Qing didn't hug it and felt empty. God, take a shower first. I'm going to take a shower first. After speaking, Tang Qing went back to the second bedroom, and the door was not closed, because even if it was bare, there would be nothing to see as long as he didn't enter the door. Sister Jiaxue, don't you ask who was that person just now? Miao Ru said in a low voice. Just now they saw Tang Qing bid farewell to Zheng Lin from the window. Ru is sure that Tang Qing did not fully tell the truth. Lin Jiaxue glanced at her and smiled softly. What if I know who that is? I only need to know that Tang Tang is my future husband and know that he will not abandon me. That's enough. Miao Ru was also defeated by Lin Jiaxue's "Ni Lai Sui accept." Looking at the gentle face of Lin Jiaxue, Miao Ru really felt the childhood sweetheart. What is the relationship between Liang Xiao Wu Guai? Or it is made up of character. The two are already familiar with each other, and they can't separate and cut constantly. Are other things important? It really doesn't matter. Jiaxue, I really envy you. Miao Ru looked at Lin Jiaxue with his head raised. You have said this 3 times. It would be nice if the brother-in-law heard it. Lin Jiaxue smiled slightly. Miao Ru smiled and said, He won't know. My husband and I are still very affectionate. Lin Jiaxue did not answer. The two watched a period drama on TV quietly. After a while, Tang Qing took a shower and came out wearing this big vest. Seeing, Lin Jiaxue hurried to change his clothes. Miao Ru glared at Tang Qing. Why don't you help? I understand. Tang Qing smiled, turned, and walked to his room. Hey, I didn't mean that. Miao Ru quickly said when he saw it. He thought Tang Qing had bullied Lin Jiaxue. Unfortunately, Tang Qing has disappeared at the door of the second bedroom. Of course, Tang Qing didn't do things just to help. At night, Tang Qing guards the vacancy alone. Also good. Go to the training area to practice those 2 skills, and then grab a few silly crabs to steam and eat. Well, there are also domestic hares. Fortunately, the animals in the training area have not changed much, but the size and taste are very touching. It tastes so good. In addition, the fertility rate of other animals in the training area continues to increase. Cows, horses, sheep, and the like have always been in estrus, and they have been born hard. Only 2 or 3 months have passed, and the number of ethnic groups has more than doubled. Especially rabbits, that is called a viable one. No wonder it is the destroyer king of the grassland, which has turned nearly tenfold. Fortunately, the soldiers controlled the number, otherwise the fence would be full of rabbits. The biggest of a rabbit is the size of an adult dog, with red eyes, and it looks a bit oozing, and even has a certain amount of attack power. Generally, humans must pay a price if they want to catch one. However, these rabbits are facing those robots, which are no different from domestic docile rabbits. They slap them up and teach them how to be a qualified rabbit in minutes. Tang Qing practiced his skills. 2 fighters are responsible for steaming and roasting. The other side, Chai Ren returned home and hurried to his father's study. What's the matter? Chai Guoqiang asked, raising his head. Usually it's okay, Chai Ren won't bother him. Chai Ren hurriedly sat down and said, Father, today Tang Qing said to set up a film company. I invested 100 million, and I took Zheng Lin to invest 100 million. Tang Qing invested 400 million. The company will be established next week. Regarding Tang Qing's affairs, Chai Guoqiang had told him that he had to report in time. Chai Guoqiang wondered, a movie company? Or an entertainment company? There is a difference between the two. It's a film company, mainly investing in and shooting science fiction movies. His goal is... Chai Ren said Tang Qing's goal again. Chai Guoqiang's eyes are full of admiration. He also understands the domestic level. 2 words, start. Especially when I heard about the special effects company just now, and the amazing special effects technology. An imperceptible shock flashed in Chai Guoqiang's eyes. Special effects? Computer? The internet? The three are linked together, and Chai Guoqiang is linked with a recent mysterious force, that is, the controller of sunqin.com, the mysterious hacker team that cooperates with the country. Tell me carefully, what else did he say about special effects and his friends? Chai Guoqiang asked with a serious face. The matter is very important. If it is true, then their family will have a big deal. Although Chai Ren was surprised, he didn't think much about it. He said, Tang Qing said that by then his friend will set up a special effects company and the special effects team will settle in. However, he didn't say when, only the right time. By the way, before and Zheng Lin talked about the Little Angel Charity Foundation. We all decided to donate some money. He said that his friend would donate 1 billion renminbi to the Little Angel next month. I don't know if it's true, that's all. What? He donated 1 billion yuan to the Little Angel Foundation. Chai Guoqiang stood up in shock. 1 billion yuan. He didn't care about the amount of money, and under normal circumstances, the billions were about the same, but what he remembered. If all the abnormalities of this period are connected together, Chai Guoqiang couldn't imagine it anymore. If several things are put together, many things have been explained. Chai Ren was rescued in the United States. Yi Hong returned to China, the layout of Africa, etc. However, this fish is also big. Africa, the United States, Asia, Myanmar Chi, Tongtian, if there is a force behind it. That thing is a bit big. Chai Guoqiang's face was astonished. Chai Ren was surprised. What happened to his father? It was only 1 billion yuan, and it was not for their family. Do you want to be so excited? Chai Guoqiang is not an idiot. Although there is no evidence, the more he thinks about it, the more likely he is. Suspected crime does not exist in his place. After a while of logical reasoning, Chai Guoqiang has a 7-point grasp of Tang Qing's friend and the power behind the search. There is something to do with it. He doesn't know if it is the same force, but it is absolutely closely related. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. At the same time, he was caught in a war between heaven and man. Whether to report this matter or not is his responsibility. However, once it is reported, it may not be a good thing for Tang Qing, and it may also make the other party angry. After careful consideration, Chai Guoqiang chose not to report it. Let's watch the changes first. The other party should have a plan, so don't disrupt other people's plans. After all, from the contact point of view, the other party's attitude is not clear. After making a decision, Chai Guoqiang said to Chai Ren, Okay, it's better to act according to the previous plan. When the time comes, investigate the source of the special effects team. Although Chai Ren was puzzled, he still said, Okay, father. Finished. When Chai Ren saw nothing else, he left. Chai Guoqiang had no intention of reading the information at this time. After thinking for a while, he made a secret call. Send someone to investigate an emerging power in Myanmar, who is also the jade jewelry of Tang Kai, the richest Chinese man in Thailand. Supplier, submit it to me within this week. The next few days, Chai Ren still took Tang Qing and his party around in the capital, eating delicious food, drinking delicious food, and having fun, but unfortunately, Lin Jiaxue has been occupied by Miao Ru, and he hasn't been able to do it anymore. Take advantage. At the same time, the real estate company has also been established and is busy setting up a department. The general manager was asked by Chai Ren, when the preparations are completed and the adjustment is good, the land will be officially acquired to build the house. July 15th, Friday. Inside the Suyu box of the Autumn Palace, a table was full of people. Because Tang Qing was leaving tomorrow, all the new friends came to see him off. They were happy and lively, but Shen Yi went back to the Shanghai stock market yesterday morning and was about to start resigning. Brother Tang, you have to live with me next time you come, you know? Live for free. Zheng Lin said with his arm around Tang Qing's shoulders. He wrote several movie script outlines overnight, and he was ready to see if he could shoot them. Tang Qing's special effects are in the pot. Okay, no problem. You will live with Brother Zheng next time. Tang Qing promised. It doesn't matter where you live. If you don't need money, you will have to live. The future rate of return on Zheng Lin's shares is absolutely amazing. Tang Qing also feel at ease. Okay. The next day, early in the morning, after packing his luggage, Chai Ren drove Tang Qing and his party to the airport. Brother Tang, younger siblings, and you, Don't be absent from the wedding banquet on September 17th, Chiron said. Don't worry, young Master Chai. I can't be absent. Otherwise, Sister Zhan can't blame me. Tang Qing smiled. These days Zhan Shi and Lin Jiaxue have a very good relationship. If they don't go, Zhan Shi's nagging can bury him. Ha, good luck. Stay. After that, the four of Tang Qing entered the airport. They didn't have much luggage, because all the things they brought to the cousin were sent back. Qin Shiqi, who learned that they were in the capital Xiaoyao and was working in the prosperous Tang dynasty, was bitter. 2 hours later, the provincial capital airport. The four Tang Qing came out and played for nearly a month. They were a little tired physically and mentally, except for Tang Qing, of course. Let's go. The car is waiting outside. I'll drive. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue's hand and walked out. Feng Sun and Tang Kai quickly followed. The car came last time and was stored in the second uncle's company. The staff drove it over this morning. Before the second uncle's company was reorganized and split, and the provincial capital company became an office. Tang Qing drove a bright Mercedes. Drive in the direction of Qingyan City. It was raining lightly outside the window, which was very cool. Jiaxue, let's go back to the village at the end of the month. You haven't seen your grandpa and them for a long time. Tang Qing said. After the college entrance examination in the previous life, Lin Jiaxue's grandma passed away, but this time the second uncle Tang Kai came back. Go back. It's still early to leave school. Of course, he has to go back and see before leaving. He still wants to live for 10.5 months. Otherwise, how to live in the two-person world? It is not good to run to Lin Jiaxue's house every day. Okay, I miss them too. Lin Jiaxue said softly. Kaizi, what about you? What are you going to do during this time? Tang Qing asked again. I don't have much place to play, and I plan to go to my father's shop to help out and do chores. Li Kai said. At these words, Tang Qing was surprised and asked in confusion, how did you get the hang of it and go to the store to help instead of going to the internet cafe? Hear the words. Li Kai smiled bitterly and said, what's the fun? I have seen Chai Run, Shen Yi, and Zheng Lin and several other elder brothers these days. I have a bit of enlightenment. They are already so powerful and have a deep background. It's clear that you can live a good life lying down, but I'm still working and running. I'm just a common man, so why not slack off? The experience of the past few days has refreshed his three views. What he saw and heard was completely different from the second-generation life he had previously thought. There are not many drunken fans. There are not many yin-yin-yin-yin. There is no lack of learning. I saw their wisdom, their mentality, their vision, their knowledge, and their ideals. If he doesn't work harder, if he sees it in the future, he really won't even have the topic. If he doesn't talk about anything else, he will talk about Tang Qing, and he can often chat with them. But he, racking his brains, didn't know what to say. This incompetence. He can't accept it. He can't tolerate it, commits sins, and cannot live. The meaning of this sentence is that she suddenly feels a little first looking at the door. He wants to make progress. He wants a future, especially. He needs to be respected, not treated as a passerby. Listening to Li Kai's words, Tang Qing really felt that he had grown up. Yes, you really understand. I believe Uncle Li will be very happy. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yeah. It would be strange if Li Kai in the past heard the praise and praise, but now he is no longer in that mood, encountering things, and it is always the fastest approach for people to grow up. Tang Qing smiled and continued to drive attentively. Tang Qing also remembered the sentence he saw in his previous life. People can only obtain a kind of thinking through a behavior, but cannot obtain a behavior through a kind of thinking. To put it bluntly, people actually speak and don't listen, and it's useless to reason. If you want to remember, there is only experience. It's like a burning red iron stove in front of you. It's hard to remember if you don't touch it dozens of times, but as long as you touch it and get hurt, then you really remember it. Unforgettable, just like learning one. Something is like someone holding a stick next to it. If you don't do it well, you can do it directly. Facts have proved that this method is extremely effective, but it is not advocated. After all, shortcuts do not necessarily mean fast, and there are costs that come with it. Life is about experience. Grow through experience. Epiphany while growing up. Understand the truth in the epiphany. If you have the opportunity, do more, and that's right. 5 hours later, when the car arrived in Qingyan City, Tang Qing first sent Feng Sun back and harvested a lot of snacks. as well as the crispy meat that Feng's son brought to Do Jiao last time. Tang Qing directly ate it, and Lin Joshua fed it bit by the side. Then there was Li Kai, who was sent directly to the seafood restaurant. However, Lin Joshua did not go home, but came to the house of her uncle Qin Yugong, because the family would eat here again in the evening. Qin Yugong's home. Auntie. Hey. Tang, Joshua. You are finally back. You want to kill me. The aunt who was watching TV got up and said happily. She was really uncomfortable not seeing Tang Qing for more than 20 days, but she thought of the next few things. Seeing once a month, she slowly forced herself to adapt. Aunt, where's uncle? Haven't come back yet. Tang Qing asked. He came back. He left work early today, and he forgot to buy something this afternoon. Your mother is also on the way here. Aunt took the snacks from Tang Qing and put it on the coffee table. Where are Shichi and Shiyu? Haven't gotten off work yet. Yeah, they still have 1 hour to get off work. They are tired every day when they come back this week. Haha, but your two sisters didn't say to give up. They insisted on going to work for 1 month. Aunt said that she wanted to laugh. She used to sleep lazily. Qin Shichi became the first one to get up every day, cook by herself, and then hurriedly took her sister to work after eating, feeling busier than going to school. It's fine if you can persist. I'll pick them up later. Naturally, he knew the performance of the two cousins. The store manager sent a special daily newspaper every day. Okay, I used to pick it up. You can go today. Aunt nodded. Okay. After speaking, Tang Qing pulled the suitcase and returned to the room. Lin Joshua and Aunt said to follow up and help him organize his clothes. By the way, he took the clothes he changed this morning and washed them. After a while, Uncle Qin Yugong came back and chatted for a while about what he saw in Thailand. Seeing that it was not early, Tang Qing drove to pick up his two cousins. Inside the flagship store of Shengtang, near the end of get-off work, the business in the store is slowly deserted. This is not a large shopping mall, and it will open late at night. Qin Shichi and Qin Shiyu were also idle, but they weren't doing nothing but sorting out clothes. To be honest, unlike shoes, for Qin Shiyu with obsessive-compulsive disorder, it would never be good. She wanted to take care of the clothes in a store where she saw irregularities, and Qin Shichi followed. There was no one anyway. Sister, do you think your brother will come to pick us up? Qin Shichi asked. Yes. Qin Shiyu faintly gave her a word. Why? Qin Shichi asked curiously. Guess it. Qin Shichi was speechless. I looked at my watch. I was about to get off work. I have always noticed that Qin Shichi's store manager Jiang Yu walked over quickly and said kindly, Shichi, Shiyu, do you have anything important today? Qin Shichi saw that lazy had been discovered and spit out her tongue and said, Sister Jiang, it's not a big deal, but my brother is back tonight. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was shocked. Isn't Qin Shichi's brother the chairman? The chairman has returned from a trip? You mean your cousin Tang Qing? Jiang Yu confirmed in a low voice. The previous exchanges and arrangements were close to that. Jiang Yu asked Qin Shichi's family situation a long time ago, especially their chairman Tang Qing, who was the focus of attention. He heard that Tang Qing was bullied and ravaged by the cousin in front of him at home. At that time, Jiang Yu could only send the word huh, but she also gave a thumbs up. By doing this, my brother is a real family. Qin Shichi didn't notice Jiang Yu's strangeness, nodded and said, Yes, it's him. He just returned from a trip to Thailand and spent a few days in the capital. Huh, see if I go back and try him. Jiang Yu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and said, If you don't go back first, it will only be 15 minutes away. Today you two can leave work early. Qin Shichi shook her head vigorously and said, That's not possible. How can we leave early and leave the work to the sisters? The sisters in the store are very kind to her, and they have both of them for everything that is delicious. At first, the shop assistants felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that there were two uncles in the store, but after these days of contact, they gradually fell in love with these two sisters with very different personalities. A cheerful and lively person is everyone's pistachio. One I feel pity, so that as women, they have a kind of protective desire. What else does Jiang Yu want to say? Shichi, are you off work? A man's voice sounded at the door of the store. Hearing this sound, Qin Shichi's body shook, and when she tilted her head, she saw Tang Qing walking in front of the store. Brother, why are you here? Qin Shichi rushed over and became one. Pendant. It's been a long time since I saw Tang Qing. she still missed it strangely. Although they usually talk in SHD, but this does not affect the feelings of their brothers and sisters. Shichi, so many people. Pay attention to the image, lady. Tang Qing said, patted Qin Shichi on the back. Oomph, I'll pack you later when I go back. Qin Shichi let go of Tang Qing and said, glaring at him. Tang Qing said that there is no pressure. Isn't it just a red ticket? We have so many. 300 to 500 are enough to get Qin Shichi. Well, clean up. Do you have any work you haven't done yet? Tang Qing asked. Qin Shichi shook her head and whispered, no, but leaving get off work early will not affect it. My sister and I are sorting clothes. Then it's all right. In a few minutes, go and pack up and change your clothes. Tang Qing said, looking at Qin Shichi, who was wearing the Tang Dynasty overalls. Don't say it, this shopping guide for the Tang Dynasty is really good. It looks good, big red, silk material, fusion of the essence of Cheongsam and work clothes. It looks like a work of art. As the facade of the Tang Dynasty, if the work clothes are not well done, then what high-end brand will be said? The price paid is that the cost of each set of work clothes is as high as 360 yuan. Oh, sister, let's change clothes. Looking at Jiang Yu's nod, Qin Shichi greeted Qin Shiyu. She knew that Tang Qing was familiar with the shop owner, so the respect on Jiang Yu's face was nothing strange. Okay. After speaking, the two went to the employee locker room at the back. At this moment, Jiang Yu hurried over and said respectfully, hello, Chairman. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Manager Jiang, you have worked hard. It's not hard, it should be. Shichi and Shiyu are serious about it. We like them both very much. Jiang Yu said quickly, well, keep it up. I don't want them to know my identity yet. Tang Qing said, yes, Chairman. Jiang Yu nodded hurriedly. After speaking, Tang Qing, who was bored, went shopping in the store. These clothes have changed a lot from the last time. There are more styles and styles. But what Tang Qing didn't look at was not the price. I can't finish wearing my own clothes. There are still a lot of clothes in Xingtang's office. Worry. You can't donate all of them. These are the wishes of Qi Yin and the others. It seems that they can only be taken with them when they go to the Shanghai stock market. His villa is so big that it can be put aside in any way. Brother, we are all right. Qin Shichi finished changing her clothes and walked out. From the charming shopping guide, she suddenly became the dress of the little girl next door. Tang Qing looked at his watch, and after 2 minutes of getting off work, he raised his head and said, Mr. Jiang, we will leave first. Yes, please go slowly. Jiang Yu almost said that he would welcome your next visit. Sister Jiang, goodbye. Sister Lu, sisters, see you tomorrow. Qin Shichi greeted each other one by one, but Qin Shiyu still couldn't let go. Without Qin Shichi's loud voice, the whole store could hear him, and at most he would make a goodbye gesture. Tang Qing took the two sisters out and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing Tang Qing and the others disappeared from the field of vision, the cashier hurried up and said in surprise, Sister Jiang, that's our chairman? The other shop assistants also pricked their ears. Jiang Yu regained the momentum of the store manager. Yes, he is the chairman of our Shengtang group. Wow, so young. So handsome. I feel like I saw Prince Charming. Unfortunately, you are not a princess. Can't you let me think about it for a while? No, daydreaming is not desirable. Inside the car, the co-pilot, Qin Shichi, said pitifully, Brother, when we finish our 1-month exercise, can you ask your friend to help me make 2 of the work clothes I was wearing just now? Remove the words. The clothes are really good looking. Many customers have asked me that this style is not available, but this is a unique work clothes in Shengtang, and there is no such style at all. As long as you agree, I won't ask you to settle the account. Tang Qing was dumb. Unexpectedly, Qin Shichi would make such a request. Okay, no problem, I promise you. Does Tang Qing dare to say no? Obviously, he dare not. Brother is the best. Okay, then you still cheated me this time. Nonsense, that's my way of expressing intimacy. You have a point, but I was speechless. When Tang Qing returned home, the 3 families are already there. Several mothers are busy in the kitchen nervously. The men are chatting in the living room, but the voice is not as warm as the kitchen. Seeing Lin Jiaxue, Qin Shichi is here again. Hug. She is about the same height as Lin Jiaxue. She is still a girl, and she doesn't dare to be a pendant. With a few twitters, Qin Shichi pulled Lin Jiaxue back to their room, closed the door, and whispered, "Smelly boy, have fun this time." Father Tang looked at his son, and the smile on his face never stopped. As expected, Tang Qing really passed the National College Entrance Examination #1 in the national exam area. Guangzhou Yaozu, if it weren't for Tang Qing was not there at the time, and how long ago took him back to worship the ancestors. "It's okay, I had a good time. I will take you next time." Tang Qing sat on the sofa, grabbed an apple, and ate it. "It depends on the situation. Wait until the business is stable in the future. By the way, have you received a call from your school?" Father Tang asked suddenly. "I got it. Principal Chu always calls to harass me." Tang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since his grades came down, he became the champion with no suspense. Chu Yuanhang called him to come back almost every day, but what about him? May come back. In the first few days after the results, Chu Yuanhang kept making phone calls, and then the frequency decreased. Tang Qing was also happy and clean. Why did he fly back? Greet all kinds of interviews and speeches? He has no interest at all. Then you go to school tomorrow. Your principal will also do my job every day, but you have a good time. I didn't call you for what you ran back to do. Father Tang said. I see. I will go and apologize to Principal Chu tomorrow. Tang Qing said, since they are all back, it is not appropriate not to go there. Finish these trivial matters as soon as possible, and there are still things to do next. Okay. After a while. Supper is ready. It's very rich. During this meal, Tang Qing was able to take part in the photos and storytelling roles, which were all taken by his second Aunt Yuman. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue did not take the initiative to take a few photos. Of course, they can tell the story, but they can't. I've talked about it in one stroke. For example, when I went to the territory, I saw all kinds of firearms. If I said these, my parents would be very worried, and they would complain that my second uncle took him to such a dangerous place. This kind of misunderstanding, there is really no need to deliberately create this. After dinner, clean up the mess. Each went home one after another. The houses of Tang Qing and Lin's family have only been renovated and are still drying. Qin Yugong also bought a house in that community at the suggestion of Tang Qing, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, using Tang Qing's half-price card diamonds, and there was nothing in funding. Pressure is still in the renovation stage. Lying on a familiar bed, Tang Qing was wondering whether to move this bed to the Shanghai stock market, but he looked at the a little worn-out bed and didn't let it go because it was too small for him and Lin Jiaxue to roll. It's 11 o'clock. Tang Qing stepped into the command room, came to the training area, and started today's training project. The next day, Tang Qing did not drive, but walked to the school. At this time, the school's junior high school and high school students had already been on vacation, and only the children's shoes who had finished their second year of high school and were about to enter high school were still working hard to study overtime. Before entering the door, Tang Qing saw the banner above the school gate that said, "Warmly celebrate that Tang Qing from our school became the top student in the college entrance examination in our province." Tang Qing gave a negative score to the language skills of this banner. He wore a school uniform today. After saying hello to the enthusiastic doorman, he walked into the school and looked at the familiar campus. Tang Qing knew that he would rarely come here in the future. From now on, his future is the whole world, and it is impossible to stay in Qingyan City forever. Came to the principal's office. At this moment, Chu Yuanhang was holding his head, tapping the table lightly with a pen. His face was full of sadness. Tang Qing slammed everything down and left, but he suffered a lot, and learned that Tang Qing was the #1 in the college entrance examination. The Education Bureau and the city leaders both said they would come and have a look, and there are reporters to interview. But Nima is not there. Who to interview? Do you interview him in Shenmei? However, Tang Qing was traveling in a foreign country, and he couldn't bring it back. He didn't have the guts yet, so he could only call the ink every day. In the end, he had to wait. This college entrance examination champion really didn't care about his reputation and money, and he was also distressed. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Chu Yuanhang said in an irritable tone. Principal Chu, who made you angry? Why are you frowning? How could Chu Yuanhang forget this voice? Looking up at Tang Qing with a smile on his face, Chu Yuanhang said angrily, "Who else can be far away in the sky, right in front of you?" He poured a cup of tea for Tang Qing. "It turns out you are yourself. Why do you make yourself angry?" Tang Qing couldn't help joking. Chu Yuanhang was short of breath. I'm talking about you. When you left, I was embarrassed. Many people wanted to see you, but you didn't show up for more than half a month. You are finally willing to come back. Chu Yuanhang slowly complained. Looking at Chu Yuanhang, who was like a daughter-in-law, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. Haha, didn't I come back, President Chu? Please tell me as soon as I have anything to do. I will go back to the countryside in 2 days, and I won't be back in mid-August. Tang Qing doesn't want to respond to visits at any time. For reporters and officials, returning to the village is also a strategy to avoid trouble. You are really a busy person. Chu Yuanhang handed the tea to Tang Qing and sat down beside him. Of course, Tang Qing took it for granted. Chu Yuanhang stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Okay, I will arrange it right away, and I will let you talk to the sophomore classmates about your learning experience later. Don't give me a few words to get it done, at least 10 minutes. Yes, it doesn't matter if you slow down, you think about the draft. At the same time, accept an interview with the city TV station and finally join a leadership dinner with me. If it is fast, it can be done today. Are there any questions?" Although Chu Yuanhang wanted to be promoted and served as deputy director of the Qingyan Education Bureau, he did not want to overconsume Tang Qing's reputation. Otherwise, Tang Qing might be dissatisfied and would offend Qin Yugong, a celebrity in the city. The rights of the Education Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are simply incomparable. Even if he gets promoted and is equal to Qin Yugong, he does not dare to upset Qin Yugong. I'm fine. I will listen to you today, and I won't care about it tomorrow. Tang Qing said. Yes, as long as these 3 things are done, it will be gone. I will arrange it immediately. The speech and interview will start in an hour, and I will have a free meal at noon or evening. Chu Yuanhang said. Knowing that Tang Qing was not in Qingyan City, he ran abroad to travel. The leaders of the Education Bureau were still very angry with him. A principal of him could not call a student, but when he learned that Tang Qing's uncle was Qin Yugong, don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. It's all within the system. Qin Yugong's momentum is prosperous, and his future is unlimited. If he goes to his nephew to play majestic and prestige, he may lose his face, and others will ignore you. Great. After that, Chu Yuanhang immediately started making arrangements, making phone calls everywhere, and convening a meeting with the class teacher, and so on. Tang Qing watched from the sidelines and kept nodding his head. Chu Yuanhang was really taking it as a formality, instead of over-consuming his reputation as a champion. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing's itinerary for today has been arranged. Chu Yuanhang was also relieved. Tang Qing, I have arranged everything. When the reporter from Qingyan TV station will come back, the leaders of the Education Bureau will also come to give you awards. Also, if you have a meal at a nearby hotel at noon, nothing will happen to you. If someone finds me again later, I will say you are back to your hometown. The address is unknown. Haha, Principal Chu Guangliang. Tang Qing smiled with a thumbs up. Chu Yuanhang said angrily. Chang Liang, a fart. If you have been in Qingyan City, I will definitely pull you around to pick up guests. Forget it now, just do what is necessary. Pick up? You, a principal, use such rude words. Tang Qing said helplessly. Okay. 2 hours later. The old-fashioned speech process is finally over. The reporter's interview is over. Tang Qing also received a bonus of 15,000 yuan and took a lot of photos, only waiting for the TV station in the evening and the newspaper tomorrow. Noon. Tang Qing had another boring meal. The leaders of the schools and Qingyan Education Bureau toasted each other and took turns to respect him, patted his shoulders to encourage him to study hard in college, serve the motherland, and earn money. Sometimes he really didn't want to give face because of big money, but because of Chu Yuanhang's future, he had to cooperate. After a meal, one by one, he was full of food and drink, and he also achieved their respective goals and went back. Principal Chu, this is the last thing. Don't ask me to participate in such boring meals in the future. Tang Qing said to Chu Yuanhang. Chu Yuanhang raised his hand and promised. No problem. This is definitely the last meal. It's getting late. I'll go back first, and there's still business in the afternoon. President Chu, come on, but don't be fooled by the secular rights. Tang Qing knew that Chu Yuanhang wanted to go to the Municipal Education Bureau, so he raised a wake-up call. Power is poison to men. Chu Yuanhang is a good person, but this is the present, not the future. Good. Chu Yuanhang stammered. He had the feeling of facing the leader. Goodbye. After speaking, Tang Qing went to talk to Shinmei again and got into an Audi on the side of the road. In the car. Brother Sun, it's been a long time since I saw you. How is Auntie? Tang Qing smiled at Sun Chao, who was driving. Very well, there is nothing wrong with the review. I am still cleaning in the Tang dynasty. Sun Chao smiled bitterly, pitying the parents of the world. He was obstructing in every way, but his mother still insisted on being able to move and didn't want to play all day. Auntie's body is fine. If you ask someone to arrange for her to clean the area less, just say what I said. Tang Qing said. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Whatever you are polite, it's all brothers and friends, just a little thing. The car quickly drove towards Tianyin's headquarters. The car arrived at Tianyin's headquarters. Tang Qing went directly to the meeting room on the top floor, and Sun Chao followed. At this time, there were already 6 people sitting in the conference room: Dou Jiao, the other 2 vice presidents of Tianyin, and the executive managers of the 3 business units. They looked at the information in their hands, and they were all absent-minded. A few days ago, I got the investment plan passed by Tang Qing and found that there were 2 more regulatory companies, one holding shares and one holding. Everyone in Tianyin was extremely excited because this represented the expansion of Tianyin's territory and also showed its own chairman. The strength is so powerful. Seeing that Tang Qing had spent a huge amount of 800 million yuan in just a few days, the hearts of the people present could not be calm at all. They knew that their chairman had money to this point. They thought that Tang Qing had a loan before. I'm nervous in my green pocket, but from this look, I'm nervous. Will anyone who invests 800 million yuan will have no money in his pocket? They want to say, Chairman, can you have more money? They have been following up the 2 new projects that Tang Qing discussed in Beijing these days. Fortunately, many people have been recruited before Tianyin. Otherwise, there will be not enough people. Although today is the weekend, they are really happy to work overtime. Hello, Chairman. Seeing Tang Qing come in, several people stood up and said, Hello, all sit down. Tang Qing pressed his hand and smiled. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing sat down on the main seat. The school uniform had been changed in the car, otherwise it would be inappropriate to wear school uniforms for meetings. Okay, let's start the meeting. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Many companies need your supervision, but there is no hard work. I don't say anything to encourage you. I can only say that the year-end award at the end of the year will not let you. Disappointed, of course, provided that you didn't make any serious mistakes. Tang Qing said solemnly. After a pause, Tang Qing said again, You just need to follow up the real estate company in Beijing, as well as the film company. You should set up the film company's shelf as soon as possible and recruit people quickly. I'll be hired, and send me their information before appointment. Tang Qing's purpose is to ask the command room to review it. Okay, do you have any questions? Tang Qing admired himself very much and finished a meeting with 2 sentences. The 6 looked at each other as if, really nothing. Tang Qing solved the money problem and never cared about the company's specific affairs. Everything else was theirs. Tang Qing only needed to give orders. Seeing no one screaming, Tang Qing laughed wildly. Just like such a refreshing meeting, so much nonsense. Well, since everyone is all right, you all go to work, and the meeting ends. Tang Qing leaned back on the chair. When Tang Qing spoke, other people who were a bit slumped quickly got up and left, and couldn't help admiring Tang Qing's efficiency, but Dou Jiao did not leave. Little boss, your meeting is too short, right? It's over in 2 sentences. Dou Jiao couldn't help but smile. The use of Tianyin is simply a boon to the boss. In addition to money, professional people do everything. Of course, the premise is that you have enough money. Tang Qing was completely stunned. With the double supervision of the Sky Eye and the command room, his business empire could not be crossed. Sister Jiao Jiao, there are not many things related to me. I have dealt with many things directly by email before. Today I mainly come to see everyone. I will be back in the country village in 2 days, and I will be back in half a month. Tang Qing explained that at this time the role of email is reflected. Many major decisions will be made by email, and corporate affairs that have not accumulated will be discussed in person. All right, but what about your film company? You don't have meetings for so long after you go back. Dou Jiao reminded that Tianyin is a supervisory company after all, although the top and bottom of this film company will be the people recruited by Tianyin. But rules are rules, and Tianyin will not cross the line to intervene in the specific operations of the company it supervises. It's okay. When the film company's management is recruited, I will open a remote video conference. You ask them to prepare the network environment and use SkyEye's video conference management system. Tang Qing said. In a meeting, why not go to the scene? Do Jiao didn't ask why there is a net in the village. Isn't this brain dead? Wouldn't Tang Qing in the village go to the town or the county? Tianyin's video conference management system was developed by analysts in the command room, mainly for the convenience of company management. This system is not only used by Tianyin, but also in various companies under the supervision of Tianyin. Well, if you say that this video conferencing software is really easy to use, I will notify you in advance when I arrive. By the way, how did you hook up with Shani? Do Jiao curiously looked at Tang Qing personally recruiting talents or acquaintances. Do Jiao was very curious. You should know that these two new projects of mine have the same shareholder. That is, Chai Run, Jingxing Chai family, and Shinyi's father is theirs. Knowing that I was going to school in the Shanghai stock market, he introduced Shun Yi to me. Tang Qing said truthfully. Do Jiao nodded after hearing this, saying that Shinyi's father was indeed from the Chai family. Shun Yi is a good person, not dude, capable, educational background, but he is a good person. Do Jiao praised. Yes, when the time comes, whether to give him the position of manager or vice president, you give me a plan, and I will see. Tang Qing is not good at promising the position directly. It is easier to do multiple choice questions. Okay, by the way, the little boss, do you know that if you add these two new companies, your assets will be nearly 2 billion yuan? Do Jiao was a little excited when she said this. 2 billion yuan. The childish boy in front of him. It is also difficult for her to overlap the two identities. Hee. Yes, that's good, but it's nothing. When I become the richest man in the country, it will not be too late for you to be surprised. Tang Qing said with a smile. Do Jiao glared at him. Hey, you want to become the richest man in the country, and it will take another 10 years. No, 10 years is too long. I want 5 years. Tang Qing quit. 10 years. Huanghua times have been cold. No, they are all frozen. Just the richest man in China, as for the longest time. I believe you. 5 years will be 5 years. Do Jiao joked, covering her mouth. Sometimes this little boss is really childish. You thought it was selling something. After chatting with Do Jiao for a while, Tang Qing returned to his huge office. Basking in the filtered sun, the warmth is abnormal. Now Tianyin's development has already been on the right track, and he has achieved great success. He has become a thorough boss, and even if he is left alone for a long time, the company will not have any problems. This is the winner of life. At this time, Sun Chao is also in the office. Brother Sun, what are your plans after I go to college? Tang Qing said while looking at the scenery outside the window. Sun Chao has been following him for more than half a year. He is going to the Shanghai stock market this time, and Sun Chao naturally needs to make arrangements. I'll go with you. Sun Chao said without hesitation. Brother Sun, your mother is still here. What do you do if you leave, Annie? Tang Qing turned to look at Sun Chao and smiled. Sun Chao was speechless. Mother, he couldn't leave it alone. He wanted to take his mother to the Shanghai stock market, but would Tang Qing agree? Looking at Sun Chao with a tangled look, Tang Qing actually had arrangements long ago, and said, Brother Sun, you don't need to entangle. I have already figured it out. You will stay in Qingyan City after I leave. I now have 3 positions for you. You choose. The first one is the deputy manager of the security department of Shangtang. The second is the equivalent position of Tianyin, and the third is the bodyguard company of General Gao. They still lack a deputy manager of the training department. When he went to the Shanghai stock market, he would definitely live in a villa, and Sun Chao would also. If he lived with Lin Jiaxue in the 2-person world, it would always feel inconvenient. It would be better to let a robot take the place of Sun Chao, and it would not be so embarrassing. Moreover, regardless of strength or what, the robot is better than Sun Chao in general, and it doesn't feel so distressed if he died in danger, but Sun Chao is different. He is a human and has lived for a long time. Tang Qing also treats him as a big brother. It is much safer in Qingyan City, and he can take care of his mother nearby. Sun Chao looked at Tang Qing's firm eyes and knew that Tang Qing had already decided. Mr. Tang, I went to Mr. Gao. Sun Chao chose the third one without thinking about it. The first two are security guards. It's not interesting. It's better to go to Gao Ming's place. Can also train every day and return to military life. Haha, I knew you would choose this way. Okay, this month you will complete the resignation of Xingtang and the entry of Zhongyu Special Guard. At the beginning of next month, you can go to work directly. This car will be handed over to you. Sky Eye, Tang Qing said. Yes, Mr. Tang. Sun Chao agreed. Why the car gave Tianyin is very simple, because Tianyin is one of his core industries. Xingtang Group is not. If his future office is in Qingyan City, it will only be here in Tianyin, not Xingtang. Next time you come back, let the soldiers of Sky Eye act as drivers. Arranged for Sun Chao, Tang Qing can be considered to have completed a major event. Brother Sun, how is the business of Uncle Han's shop? Tang Qing asked the master again. Speaking of this, Sun Chao was very happy. Very well, he opened a sports goods store in the city center and a military goods shop. He has a large health hall with a good location, so the business is very good. That's good. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. It's been a long time. I'll see you before I go to university. Next time I come back, I may leave in a hurry. I don't have time to go. Tang Qing said. Come back next month to hurriedly clean up, and then the companies are afraid to run again and see Lu Gan and the like. There are many things, and you need to see you first. As his master, he is naturally listed. Great. Sun Chao said happily. Subsequently, the two drove towards Han Lung's new store. 20 minutes later, when the car arrived in front of a building in the city center, Tang Qing was also the first time to come to Han Lung's new store. This is a 5-story shopping mall, full of various shops. The walls are covered with various billboards. After getting out of the car, Tang Qing saw a row of conjoined ones from the far left to the far right on the second floor. The big sign is exactly the same as the name of the shop that Han Lung had opened before. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. This master is really still so lazy. President Tang, this is Han Lung's shop, a whole floor. Sun Chao pointed to the brand on the second floor and said, Go, let's go up. Tang Qing nodded and said, There was no need to lead the way. The two went straight to the second floor. There was no elevator, and they could only walk. They did not notify Han Lung in advance. They were prepared to have a surprise. Sun Chao said that Han Lung is usually in the gym, so they went straight upstairs. Turn left. Go through a heavy iron gate. A not-so-small gym appeared in front of you, with various fitness equipment neatly placed. This weekend, many people are still sweating on it. Exercise, weight loss, both men and women, wearing thin undershirts. It's just that the scenery here is not very beautiful. There is no cute girl at all. Just walked in. A faint, complex smell of sweat hit his face. Tang Qing was not so hypocritical. How could he not smell the smell at all? His face remained unchanged, and he was about to call for Han Lung. Just then, be careful with me. Exercises must be scientific. Punching a sandbag is not brute force. If you hit hard, you can easily hurt your waist. According to what I teach you, the posture must be accurate. You must use each of your feet, waist, arms, and punches. Arrived, now ready to punch. Tang Qing heard Han Lung's voice far away. Brother Sun and Uncle Han are now bosses, and they didn't hire some coaches, and even went to battle in person. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. You know, how can he be free? Sun Chao said. Yes. As they said, the two walked in the direction of Han Lung's voice, walked around a partition wall, and in a concave partition room, they saw Han Lung's back facing them, wearing a black vest and shorts, straddling, facing each other. The 10 or so people in front roared loudly. From time to time, he makes fist movements, very excited. Okay, here's another group. Pay attention to the essentials, you guys. Who? Han Lung immediately became alert as he said. It was not that Han Lung had strong hearing to hear Tang Qing coming, but that there was a sound from behind him. Accept the move. Hearing this, Han Lung instinctively flashed his body, walked a few steps forward, and suddenly turned around, only to see a tall and handsome face appeared in front of him, standing not far behind him with a smile on his face. Obviously, I bluffed him just now. Seeing Tang Qing, Han Lung's solemn expression instantly dissipated, turning to a look of excitement. Han Lung went up and punched Tang Qing in the shoulder, and Tang Qing didn't move. You brat, you haven't come to see me for so long. Han Lung said grimly. Tang Qing, this apprentice, seemed to him really a fate and also his own chance. With Tang Qing's help, he had the situation he is today. Isn't this busy these days? Tang Qing said embarrassedly by touching his nose. This reason can be said to be terrible, but he can't think of a better one. Han Lung is not unpleasant. That is to say, Tang Qing has a lot of business, and there are so many trivial things. It is normal to have no time. Tang Qing is already content to see him now. Listen to your uncle. You are still us. Congratulations to the provincial college entrance examination champion, both civil and military. Alas, how can there be someone like you in the world? With a score of 748 points, this life is an honor, and with that unfathomable force, Han Lung really didn't know what kind of apprentice he had received. Haha, Uncle Han, isn't such a genius right in front of your eyes? Tang Qing laughed. Okay, let me see if your hands and feet have fallen. Hearing this, Han Lung looked straight and stepped back 2 steps into a fight. It's been a long time since Tang Qing had a fight. Even if he knew he would lose, his hands were itchy. Uncle Han, I still don't want to hit your confidence. Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry. Why did he have to fight when he saw each other? Obviously, it is not possible. I have a goal if there is a higher peak. Come on, I want to see your current strength. Han Lung urged. Opponents are hard to find. Sun Chao can't beat him, so does Gao Ming. That is why Tang Qing can let him raise his interest in fighting. Well, Uncle Han, you attack, I defend. Tang Qing also took 2 steps back, standing with his hand. Han Lung's level of strength, according to the division, has not unlocked the first level gene lock, although it has reached about 90. The value of, but it makes him unable to raise the interest of fighting at all, just have fun. Great. After finishing speaking, Han Lung came up with his full strength, stepped forward with 2 big strides, and rushed towards Tang Qing with a straight fist. He was scared by Tang Qing's strength before, so he didn't dare to keep his hands. Called to respect the opponent. The fist wind hits. Tang Qing remained unchanged. He turned sideways lightly and escaped the punch, still holding his hands behind his back. One shot was defeated, and Han Lung's next move followed. At this time, many fitness customers gathered around. Watching this rare good show, all of them were full of excitement. They had never seen Han Lung's strength. They had only heard that it was a special soldier. At first they thought it was. It was just an ordinary fight, but after looking at it, they realized something was wrong. Nima. Han Lung's attacks were so sharp. Many of them were unreserved killer moves. The moves were lightly crippled and killed. The onlookers were sweating coldly. If one attacked, this handsome guy, it is estimated that I will leave my little half-life here today. But Tang Qing escaped Han Lung's attack so calmly, they all looked dumbfounded. A young and handsome person with such a strong strength. Are you sure it is not here to beat people? By the way, you at least sweat a little bit. Gear left, flash right, squat. With Han Lung's attack, Tang Qing didn't need to turn on the overclocking mode at all, let alone his source energy and neurological power. He could be completely crushed by strength. 10 minutes later, Han Lung exhausted his moves, and his physical strength was a bit exhausted, but he couldn't hurt Tang Qing a single hair, and he hadn't even touched his clothes once. This would be too shocking. Stop. After a kick, Han Lung took a step back and said loudly. Looking at Tang Qing as if he didn't even sweat, Han Lung was a little doubtful whether there is real internal strength in this world. Otherwise, how could he be as strong as the martial arts masters on TV, but with so many years of military service? Career told him that this is impossible, and there is no inner strength or supernatural ability in the world. The others were really dumbfounded after reading it. People, how can it be so strong? Master Han, who is this person? A male student practicing boxing stepped forward curiously. Others also stared at Han Lung, wanting to see what he said. Such a powerful strength, they also want to learn. This is one of mine. Han Lung looked at Tang Qing hesitantly. Although Tang Qing followed him for a few days, he hadn't really worshipped a teacher, so he couldn't talk nonsense. Tang Qing took a quick step forward and said with a smile, Apprentice, I'm Master Han's apprentice. Then how do you feel better than Master Han? The student questioned again. Innate talent and hard work are indispensable. Uncle Han, go. Let's sit elsewhere and chat. Tang Qing didn't want to say anything more and was ready to take Han Lung away after a sentence. Okay, you all practice well for me. Remember the essentials. Han Lung nodded. Yes. The students broke out louder than usual. Before, I suspected that Han Lung was a big man and a muscular man. Today I finally saw real kung fu and Tang Qing's inhuman combat power. No one would admit that he was not talented, and thought that as long as he learned from Han Lung, he would be the next one. Tang Qing. Thinking of Tang Qing's elegant moves and calm response just now, he was so handsome and explosive, an absolute weapon for picking up girls. Do you think we can be as strong as that handsome guy? The student looked at Tang Qing's back with admiration. It's very hanging, but if there is a chance, maybe my talent will also be discovered. The student next to him said excitedly, "You were talking about losing the fat on your belly first. I won't be beaten to work." Afterwards, a few people came to the VIP lounge area of a special gym, and Han Lung poured tea for the two Tang Qing. "Uncle Han, what? Are there any difficulties in business?" Tang Qing said with a sip. "No, everything is fine and business is good. It is estimated that your money will be paid off in about 3 years." Han said with a sneer. He borrowed 3 million yuan from Tang Qing and turned it into a commodity on this floor. Even his wife resigned and came to help see the store. Haha, don't worry, if you have money, you can find a way to open a branch. You also know that I don't need money. Tang Qing waved his hand. How can it be done? This is the principle. No matter how rich you are, it is not the reason why I don't pay it back. Han Lung insisted. Tang Qing shook his head and stopped persuading. Well, you are right. But if you need help, even if you speak, there are really not many things I can't do in Qingyan City. You, don't be arrogant, Han said with a cold smile. He didn't think Tang Qing was talking big, but the fact that this is Tang Qing's base camp, there are people up and down, and there are really few things that can't be done. Tang Qing smiled and said, Uncle Han, I just snorted in front of my own people, lest you hide everything if you have something. Okay, I won't be polite to you if something happens. Let's eat here tonight. Let's have a good drink and call Gao Ming over again. Han sneered. I said with emotion, this apprentice is really confiscated. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing promised. Today he planned to listen to Chu Yuanhong's arrangement, but he didn't expect it would be done in one morning and noon. It would be fine to accompany Sun Chao and Han Lung in the rest of the time. Gao Ming, he hasn't seen him for a long time. After a while, Gao Ming is here. Today is Saturday, and he didn't work overtime like Do Jiao, because the current security company is still in its early stages of development. The business is not busy and there are not many people. Unlike Tianyan, he has to deal with the tasks sent by Tang Qing at any time. Knowing that Tang Qing was back, Gao Ming drove over quickly. He hadn't seen Tang Qing for a long time. Every time he went to Tianyan, he saw Do Jiao. When they talked about Tang Qing, they were envious except for helplessness. This chairman, be chic and comfortable, but he has nothing but enviousness. Even if this kind of life allows him to live, he will not be able to live. He is a natural and unrestrained temper. If it is not for the company's affairs, he is willing to work overtime without compensation. Ms. Tang, you are really a dragon who sees the head but fails to see the end. Gao Ming stepped forward and laughed. Tang Qing smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, Well, it's just that you are doing things in an orderly manner. I don't need to worry about it. Otherwise I won't be so leisurely. I can only say that you did a good job. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Gao Ming was also very happy. Everyone likes to be recognized for his work, and he is no exception. Just like all soldiers hope to get honor, it is human nature. Congratulations, we are the champion of the college entrance examination. Gao Ming sat down opposite Tang Qing, with already brewed tea in front of him. Tongxi, it's a pity, even if you say that, there is no bonus. Tang Qing joked. I don't need a bonus, but I brought a gift. Let's take a look. I brought you a fun thing. As he said, Gao Ming took out a wooden box from behind and handed it to Tang Qing, with a simple look. What is this? Tang Qing took over and asked. Open it and take a look. Gao Ming said. Great. After speaking, Tang Qing opened the box. What catches your eyes is a saber. This gift is quite special. Gifts of knives will only be given by talents like Gao Ming. They are usually gifts of pens, money, or some fruit, even if it's unhelpful. Gao Ming quickly introduced. I got this through a friend. The American extended M9 saber is not a valuable item, but it's not easy to handle. The authentic American Frobis Third Company, Limited is not a domestic one. Imitations. Thank you, Uncle Gao. I like it very much, not bad. Tang Qing quickly pretended to be fond of it. A saber, although not expensive, but affectionate. Tang Qing no longer cared about the true value of the gift. It is estimated that Gao Ming thought that Tang Qing had never played with this thing, and that men love knives. If Gao Ming knew that Tang Qing had a mobile arsenal, he would not know what he would think. He would definitely call the police. Seeing Tang Qing liked it, Gao Ming was also relieved. Haha, just like it. How about going to Thailand this time? I have been there several times. It feels that the culture is a bit older and there is nothing to look at, especially that. Gao Ming kept talking about the black history of Thailand, many of which he heard from his leaders and comrades in arms. Even Tang Qing heard the names of Kai Su and Naden in it. Regarding the deeds of these two unlucky ones, Tang Qing listened with gusto. Nicking sunflower seeds. Listen to the story. Beautiful. The next afternoon, Tang Qing was in the Master Han Lung's shop, chatting and recounting the past, and learned of the arrangements for Sun Chao. Han Lung and Gao Ming were also grateful. Sun Chao has always been dependent on his mother, and it is indeed difficult to separate. I'm all right now. I'm still working in Qingyan City. Han Lung and Gao Ming thought it was Tang Qing's care for Sun Chao, but they didn't know that Tang Qing felt that it would be inconvenient to live with Lin Jiaxue if he took Sun Chao to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. At night, Tang Qing had a big meal with Han Lung here and finally lost in a 1-3 match. There is no way but to hide something. After all, it's okay to be stronger, but it won't work for a strong foul. Tang Qing could only pretend that he lost to the total of the three. The three in front of him are all special soldiers who have seen the world. Gao Ming was a senior officer before. He knows a lot. If Tang Qing is really outrageous, Gao Ming will not doubt that he will see a ghost. He has no talent for this talent method, and the evildoer can't explanation. This battle, it can be regarded as a bit of face for the three of them. However, the three always felt that something was wrong, but they didn't believe that Tang Qing could overturn the three of them, so they accepted this beautiful misunderstanding and regained a lot of confidence. Go back to your uncle's house. It was already 10:30 in the evening. After a day of tiredness, Qin Shiqi and Qin Shiyu went to bed early. They could take 2 days off each week, taking turns to rest, but they could choose to work overtime. So considering the small amount of money, Qin Shiqi decisively chose to pull Qin Shiyu to work overtime for 1 day and rest tomorrow. Mayan is also asleep. Only Uncle Qin Yugong was watching TV in the living room, and it was news from Qingyan TV station. Uncle, I haven't slept yet, Tang Qing said, and sat beside Qin Yugong, habitually picked up the snacks on the table and ate it. Yes, something is wrong. Qin Yugong frowned and said, Is it something Feng Hai wants to transfer? Tang Qing said with a smile. Hear Tang Qing's understatement. Qin Yugong was startled and turned his head to look at his nephew Tang Qing incredulously. He also only received a call from Feng Hai this morning, telling him this urgent matter. Tang Qing even knew? How did you know this news? Qin Yugong hurriedly asked. Tang Qing smiled slightly. He also learned of the news not long ago. Before in Thailand, he heard Feng Xin talk about his father Feng Hai in the second half of the year. He is likely to take a crucial step by the end of the year at the latest, but the time has not been set yet. However, as the one who always follows Qingyan City's leadership, he is still targeting his uncle's Qingyan project. Changes in the leadership of Qingyan City, or changes in intentions, as long as there is a little bit of trouble about his uncle, he can quickly get news. The information passed from the command room is displayed. Feng Sun will be transferred to the next city in the middle of next month as the acting mayor. He has officially passed the key step from the deputy hall to the main hall. The mayor over there was rather unlucky. He fell into a cerebral congestion when he went down the stairs. Although he was rescued, he is still in a coma. Feng Hai was planning to go to another city to serve as the executive deputy mayor first. Now that he vacated a position, he naturally wanted to grab it. After a battle, Feng Hai won this position. But it's only working well now, and there is no official vote on the standing committee, but no one can grab this position anymore. Qin Yugong didn't know, but Tang Qing knew that Feng Sun had been operating for this for almost a week. Uncle, you forgot, I also have a friend named Feng Sr., Tang Qing smiled. And at this time, it was natural to ask Feng Sun to step up. Qin Yugong was taken aback, then suddenly realized. Tang Qing and Feng's son are good friends, and it is normal to hear from Feng's son. It turned out to be like this. That's right. Feng Hai will be transferred next month. He is going to recommend me to serve as the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Qin Yugong admitted directly. Although he has just been promoted to the deputy director level for a few months, this time he is not at the rank of the deputy director. The executive deputy director is only at the deputy director level. It can only be said to be a level adjustment. He has made a big step forward in the ranking of the bureau. What's illegal? That's a good thing. Congratulations to Uncle's promotion. Tang Qing laughed. Seeing Tang Qingxi's smiling face, Qin Yu just gave him an angry look and said, "This is just a recommendation, not absolute. Besides, your uncle has not been here for a long time. Although he has experience as a director, he is not here. The work experience of the municipal bureau is different." Tang Qing shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Who is born with this? As long as the uncle does his own job well. Although the interpersonal relationship of the city bureau is complicated, it is also a kind of exercise. If you don't understand, just direct call your old leader Feng Hai. I believe he will give it a lesson. Tang Qing's meaning is very simple. Learn if you don't understand, ask if you don't understand. Qin Yugong listened dumbfounded to Tang Qing's education, acting as if he was a junior, but what Tang Qing said was correct. Soldiers are coming to block and water is coming. Although they are unfamiliar, men can't be afraid. You kid, okay, there is only one word in this matter. Unless you are officially appointed, you might still have to go to bed first, so you can rest early. After that, Qin Yugong got up and was about to go to rest. Great. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he took a wash. Back to the command room. Tang Qing ordered. Tang Yi, pay close attention to my uncle's affairs this time. Make sure that there will be no changes. By the way, I remember that there is a nice fat sheep in the economic development zone. Send it on next Monday. It should be able to add some weight. It will be the icing on the cake. The word fat sheep is in the Qingyun project, which means a sheep that can be slaughtered at any time. As the name implies, if it is replaced by a human, that means a person who can become a political achievement at any time. With the participation of fighters, many cases in the economic development zone have basically solved major and important cases, but this does not mean that there are no fish that slip through the net or fat sheep that have been raised specifically. This is the kind of criminals who will not directly harm the society and will not harm others, but are also relatively large wanted criminals. For example, in economic cases, all the murderers and wounding guys are not kept, and they are all sent in. Tang Qing, it is impossible to stay outside to raise. Tang Qing remembered that this person was the initiator of an illegal fundraising or an old-fashioned Ponzi scheme, promised high interest, and then illegally absorbed savings and returned old money with new money. This model was doomed to collapse. After realizing that it could not last long, at the beginning of last year, this man ran away with a huge sum of nearly $10 million and was wanted by the whole country, 10 million. In this era, he is really a huge sum of money. After that, this person ran from the coast to the inland. Coupled with the imperfect ID card and population movement system, this person got a new ID card, then kept his name in the economic development zone, bought a farmyard, and lived a comfortable life. Even hid his face with a knife. According to the soldier's investigation, most of the money is still buried under the floor of the house where he lives now, and the usual expenses are not much, so he is raised as a fat sheep and used at critical times. The critical moment has arrived. It's time to start slaughtering sheep. July 18th. On Monday. Today is the day of sending the sheep, and it is also the day of Tang Qing leaving for the village. However, the sending sheep matter has nothing to do with him. Soldiers are sure to be foolproof. With this achievement, the tens of millions of yuan in cash under the floor of that person can stop many people. Early in the morning, after bidding farewell to the elders and sending the two sisters Qin Shiqi to work, Tang Qing carried Lin Jiaxue on the way back to the village. Just two of them. The car is full of various gifts. Even the back seat has no space. Many of them are specialty products brought back from Thailand. There are also specialty products bought by the Tang family and the Lin family. They fill the whole trunk, which was the condition of the family. Generally, I don't buy it so crazy, but now I have money, and I don't care about the quantity at all when I buy things, especially for the elderly. Thought of this. Tang Qing thought of his grandparents again. If there is bliss in the world, I hope they are well, and that people in the world cherish the time with their elders, and the children want to support but the relatives are not there. Don't regret it when you lose it. Mercedes-Benz is driving fast on the national road. It is not the Chinese New Year, so there are not many cars. Tang Qing drove very fast. Lin Jiaxue was feeding Tang Qing snacks all the way. Knowing that Tang Qing had a big appetite, Lin Jiaxue went to the street to buy it yesterday. A lot. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue with his right hand and turned the steering wheel with his left hand. Fortunately, it was automatic transmission, otherwise he wouldn't be cool at all. More than 3 hours later, the car drove to the door of a residential house not far from the entrance of the village and stopped. There was no way, because there was no access road in the village. The car could not get in, so I had to get off and walk, and I had to find a place to park. But this didn't bother him. There were houses of many acquaintances on the side of the road, so just find a yard and stop. This is the house of a classmate of Tang Qing. The classmate's name is Ma Xiaofei, and he is now a high school graduate. Tang Qing and his family also know him, so he is not afraid of his absence. When he stopped by the road, Tang Qing saw Ma Xiaofei cleaning his yard. They sampled some poultry. The sanitary condition on the ground can be imagined. Ma Xiaofei was taken aback when he saw the Mercedes-Benz parked on the roadside. Tang Qing was seen in the lowered car window. At first he was still a little puzzled. Who is this handsome guy who drives such a good car? But looking at Lin Jiaxue, the co-pilot, Ma Xiaofei instantly matched the number, put down the broom, and walked over quickly. "Matsai, I can park your car here. I can pay the parking fee." Tang Qing greeted him happily when he got out of the car. Ma Xiaofei looked at the handsome Tang Qing and said nonchalantly, "You don't have to pay for the parking fee. Just stop. This is your second uncle's car." After that, he focused his attention on this car in the county capital. Ma Xiaofei swallowed for a luxury car he hadn't seen before. How much does Nima cost? But it's really beautiful. Yes, he has returned to Thailand, so he will temporarily open it to our house. Tang Qing smiled. "Your second uncle is really rich," Ma Xiaofei said enviously. Although he hadn't seen this car before, many people knew that Tang Kai came back to worship last time. It was a Mercedes-Benz. Haha, what's the money? If you work hard, you will have everything. What else can Tang Qing say? Let you auspicious words. "Jiaxue, or else go in and sit down," Ma Xiaofei said to Lin Jiaxue, who had come down again. He had a crush on such a good flower, but he knew it was impossible. With such an excellent Tang Qing and the childhood sweethearts of the two, no one wanted to be separated. He can only wish them happiness. Tang Qing shook her head quickly and said, "No, Joshua's grandparents are ready for lunch. Let's go back now. By the way, this is the parking fee." After that, Tang Qing took out a soft Chinese and a bottle of Wulianya. The money is too vulgar, and Ma Xiaofei can't ask for it. There are few children in the village who don't drink, but Ma Xiaofei doesn't smoke, and the cigarettes are for his father. Looking at the valuable things in his hands, Ma Xiaofei quickly declined. Tang Qing, how embarrassed this is. With great strength, Tang Qing pushed directly back into Ma Xiaofei's hand and said, "What's the matter with this? Just hold it. By the way, help me look at the car. It's fine if it gets dirty. It won't be good if you scratch it." "No problem. Don't worry. Let me do this. This car is absolutely good." Ma Xiaofei promised, patted his chest, taking people and things. Naturally, he has to do things. "That's good. We'll go back first," Tang Qing said. "Okay, do you want to help?" Ma Xiaofei said. "No, it's not heavy." After speaking, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue walked towards the village with big bags and small bags. Fortunately, their home was not far from the road, otherwise they would have to go a long way. There is no concrete road repaired here yet. Tang Qing is wondering if he has to fund one. Otherwise, the car will not be able to drive in the future, and it will be inconvenient to park at other people's houses. Turning a small mountain bag, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxue's grandparents from a distance looking forward to it on the edge of the yard. At the same time, he also sensed the presence of two fighters. The two accelerated. "Come to the front." "Grandpa Lin, Grandma." Tang Qing shouted at the old man. "Hey, it's okay to come back. Come and give me some." Grandpa Lin looked at Tang Qing and laughed from ear to ear. At the beginning, the baby was right. Later, he did not dislike Tang Qing's poor family and met such a good one. Grandson-in-law, who wants people, money and talent, is also a blessing to his granddaughter. With that, he was about to help Tang Qing get things. Tang Qing hurriedly flashed. You don't need Grandpa Lin. It's not heavy. I'll do it. Then he walked into the hall quickly, put the things down, and divided them later. Lin Joshua followed behind and put things away. Tang, Joshua, wash your hands and eat soon. Lin Joshua's grandma opened the net cover on the table and greeted. Coming. After washing your hands. On the table. Tang, I heard that you took a college entrance examination champion in our province. Although Grandpa Lin had heard the words of Father Lin and Mother Lin many times, he still felt unreal. Yes, Tang Qing said. Grandpa Lin was overjoyed. Ha! Good, very good. Our village has also calculated a champion. How long will you be back this time? It's almost half a month, and then I'm going to the Shanghai Stock Exchange to go to school. Tang Qing said. Good, good. Play at home these days. I'll make good food for you. Just say whatever you want. Eat quickly. Eat more. Grandpa Lin said lovingly. Great. Tang Qing was satisfied with a sumptuous lunch. Seeing Tang Qing's appetite is really good, the old man is very happy. It is a blessing to be able to eat. After a while, just after lunch, Tang Qing, who was drinking tea under the eaves, felt the enthusiasm of the villagers. They all took turns to deliver things. The vegetables at the house, the eggs at the house, and the killed poultry. The reason was to celebrate his taking a test. Number 1 winner, happy. But there is still a small part that wants Tang Qing's second uncle to find a job or something. To this, Tang Qing was also a bit distressed. He didn't look down on them. After all, it's not easy to survive. He just said he couldn't decide. He heard that when the second uncle came back to worship, many people came to borrow money or ask for work. But Tang Kai on the grounds that the company was in Thailand. Only one person was willing to go there, and no one else wanted to run far. As for borrowing money, his second uncle also said that he didn't bring any money. He didn't say borrowing, and he gave him 1,000 yuan. In the end, no one said anything. Folks in the village. It is very troublesome to deal with relationships, especially money matters. In order to avoid future wrangling, it is better not to have too much money related to it. There are many ways to benefit the villagers, unless it is used for emergency treatment, if it is to do business and repair the house. For things like marrying a daughter-in-law, Tang Kai is all 1,000 yuan, and there is no need to pay it back. Tang Qing also agreed with the second uncle's approach. Finish all kinds of visits. Tang Qing went back to his home. Pushing open the door, the yard was still overgrown, and seeing no one around, 3 military daggers suddenly appeared in Tang Qing's hands. A loose hand. 3 daggers fell, stopped at a distance of 10 centimeters from the ground. A nervous thought moves. A whirring sound came from the air, and 3 daggers swiftly weed the reaper in the yard. But 3 seconds. Weeds. Beheaded. Tang Qing's thoughts moved again. All the weeds floated up and flew towards the corner of the wall, knotted into ropes, tied into a pile, and thrown in a corner of the courtyard. These days, they can be dried in the courtyard and can be used as firewood. But today, it's not possible. There is a custom saying that you can't dry firewood or corn when you just go home. Tang Qing doesn't believe in evil, but he doesn't bother to resist. Take back the dagger. Start cleaning the rooms. Ever since Tang Qing had neurological power, now the power of thought power has broken through 4, and doing housework is not the slightest difficulty. But in 10 minutes, the upstairs and downstairs were cleaned up and downstairs. Nerve thought power is really useful at this point. Although the house is still old, Tang Qing has no plans to build a new one. He wants to keep this memory, childhood memory, and grandparents' memories, even if it is a thatched house. So what? Memory. Unerasable. Maybe it will become the Tang Qing's former residence in a few decades. No, it's the place where he once lived. He hasn't passed away yet, so he can't curse himself like that. He will live for 8,000 years. Just as Tang Qing finished packing and was about to go to Lin Jiaxue to sit down, a voice rang at the courtyard gate. Tang Qing. Tang Qing looked up and saw that it was Guo Quan, the mayor of his village, who was 47 years old this year. But didn't he just meet him? He gave them more than a dozen preserved eggs. Why are they here again? Village chief, what's the matter? Tang Qing asked in confusion. It's not a big deal. I just want you and me to have a meal tonight. Guo Quan said in a soft voice. Eating? What kind of food? Tang Qing asked in surprise. Guo Quan explained, "That's it. The leaders of our town know that you are back and want to treat you to a meal. At the restaurant in the town, I will bring Jiaxue with him." That. Okay. The village chief was very good. He had helped their family before, so Tang Qing had to agree. It was just a meal without paying. Okay, then I'll go and talk to Jiaxue now. You cleaned it so soon? The young man is very quick. Looking at the clean courtyard, there are no spider webs in the corners, Guo Quan praised. It's okay, Tang Qing said with a smile. Then I will go first. You are busy with you. I will pick you up at night. Guo Quan said. Row. In the afternoon, Tang Qing rode a motorcycle and took Lin Jiaxue to the town to go shopping, but he didn't buy firewood, rice, oil, and salt, because in the village for nearly a month, Tang Qing's house did not open fire, and they all ate at Lin Jiaxue's house. They just went to the street to buy some snacks and strolled by the way. Men and women look. I don't know how many envy eyes have been gained along the way. At night, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue followed the village head Guo Quan to a small restaurant in the town. Tang Qing was actually a bit speechless. He thought he had escaped the school leaders, media reporters, and other messy things and meals, and went back to the village to be quiet and quiet, but he didn't expect to have dinner when he came back. He decided that this was the only time he had a meal, and he wouldn't even bother to ask anyone who didn't know him. He is not something ordinary people can ask for now. This time, it is for village head Guo to give face-to-face. Entering the box, there were already 4 people in it. What surprised him was that the head sitting was a young man who looked about the same age as Chai Ren. Could it be the second generation in the county? Tang Qing secretly guessed that he didn't know what the second generation was doing. The next moment, the village head Guo Quan gave the answer. Guo Quan directly introduced to the young man. Mayor Wang, leaders, this is our province's college entrance examination champion Tang Qing. Next to him is classmate Lin Jiaxue. This time he took the exam very well. It is a university with Tang Qing. This is the new mayor of our town. This is. Guo Quan introduced everyone present here. Good guy, basically all the leaders of the town government are here. 1 mayor, the other 2 are deputy mayors, and there is also a town government office director. Student Tang, hello, congratulations. Mayor Wang got up and shook hands with Tang Qing cordially. Seeing that Tang Qing was extraordinary, without the slightest stage fright, he couldn't help but exclaim that he was still a student when he met officials. This kind of composure is also a personal talent. Mayor Wang, you are also young and promising. Tang Qing said with a smile, neither humble nor overbearing. Haha, classmate Tang is really good at talking. Sit down. Classmate Lin, also don't be polite, Mr. Guo. Let someone serve the food. Mayor Wang immediately greeted the 2 of them to sit down and order the dishes to be served. Guo Quan came out of the box. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue sat at the door. That is, they got off the seat, and they didn't think there was anything. Who told them to be young? But the table was small, and it was really uncomfortable to sit on. They were still hard benches, and they didn't know anyone. Student Tang, you are really winning honor for our town. By the way, what university did you take the exam for? One of the deputy mayors surnamed Lu asked. Fudan University and Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing said lightly. It's not to blame for his bad attitude, because he didn't like the look in Lin Jiaxue's eyes very much. Why don't you go to a university in the capital? You should not be able to change your grades now. They will definitely accept you. I tell you that it is better to go to school in Beijing. There are many people you know, and you will have an advantage if you want to enter politics in the future. The deputy mayor said triumphantly, thinking how correct his experiential talk is. I don't like the weather in Beijing, it's too dry. Tang Qing gave a reason casually. What kind of reason is this? The key is to consider your future, isn't it, classmate Lin? He said, smiling at Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue did not care about him, nor did he ignore it. Seeing that this guy was guilty of the old problem, Tang Qing frowned. Mayor Wang hurriedly stopped and said, Deputy Mayor Lu, don't say it. Students Tang and Lin will go to Shanghai if they want to go to the Shanghai stock market. This belongs to others. It must have been carefully considered. Hearing what he said, the deputy mayor didn't say much anymore. Who called him his deputy? If it wasn't for stealing fishy some time ago, he was caught by his own wife, and then he made a lot of noise. The position of the mayor should be him. After a while, the dishes are ready. Tang Qing also chatted with Mayor Wang slowly. As for the deputy Mayor Liu, he didn't care. If he didn't consider that Mayor Wang was good and Guoquan was accompanying him, he ignored him. Look at this guy. After just 10 minutes of chatting, Mayor Wang really felt Tang Qing's extraordinary, calm, chatty, talkful temperament and vision. He didn't want to be a student at all. Seeing that Deputy Mayor Liu, who had no sense of existence, pours him over to others, but also pours Lin Jiaxue over, Tang Qing hurriedly covered the cup with his hand. Sorry, Jiaxue doesn't drink white wine. Just let the waiter serve some fruit beer. Tang Qing said. It's okay to drink a little. Deputy Mayor Liu didn't give up and wanted to break Tang Qing's hand with his hand. Deputy Mayor Liu, I said, Jiaxue doesn't drink. I don't want to repeat it. Tang Qing's voice became a little cold. Deputy Mayor Liu looked at Tang Qing. His eyes shook, and he was a little frightened. You. The aura mixed with origin chi, and mixed with the bonus of neurological power. He already has the ability to kill people with his eyes. Up. Okay. Kids, it's not appropriate to drink white wine. Just serve some fruit beer. Deputy Mayor Wang said quickly. Yes. The most important thing is to eat. Guoquan also made rounds. Student Tang, I heard that your second uncle does a lot of business abroad. Deputy Mayor Wang suddenly asked. Tang Qing was taken aback. It turns out that this is the purpose of today's dinner. Money. Haha. It really is a modern society. It is not profitable, but it is nothing. Chasing profit is human nature, and it is not ashamed. It is shameful to treat money as dung, but it is shameful to make money behind. Mayor Wang is very well informed. Tang Qing had no choice but to laugh. Haha, I just transferred at the end of last month, and I accidentally heard a little bit of gossip. At that time, Deputy Mayor Liu visited your second uncle. Wang Zhenchang laughed and said, Fortunately, the purpose of that visit was unsuccessful. Otherwise, I guess there is nothing wrong with him here. Oh, really, Mayor Wang? Just say something is wrong. If I don't figure it out, I won't dare to take the chopsticks. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. He is also curious if he doesn't make things clear. Mayor Wang stopped selling the gates and said directly, In fact, there is nothing big. I just want to ask your second uncle if he can invest in our town. You know, our town is relatively poor and belongs to an agricultural town. If you don't want to trying to find a way to benefit the villagers, I am incompetent as an official. Well, is there any investment project in the town? Tang Qing asked curiously. We have relatively good mountain forest resources. I think it would be good if we planted Chinese medicinal materials. Mayor Wang assuredly said that when a new official takes office, he naturally has to do something. He is not as good as Tang Qing thought. He has a deep background. He is just a child of a commoner family. With good luck, he became the secretary of the last High County official. He has worked for 3 years. Last month, the High County official was going to be transferred. In the city next door, if he could not be taken away, he was arranged here. Knowing that Tang Qing's second uncle was very rich, he didn't know how much, but he could afford a Mercedes-Benz, at least tens of millions, or even higher. So he wanted to come to Tang Qing to try his luck. Nothing, just a meal. Achievement is a great achievement. Tang Qing also wanted to make a contribution to his hometown. So he said, Mayor Wang is right. We should be good at planting medicinal materials. Do you have a specific plan? Show me. Coincidentally, I have been carrying it with me. As he said, Mayor Wang took out a printed document from his briefcase. Tang Qing took the plan and looked at it carefully. There were not many documents, only a dozen pages. For Tang Qing, it was a careful look, but to outsiders, Tang Qing only stayed on each page for no more than 2 seconds. It detailed the investment and expected benefits of this project, as well as the medicinal materials suitable for planting. From Tang Qing's eyes, although the benefits are a bit exaggerated, this kind of project is not meant to make a lot of money. It is the goal to preserve capital. Yes, 8 million renminbi, not too much. The profit expectation is also good. Mayor Wang has done a lot of homework. Tang Qing closed the file and placed it beside him. The meaning is obvious. I want to take it back and have a look. Student Tang is great. Do you think this plan will be passed by your second uncle? Mayor Wang asked carefully. It should be okay. Tang Qing nodded. He was going to let Tianyin do this project. He was not going to trouble his second uncle. It was less than 10 million yuan. If you lose, you will lose. Mayor Wang was overjoyed when he heard it. Tang Qing said that there was no problem. Obviously, there was no problem. He laughed and said, haha, I believe you when you say it. Come on, let's have a drink for cooperation. Kong dang. A table of people's cups touched together. Drink it all in one go. Deputy Mayor Lu looked at all this in front of him, feeling a little jealous, but he didn't dare to feel his presence anymore. Tang Qing's second uncle made a lot of money abroad, and his uncle seemed to be a deputy director in Qingyan City again, and he was equal level. It's really not easy to offend, since it is too far away from Qingyan City, and Qin Yugong has not promoted it here. The information still stays in the old yellow calendar. Student Tang, if this happens, you will be a great hero in our town. If the investment is implemented, at least hundreds of people will be employed and hundreds of families will be affected. I will thank you for them first. For this high hat, Tang Qing can only wear it. Anyway, the money will definitely be invested. Yes, it will benefit the villagers and neighbors, Tang Qing said. Okay, well said. Fruit beer is not intoxicating. I will toast you on behalf of the folks. Good. The atmosphere after the meal was not dull, but it was not too warm. Except for Mayor Wang, no one was from the same age. There was a serious generation gap, and it was far better than having a meal with Chai Run and the others. It can be seen from here that just for the creation of the atmosphere, these people are inferior to Chai Run, and what do they say? Except Mayor Wang, everyone else especially likes to bring meaty jokes. Tang Qing disliked it very much. After a meal, on the occasion of parting, Tang Qing said, Mayor Wang, do you have time tomorrow? Let's have a meal together and discuss something with you. After the investment is done, he has to find a way to enter the village, only to find Mayor Wang. Mayor Wang was taken aback, not knowing why, but then he said, okay, I will be there on time tomorrow noon. Great, see you tomorrow. Many people on the scene heard the conversation between the two, but no one said anything. It must be an investment matter. This was caught by the mayor, and they were too lazy to join in the fun, and it was not their political achievements. After the farewell, Tang Qing and the village chief rode back to the village. The village chief, Guaquan, didn't drink, so how could Tang Qing get him drunk with the fruit beer he drank? Uncle Gua, you will come at noon tomorrow, Tang Qing said to Guaquan. Isn't it an investment matter for you to find Mayor Wang? Guaquan asked in surprise. Tang Qing smiled. Yes, but not all. I want to build a road into the village. As you know, my second uncle's car is parked at Ma Xiaofei, which is very inconvenient. It would be nice if I could drive in. That's great. This is a good thing. I agree. I don't know if it is a collective fund or... Guaquan was pleased and questioned afterwards. Money is the most difficult thing to do. It is difficult to pay from house to house. My second uncle has invested 100,000 yuan. As long as it can be repaired, I just want to ensure that it can be open to traffic at our door. Tang Qing said, 100,000 is enough to complete the traffic in this small village. Okay, absolutely no problem. Guaquan is overjoyed. 100,000 RMB is more than enough to repair the road in the village. Great thing. The next day, noon, Mayor Wang rode a motorcycle to Tang Qing's house. Tang Qing didn't really ask his real name last night, but that's okay. There are soldiers from the command room, and he learned that Mayor Wang's name is Wang Xian. The county people. After graduating from university, I was admitted to the secretary of the county party committee office. First worked for a year, just to help write materials, and finally was assigned to a new county official. This secretary lasted 3 years. Coupled with a high starting point and a bachelor's degree, it is in line with the policy of promoting young cadres. It also allows Wang Xian to quickly pass the barrier that many people regard as a natural moat. In just 4 years, he became a leader at the department level. Even in provincial and municipal agencies, he has made rapid progress. After investigation, Wang Xian is also a relatively upright person. Also, Wang Xian's family is not a poor family. Although his parents are not rich and expensive, they still have no worries about food and clothing. They have little concept of money, plus young, aggressive, and in short, he is still a good person. What will happen in the future can only be proved by time. There was also village head Guaquan who came with Wang Xian, otherwise he would not be able to find him. Along the way, Guaquan also talked about Tang Qing's second uncle's funding for road construction. Wang Xian was also very happy, and at least solved one more. Difficult roads in the village. Double happiness is coming. Walking into the courtyard of Tang Qing's house, the car stopped outside. "Student Tang, your environment is good." Wang Xian looked around the yard and nodded constantly. The yard of Tang Qing's house is very good in terms of terrain and location. Behind the house is a bamboo forest with lush greenery and large leaves, the kind of rice dumplings. In front of the yard is an open area, and the scenery is nice due to the high terrain. "Mayor Wang, the conditions in the countryside are simple. I will sit for a while and drink tea, and then go to Jiaxue for lunch. I won't be planning to open fire when I come back this time." Tang Qing led the two to the hall and gave them to the two. People poured a cup of tea, and all kinds of snacks were on the table. "Haha, I also just learned that you and classmate Lin are childhood sweethearts. Well, very good, talented men and women, and a natural match." Wang Xian lifted the sedan chair without drafting at all. After drinking a sip of tea, Wang Xian's eyes lit up, and he was a good long Jing. But considering the identity of Tang Qing's second uncle, he didn't say anything that he had never seen before. Tang Qing smiled and sat down and said, "I think so too. Mayor Wang, I have passed your plan back, and my second uncle has agreed to it. Congratulations, he will let his friend's company handle this matter, and someone will be sent by the end of this month at the latest." He threw it directly to Tianyan. In order to clean up the ears, Tang Qing directly sent an email to the vice presidents of Tianyan. For the rest, he didn't even have any interest in paying attention, because he couldn't make much money, so he just wanted to maintain it. Wang Xian was overjoyed after hearing this. "Haha. Thank you, Tang, for this time. As long as the investment is settled, his position is stable, and his heart is very excited for a while. As for what Tang Qing relies on to pass it back, he doesn't care at all. Without the internet, he can't read it on the phone." Tang Qing began to get into the topic. "By the way, Mayor Wang, my second uncle also said that he would build roads in our village and plan to invest 100,000 yuan. As you know, cars can't get in here. It's very inconvenient. Mayor Wang needs to coordinate a bit. Road construction is a major event in the village. Without the approval of the town, the village cannot be built indiscriminately because it needs to occupy cultivated land, which is a red line." Wang Xian immediately agreed. "This is a great thing, no problem. Thank you, second uncle, for me. He helped the town with so many things in a few seconds. By the way, when will your second uncle be back next time?" "That's not true. He is busy abroad, and he is probably going to celebrate the new year," Tang Qing said truthfully. His second uncle is really going crazy these days, as he works in various factories in the territory. There is also the expansion of the scale of the jade and jewelry trade, and even the establishment of a sales network for that kind of fruit wine, and so on. It really doesn't touch the ground anymore. But Tang Qing was not afraid to tire his second uncle. There are seafood and fruits that he asks the soldiers to send from time to time, as well as the health benefits of the fruit wine. To be honest, as long as you sleep 4 hours a day, it's hard to get tired of your second uncle. It's just that physical fatigue is nothing. Is heart tired? Wang Xian is still a bit disappointed. He still wants to see Tang Kai, and he can even publicize it. Now no one is showing up, but if the money is in place, he doesn't pay attention to this kind of thing anymore. "Well, it's a pity. I still want to thank you in person," Wang Xian said regretfully. "It's nothing. I want to do the road construction as soon as possible. The money is ready, and I can call in at any time," Tang Qing urged. It was not good for Ma Xiaofei to stop the car honestly. He could imagine that every day Ma Xiaofei wouldn't dare to stay away, lest something happened to the car. "Why do you embarrass people so much?" Wang Xian said immediately. "Don't worry, I will go back in the afternoon and immediately bring people to investigate, plus discuss with the villagers. The repair will be started within a week at the latest, Mr. Gua. When the time comes, you will have to take care of the work of the villagers." "No problem. I promise to complete the task." Now the roads in the village are narrow and slippery. I often wrestle on rainy days. I often ride bicycles into the fields. Building roads is everyone's common wish. 100,000 yuan is enough to make the village almost repaired. Guo Quan straightened his chest and said, hearing that the money was already in place. Guo Quan finally let go of his heart. "That's good. Let's go, it's late, we." Looking at the time, Tang Qing was about to say that he was going to Lin Jiaxue's place for dinner, and a thick voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Tang, you are at home." Tang Qing looked at the door. and he noticed that the door of his yard was closed by Guoquan just now. Guoquan hurried to open the door, and Tang Qing also left the hall. The acquaintance came again. "Uncle Zheng, how are you?" Tang Qing laughed and greeted him. It was not someone else who came, officially Zheng Xiu, who came with Zhang Dongqing for the first loan and is now the chief of their county. Zheng Xiu was holding a lot of things in his hands, pretending to complain. "Xiao Tang, you are not interesting enough. You don't come to see me when you pass by the county town. I still know from your uncle that you are back." Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed and asked Zheng Xiu to come in person and quickly explained, "Uncle Zheng, it's not that Lin Jiashue's grandfather had already cooked lunch yesterday and had to rush back. There is something wrong today. This time I will stay longer. For a long time, I was planning to visit you these few days. I didn't expect you to come here personally, so I didn't dare to be. Go and go. You just say it sounds good. Hey, Mayor Wang is here, and you and Xiao Tang also know?" Zheng Xiu hurriedly greeted Wang Xian, who was a high-ranking official before Wang Xian. Of course he knows his secretary and dare not neglect. Now, although the county officials have been transferred away, he does not dare to underestimate Wang Xian. Besides, the two are equal. He is much older than Wang Xian, but he is still at the same level. Zheng Xiu also has to sigh. He has a background and a high starting point is good. Others have a bachelor's degree and are a secretary to a high-ranking county official. He has good abilities, and he really deserves it. This is fate. He is retired from the military and has a low degree of education. Otherwise, he is at least at the deputy division level or above in the time he worked. Wang Xian didn't expect Tang Qing to meet Zheng Xiu and said, "I'm here to congratulate classmate Tang and pull the investment, by the way." "Pull investment?" Zheng Xiu asked suspiciously. He didn't know whether it was Tang Qing's investment, his second uncle's investment, or who else, because in his opinion, there are too many wealthy people around Tang Qing, and he is also a super local tyrant, owned by Shengtang Group. It's almost drenched to the sky. Wang Xian didn't think much, nodded and said, "Yes, Tang's second uncle is not doing business abroad. I just thought about the economic development of his hometown. No, his second uncle has agreed to invest in a Chinese medicinal plant. The base, by the way, is also going to pay to repair the road in this village and open it to traffic. Otherwise, the Mercedes-Benz of his second uncle at the entrance of the village will not be able to drive in." Speaking of that car, he also saw it on the way here. What else could he say besides envy? Thinking of him as a mayor still riding a motorcycle, but thinking about the road is different. There is nothing to entangle. Then the feeling is good. It will benefit the village. Zheng Xiu smiled. "By the way, what is the relationship between Director Zheng and classmate Tang?" Wang Xian questioned. He really didn't know that Tang Qing and Zheng Xiu were so familiar. The last time Tang Qing came back was the Chinese New Year. In other words, last year, Zheng Xiu and Tang Qing should have known each other. But when he thought that Zheng Xiu was originally from Qingyan City, and that Tang Qing was also going to school there, he also had some guesses. Really, Zheng Xiu's answer made him feel that he was not stupid, but the others were a bit unexpected. "We are old acquaintances. His uncle can be regarded as my half-boss. Qin Yugong, Deputy Director of the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau and concurrently Director of the Qingyan City Economic Development Zone Police Station, has decided to appoint him as the Executive Deputy Director of the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau." Now, Zheng Xiu said with a glance at Tang Qing. This morning, he had learned the news from the old husband, so he called to congratulate him, only to learn that Tang Qing was back. To be honest, he also admired Qin Yugong's luck. Just yesterday, Qin Yugong unexpectedly cracked a large-scale economic case involving tens of millions of yuan in his jurisdiction, caught a national wanted criminal, and recovered tens of millions of cash, which is a huge credit. Envy others. Therefore, Feng Hai's proposal was unanimously approved at the Qingyan Municipal Party Committee meeting. There was a person who wanted to compete and nodded. He was a deputy director of the provincial department, and he was also compared with this credit. Set a verdict on top of one another. For example, he was faster than Qin Yugong to the level of the division, but others came from behind, and he was still in the position of the division. Qin Yugong has already reached the deputy division level, and he has taken a big step forward in the rankings in the game. Take a small step forward. That's the custodian level. He can't catch up at all. Is there any relationship? Wang Xian was surprised. He only thought that Tang Qing's uncle was a deputy director. He suddenly became the executive deputy of the municipal bureau. This progress is a bit quicker. Yeah, okay, let's go for dinner. I brought some fruit wine back. Please try it for both of you. Seeing that the time was really late, Tang Qing quickly ended the topic, couldn't help but smile, and finally finished it ahead of schedule. After the uncle's promotion task, the next step is how to get promoted again. This is a bit difficult. The deputy office is everywhere and needs to be planned carefully. It's best if you can jump out of the public security system. In this era of economic leadership, it's better to move up the economy. As long as you have money, the public security system is too unitary, and your later growth is relatively weak and your rights are limited. Okay. After speaking, several people came to Lin Jiashua's house. At this time, Wang Xian's attitude towards Tang Qing was completely different. He was at the deputy director level, and he was still in the city bureau. One step further was to be on the right track. In the future, he could not decide to inspect and receive other people, so his attitude was much more respectful. Like Guoquan, who was equally shocked. Both of them were ready to finish the road construction work as soon as possible, the sooner the better. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.